it count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it, no, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it, no, this ain't never been a game.
But now you're in the spotlight.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody callin'. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, ooh, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
you're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you to by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve could rest away. I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my,
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Ha, haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. Gone with
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. better watch out. I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a medal on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. Just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผล the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep don't you push me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't you push me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to stage 1 of VCT EMEA. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany for another day of Valorant action. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Minnie. We kicked things off yesterday. How are you guys feeling about everything? You excited for today?
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we got to see some Icebox. I expect to see some Ascent today and I want to see if somebody's going to play Waylay.
Oh, you stole my point already.
Oh.
Yeah, I chose Minnie, Boo, and Floor, right?
Yeah, and Martine. Martine wasn't...
No Martine,
yeah.
but we got an opportunity today for...
Yeah, to get one wrong. To get one right, sorry.
Yeah.
I think you might get both. I think you might just get both. But let's talk about yesterday. You mentioned the Icebox already. Also, the new face. What did you make of Vitality's new player?
Oh, yeah. I think that there was a lot of expectations and a lot of conversations on how this one was going to go. And actually, it looked like it fixed the... I don't want to say issue, but definitely the concern around the roles. Seabuff playing for the first time in a very long time and barely played controllers before. A great show and no nerves seen on the stage on his first day.
Yeah, I think that he played brilliantly. And I think for me, I was a bit worried seeing a roster change from Vitality. You kind of put a question mark there, especially dropping a player like Trex, who's obviously phenomenal. But they've come back and look like the same Vitality we saw in kickoff.
And what did you make of KC's comps yesterday?
I mean, I've not been a fan of KC's comps for a long time, so I think that I can't keep
the narrative continues.
I can't keep hitting this dead horse, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm a bit worried for them.
For KC?
For KC.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely after the bind is gone, now we see them peeking onto the icebox, and it was still too close to be for Comfort and BBL having that turnaround game. So, of course, they managed to get the first win.
Of course, as we can see the group standings here right now. If you're Vitality, you are just full chilling. But also to remind you guys that if in the scenario of a tiebreaker, it will be dealt by head-to-head and then map difference and then round difference. But Kukuka, the round difference here is pretty stark in Group Alpha.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously in the BBL versus AC, we did go to that third map and whatnot, but starting off the league with a -15 for the side is Giant X, finishing on a 13-2. I believe that was on that second map on your pick on Lotus. It's not a good sign, you know, it's not done, but right now it doesn't look the best.
It doesn't indeed, but hey, it's a long season and we have more teams that's going to be in action today, starting with Heretics versus Apex, followed by Foot versus Koi as well. Do you have an alliance here? You know, are you Spain, are you Turkey, are you France? Like, what is it, Minnie? What is it? Because you know I'm Turkey, you know she's Spain, so...
Well,
are you France then by default?
No, I don't have alliances.
You don't have an alliance? Okay.
I want good Valorant. That's my alliance.
We can win him over. We can win him over. We have plenty of time. And speaking of time, it is coming up to the 5-year anniversary of Valorant. So we're going to bring you guys some throwbacks every single Thursday. Look at this beautiful wall behind us. A lot of great memories. Minnie somehow making it into 3 of them. So well done. I don't think we've ever been in this back horse. So that's an achievement, Minnie. Well done. But today I had the chance to catch up with Avova and take a trip down memory lane. We can't possibly do a throwback Thursday without one of the veteran players in all of Valorant, especially here in VCT EMEA. Avova, welcome back to this cozy setting. Now, I don't know if you are aware, there's a lot of things happening today. There's a lot of anniversary we need to address. Of course, you will be playing Heretics a bit later, but it is the 3-year anniversary of you qualifying to Masters Reykjavik in 2022. Pretty much to the day.
Yeah.
Do you remember who you beat to qualify?
I don't remember, actually.
You don't remember who you beat to qualify? Luckily, we have some footage I want to show you, and maybe you can tell me if this brings up any good memories or not. If you take your eyes over to that screen. Do you remember now?
Liquid?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yes.
Yeah, what happened?
I mean, I feel like we were kind of underdogs at this point, like with the new roster, with Meta and Hoodie. I don't know, a lot of stuff has been happening, and I just remember being so happy winning with this roster.
Yeah, because you beat Liquid, and then you had to play Fnatic next, and that was like a really big rivalry back in the day, right? G2 Fnatic, that was a big deal. And then you got to play FPX in the grand final. Unfortunately, you didn't win that final.
Yeah, I remember their icebox. Like, we had the best icebox at that point.
Yeah.
I remember FPX just went with a new comp, some KO, I remember. And we just got destroyed, I remember that.
Was that the Pipson icebox? It was Pipson, right?
I mean, we had Pipson, yeah.
Yeah. It was when you win like 13, 12 rounds in a row. Yeah, over and over.
We had a really good icebox. I think we had, maybe I forgot, it was like 14-0 or something like that.
It was
we did pretty good. Like, we had a long win streak, and people couldn't figure it out, and then FPX destroyed us on this one.
Everyone's copying you too, I remember. They were copying what you were doing. Could you tell me a little bit about the difference between G2 then and G2 now? Because a lot of people watching might not remember the G2 then.
I mean, the G2 then, I don't know, it was just vibes. Especially the first roster, it was just full vibes. Yeah. Like, we have Cold Mensa and Kalox with us. I don't know, we just had so much fun. I kind of missed that time, but yeah, you move on, you know.
And what was it like to travel to Iceland as well back in the days?
It was amazing, yeah.
Yeah?
I know, I want to go back there. It was so nice.
What was your favorite thing about going to a global event?
I mean, going to this Blue Lagoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what Sky Lagoon or
Not the
whatever.
games, the Blue
Nah, not the
Lagoon.
games, still the Blue Lagoon. We got like a season pass and we went there like almost every day. It was so nice.
Do you remember the games at all? Do you remember when you played Zeta?
I don't remember it too much.
Yeah.
I mean, those times were pretty rough in the team, I remember. It wasn't that fun to play, but I remember playing against some Asian team.
Paper-X. It was Paper-X. Yeah. And
probably got destroyed.
And Loud as well. You played against Loud.
Oh, Loud I remember. Loud
You remember that? What do you remember from that game?
We went into the game thinking, yeah, we'll destroy these guys. Like, we didn't know them back then. Loud wasn't that big. And then we got absolutely destroyed, I remember. Yeah.
And lastly, before I let you go, what are you looking forward to the next 5 years of Valorant? It's been a long 5 years already.
New controller agents, please. I'm so tired of playing Omen like most of the maps and then one Astro map on Pearl, let's say, and yeah.
All right, I'll call my people.
Something new. I want to play something new.
I'll call my people.
Yeah.
I'll sort that out for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avova, and I really hope to see you win more tournaments in the next 5 years.
Thank you so much.
And of course, for Avova, it's G2 Avova, then Heretics, then G2, then Heretics. Now he gets to play against Heretics. A lot of things going on. So let's talk about Team Heretics, because Kakuka, Boo had some words to say. So what do you make about his takes on Twitter, his tweet?
Yeah, exactly. We know that there's been some mix and match here with the teams. Some players coming in from other regions, some players from some teams going into other teams. And Boo went on Twitter and said something, I think pretty generally, after seeing just after kickoff that teams were already making changes about what is it about not staying together instead of chasing instant results. And I wanted to ask Minnie about this take, actually, because to me is a bit brave, but I want to have your thoughts on
Minnie,
this.
is EMEA in shambles?
Yes.
Because of this.
I think that there's a balance here.
Journalism.
Yesterday on the post plan, Yampi said that teams that made changes at this point of the season messed up their off-season. I agree with that take, but on some level that if it's not going well, you've got to make a change. Unfortunately for Boo, his team last year did phenomenally all year, so you never have to think about that. And I think this is a bit of a... If I was a coach for his team right now who's not doing so well for the first time, you know, if they don't do well this stage, like, you do have to start thinking about these things.
So it's a luxurious spot they're in your opinion. But this is the thing, they didn't make any roster changes, but perhaps maybe role changes you think could be necessary?
Yeah, I think that at the beginning of the year, we were expecting to see the Team Heretics that we saw throughout almost the entirety of 2024. Yes, getting a lot of second places, but always making it to those events and having very, very good showings. And yes, they managed to win their couple opening matches, and then kaboom, absolute silence. We saw them, and even at the beginning of kickoff, they were feeling sick, and they even had a better showing than in the games that mattered the most.
Yeah, let's talk about the role changes, because we do have Miniboo and Vud, of course, and a lot of people feel like they can maybe both play the duelist, maybe one of them can play the duelist. Mini, where do you stay for this?
If you're going to put Woot on a duelist, like my take on it is that like if you're going to put Woot on duelist in this team, then Miniboo has to play duelist too and there's a double duelist angle.
That works.
But I'm not hot on double duelist.
Okay, you will keep with Miniboo.
I would keep with Miniboo here. If Woot becomes a duelist, it means Miniboo's got to go.
Oh wow, okay, that's okay, fair.
Wow. Okay. I think that there were some questions that we have with the roles. We heard them say that Wood was not a fan of using lineups and whatnot. But of course, I think that the concern is about comfort, right? And Miniboo did not look comfortable in kickoff. Everybody thought that, well, at least their take was that Neon was not good anymore, and they removed her from many of their compositions, almost all of them. But now maybe after they've seen some things, and probably internationally, they've changed their minds.
Well, this is the thing though. On the other side, Apex, they did make a change. I don't think Boo's tweet was aimed at this, you know. It felt more general about EMEA. But of course, Apex, they bring an import all the way from VCT Pacific. We're going to treat them good. We're going to treat them well. Don't worry. None of that America's rubbish we're going to do. We're going to treat them well. Of course, Governor coming in to replace Hype. Mini Governor's been around for so long. I'm sure you've watched him play many times, right? At this point.
I haven't watched Governor play that often, to be honest with you.
Oh, I'm going to tell
Heck badly. Yeah.
I'm telling Frosters. I'm running and telling Frosters instantly.
I'm an Americas and EMEA enjoyer. I don't watch Apex.
He played in Americas.
But he played in
Tier 2 in Americas. A lot.
I'm excited for him to come.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I haven't watched him that much.
His former coach, though, gave him a big vouch. And Kakuka, we know Hector.
Yes.
He likes to talk, but I believe him.
Oh yeah,
I trust him.
Absolutely. I think he has very strong takes, but I really like people when they're strong-minded and they're very decisive with what they say. They really believe it. And I want to see how this shapes or reshapes Apex. They did not have a good showing and kickoff, and they have a lot to fight for this year.
They do indeed, because we will show you guys in just a moment what is on the line. But before that, Governor, Minnie hasn't watched a lot of him, but I have, Governor. I've got your back. A phenomenal player, a very versatile, like you saw a Hector say there. And also, for the people that don't know him, insanely experienced, because despite playing in Tier 2 in Americas, he didn't just play, you know, 1 year of Tier 2, 2 years of Tier 2. He played over 400 officials at this point, one of the most experienced players we could have had. And I think this agent pool kind of tells you that story.
Yeah, exactly. But we see a lot of duelists, right? And when we think about Apex, probably that is not something that they currently need. Maybe they reinvent the meta and we have like 4 duelists or something like that. And Minnie has a stroke, whatever.
Bring an APAC
but
over
I want to see what is the new frontier going to be for him coming into EMEA, and definitely is going to mean a change, at least for the last couple of years.
And I wonder what this would mean for our favorite duo. I say I'm sure yours as well. Our favorite duo, of course, Batu and Floor. Blore, who played very, very well on the one map that we did see them play together, and it left a lot to be desired. This is a duo that I'm very excited to see again, Minnie, after what we saw at kickoff.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate we only got to see Batu over the 3 maps, and only once on a duelist. And it clearly worked to have Floor and Batu on the duelist together. Like, my take about Heretics not playing double duelist, I think it's more likely for Apex. I like it more for Apex. They're the kind of underdog team that needs to take a risk.
You can just say Blore. You can say Blore. You don't have to say Batu and Floor.
We're making Blore happen.
Over and over.
Yes,
yeah.
It is happening already. But yeah, I agree with this. I think that it's a very small showing, as you're mentioning. Apex only played a couple of matches, and in one of them, Batu wasn't even there. And what you're saying, we did not see the double duelist at its full extent. But if there is something that we need to be hyped about this time around,
I see what you did.
Yeah, it's actually seeing how they can use the double duelist, and now they have all the tools that they need. Even if there's a duelist they don't feel like having, they also have a Governor to fill in if needed.
Yeah, and I also want to confirm, because I've seen a lot of whispers about who is going to be IGLing for this team. It will be Mosey. Governor, he has a lot of experience in that department. Maybe he can contribute down the line, but from speaking to the players on Apex, it will be Mosey leading the team in stage 1 at least. You mentioned the stakes earlier, Kukuka, because it is pretty scary if you're an Apex fan.
Yeah, exactly. So as you know, the 2 teams that ascended to VCT EMEA are also at stake of losing their spot this year. For them, making champs is the best that could happen. If you make champs, you have your slot secured. If you make top 8 in stage 2, you have to fight in that Ascension tournament. But if you miss the playoffs in stage 2, you are instantly relegated. So every single point, especially for that top 1 of making champs and just laying back a little bit, it really matters to both Apex and Gentlemen.
Especially considering Apex's group, Minnie. It's not the easiest for them.
I think it's kind of like, if I'm the coach of Apex, I'm thinking that top 8 is what I'm aiming for. Making champs with the team, I think it's borderline impossible. I would go for that top 8 and maybe see that BBL Pacific team in the qualification.
Well, luckily you're not the coach, so we can maybe see Apex at champs. Get them to champs, get them to champs. But it's time to welcome a brand new face to VCT EMEA, and welcome back to returning teams. It has been a while, and what's up all of the VCT Pacific fans that might be watching right now is supporting Governor. It's time to bring Team Heretics, and bring Apex back onto the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide, let me know. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop.
welcome to EMEA, Governor, and welcome back, Heretics and Apex. I think the one question on everybody's minds is what new things can we expect from both of these teams and how it could work, especially with the map beaters.
Yeah, exactly, because now that Ascent is back,
Split?
Wait, what?
Split?
Team, I was going to make the point that Team Heretics spent the entirety of last year banning this Ascent is somewhere that they did not want to go, and both of the teams during kickoff were banning that split.
Yeah, they both banned split. Like you said, Heretics were dodging that Ascent harder than I dodged my ex. And Mini, at this point, it feels like they must be bringing out some nice things, right? There must be something new.
Yeah, I think I want to make the point here that this kind of map veto for Heretics is setting them up for like a good run. Like I think banning the Pro, which is both teams' good map, signifies one of two things. Either they're very confident in their 7-map pool, or they know that Apex isn't a challenge here, and they want to make their Ascent and Icebox look good for a deeper run.
Oh wow, that's a risk though, no?
We're in such a good place right here because with Heretics not banning the splits, they might think that Apex was going to double down and that they were something that maybe they didn't have to worry, or a map that even if it was not banned, it was not going to be picked by either of the two, and that might have been a twist there. But also Ascent and the Waylay conversation that we were having, if we think about maps where she could be used, I think that Ascent will be one of them.
I also want to say, because of what I'm saying about Heretics taking that risk, this is a very nice veto for Apex. I think if you're coming into a split and you've got 2 fresh maps coming in your first match, that's a perfect opportunity to, go close.
I completely agree with you, especially when, like you said, it's an Ascent that Heretics, there were things they were amazing at, the Sunset, here and there, all of the other maps they could do something
them to
with.
The Icebox.
Yeah, me too. I was also expecting maybe they would go towards the Icebox. Icebox will be map 3. If the world is, like you said, Mini, they want to test their things, they want to get reps, they want to solidify their game plan, I think it's a little bit risky to do against Apex. I feel like the biggest risk you can take is underestimating these group of players. And let's not forget, despite their result, Floor was insane. Yeah. Floor was absolutely phenomenal, and I would not be surprised if we see a Waylay instantly. And congratulations, you got something right.
I got one right. I'm very happy.
Not only that, we're also going to see Mulsi going on the Deadlock. Remember, the changes that we've seen on the agent makes it even more viable. So going in for the double Sentinel on this one for Apex, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's that tier 2 NA that we've been talking about coming in from Apex. And Heretics have a very standard approach though. No Teo at all on both sides. That's a bit surprising to me. No Vice. Bit of a surprise, but the Deadlock, I love her.
I like seeing Woods on the KO. I think that is comfort for him. We're also mentioning him. I think that the big breakthrough has to be for them too. We know that Rians is going to have a good game. Boo's also on a comfort role. Benji for the same, but it's them two, is Miniboo and Woods that we were discussing of, and that we need to see breakthrough today because it's one of the biggest strengths that this team has.
I think specifically about the KO, it's a very good agent against the double Sentinel. Like the Deadlock's there trying to find net traps to like trap into either of the mains. If they KO can just knife the Deadlock out, it's a pretty good counter.
Are you surprised that neither of the teams have gone for the Tickle?
Yes, I think that Teo is very good on this map.
What would you, if you were to put it, for example, in the Heretics composition, what would you take out?
What would I take out?
Do you remove
the
drone?
Sova.
Do you remove
the Sova.
The drone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But the problem is that Rians hasn't played Teo at all, so it looks like they're not going to lean into that kind of idea.
Well, we'll have to see the rest of the map, right? Because Ascent has been around for such a long time. I think that it is more that first impression of kickoff and the maps that we had there that probably have seen the bigger effect.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly mention the fact that it's Batu playing Cypher. For me, I think that's the last role that we would have expected him to be shifting on. Floor, of course, has played Yoru plenty of times before, even on this map too. So it does feel like they must have some kind of priority there. Batu could be on his Alpha Year arc. I see them as very similar players in the sense that they could do these things, they could frag, and I'm excited to see the synergy here because I'm assuming they will do the Ratty Deadlock Cypher stuff together. Maybe Batu and Mozi playing on the same side. They're starting on the defense as well, so there's a lot we can expect from this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the head-to-head between Floor and Miniboo. Floor on that Euro, and we know what she can do with the operator, how well and self-sufficient she is. So seeing also Miniboo with that Waylay, I want to see how she deals with the situation.
I can't wait to see it, honestly. I'm just so glad that Mini was right. Mini called it off the bat. Yesterday with Martin, a little bit unlucky, but we have the Waylay on Miniboo. I'm sure at some point we'll see the Waylay on Floor as well, but this Miniboo versus Floor head-to-head is interesting because I firmly believe Floor really has what it takes to
and thrives under
potentially,
pressure.
you know, to potentially diff Miniboo here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They know the Team Heretics are one of the titans of EMEA, regardless of what happened in kickoff. What happened in 2024 is what must not be forgotten. And this is the kind of team that will find what they need to bounce back.
And I like that Boo is on Omen. You know, we didn't even have time to really talk about the other things they were experimenting because this is comfort Mini. This is maybe what we want to see from Team Heretics.
Yeah, Wood seemed pretty good on Astra in kickoff, but I think that putting the IGL on the smokes is the correct decision in my opinion. I'm a big IGL smokes guy, so I think that makes sense.
You're going after Molsey? That's what you're saying?
Molsey's never really been a smokes player.
Yeah,
so.
but also Avova's on your team, you know? You can't be nicking that off of...
but make no sense. I was
off of
going after
Avova.
him.
I also want to quickly mention Benji too, because this was a player that Mini was one of, if not the best player in his role, and at kickoff, he struggled a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't have a... I think even himself, he would know that his kickoff wasn't a fantastic one. And I do wonder if part of this Cypher pick is because of his maybe lack of comfort around the Vice, and maybe he's just going to play into comfort more. But yeah, we're going to see him step it up, I think, for stage 1.
I can't wait to see it. Very, very exciting. We get to see these teams finally play Ascent and send this over to your casters. Here's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. What a game lined up yet again, Tom. Apex stepping down on that stage, Governor in the lineup. There's going to be a lot of questions. When we look at Heretics, I think the expectation can be set plainly. They're coming in as the favorites here today.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. I think the one map we saw Apex win last time around has been banned, so almost a respect ban. That's the way I look at it, because Heretics I think were 2-0 on Pearl and decided to take it out of there, so clearly fearing that double duelist setup, but we sort of asked it whether or not we're going to see Batu back on a duelist or what the new role will be. I think Sentinel is a good fit. Give him the utility to set himself up, fight, be that isolated player on the site. I think that can work nicely for them. And also Governor coming in, that little bit of extra experience over on the Initiator. The main excitement, though, is the agent that, unfortunately, you can't see, but that is the Waylay. The Waylay is in play.
Yeah, it's caught the graphics department by surprise. Of course, little bit of a bug on that HUD, and we'll work on it as we get through the game. We didn't want to keep the game from you folks at home, though, so we'll dive in anyways. But of course, Miniboo playing the new agent, Apex on the defensive side. And there's a challenge already. The paranoia is going to be used up, and we see the refract. This is Waylay's teleport to go back into middle where he's ready for the fight. Miniboo with the double keeps this in Heretics court. They have lost the spike, but I don't think that space is going to be easy for Apex to hold on to, and indeed they concede it. And Heretics walk freely into this A side.
And light speed being utilized. I'm just excited to get to cast a Waylay, honestly. I think we've seen a lot of difference of opinions, but when Jorgamo tells me that it's better than Jet, I believe it's better than Jet. Benji, well placed, already going to take one, does so much damage, they don't even know. They don't know a second player's there, a 1-2 punch, a little bit of depth to that little corner, and Heretics going to start things off strong with a pistol.
Yeah, very strong start indeed, and getting to show off Waylay's utility belt like that as well. Of course, the dash that we saw, but that refract just as Miniboo comes out of that teleport. He's ready to fight, and you even notice dodging the net that had been thrown out as well. Purely coincidental timing-wise. The double stack up towards the window as well. Never going to be expected, and whoever called it, Benji's certainly happy that that's what they went with. 1-0 for Heretics, and now they come in with a stacked up buy. They've got a lot to work with, but still, Benji's going to be playing the pistol. There's a Stinger on Wood and a Marshall as well, so a couple lighter investments for Apex. Taking advantage of that will be very difficult with the classics.
Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be on the table with the Deadlock. Obviously, you see the early usage now of that grab net because you get it back. It's on a timer. It's now the signature ability. The wall is no longer that first throw. You don't get it for free as well, though, so it's a little bit more expensive. but also the sound cues. Everybody's going to hear those sound cues when somebody's caught, so that's the big thing. That's why you're going to see Mosey immediately throw that at the beginning, similarly to what we see from Teo and the salvos. Use it immediately, then have it back later in the round. And well, in this round, expectations were basically nothing. Not much invested at all for that defensive side, as they'll save to make sure they can purchase in the next. And for Heretics, it's all about keeping it clean.
Yeah, and realistically as well, it is clean so far for Heretics. They've only lost one player. That was the Ghost. So there's still a margin for error. Hex will look to, presumably, I mean, a lot of the time you're going to play exits. Running back into that site with 2 pistols, you're not winning those fights 9 times out of 10, but if you can isolate a fight, maybe. Unfortunately, though, that player has been tagged up but able to flee to the rest of the squad. They know there's one behind. Question is, will they give the opportunities to Apex to capitalize? For now, oh, there's the info. Both spotted. And then this is the problem. Maybe they would have went that way to exit. Now they know there's 2. There's no reason to give them free fights, and Apex pretty much left with no choice but going down to the spike.
It seems like Boo maybe looking to pad the stats a little bit, or has some crazy ideas with the From the Shadows, which I don't believe. Nonetheless, it is just going to be keeping the majority of those weapons and the remainder going down to the spike.
He got an assist. He threw a smoke in to get his 2 assists off the kills.
Is he like VLR stat padding? Is that what?
He's literally thrown a smoke in to get 2 assists. I mean, that's ridiculous. Look at the scoreboard end of the game. Oh, got three assists in the first 2 rounds, guys. Freebies. 2-0, and this is really where the game begins. Apex buy up the rifles. This is where everything is going to come to a head. Team Heretics don't have as much, right? We've said those weaknesses were there. There were some slightly lighter investments. Those are still present. Your Stinger alongside your Marshall. Some opportunities for Apex. The problem is that Heretics on the attack, they're going to group as a clump and approach this one together. The rifle on Benji Fishy after him going down. He's made that little extra investment. Their credits are still very healthy for the next round. So the main thing here is Apex shouldn't really lose this round. And if they do, it cannot be clean for Heretics or the economy will get out of control.
Immediately using the Saturate and then diving in towards the position he threw out. I don't know if Governor was caught, but he definitely come down. And now already the rest of the team are actually planning on going on the other direction, expecting there to have been rotations, but the paranoia lets them know that at least Avova is still here.
That's nasty, man. Waylay solo entering into that site, using the Saturate to stun up and slow Governor. And well, he was not ready for that fight right up in his face. I'm not even sure if he was caught possibly switching through utility, so it obviously takes longer to take your weapon back out. Fluorescent picks up 1, needs a little more in this position, but the spike is there. It'll entice them back. But Heretics are able to pick it from just around the corner. Batu now the one with the pressure mounting on him. Cage used. They'll know that he should be around this back side and look to clear him together. Around the side, Rians gets a wonderful angle, and the plant can now be acquired by Heretics. Spike on the site. Apex might look to get in quickly, disrupt them while one player is busy planting that, and yes, it'll work out for Fluorescent. The trade quick though. Miniboo, tagged up as he may be, he's keeping this team in it. It hasn't been clean for Apex as we said it needed to be, and the round might not even go their way. It started with Miniboo, and it ends with him too. 3-0 for Heretics.
Yeah, I feel like that was a misstep towards the end of that, just not checking that close corner, especially on a player who I believe Miniboo was very low from this fight. There you go. Yeah, it does catch. So it's so difficult, as you said, swapping back, not even going to have the gun out in time. Almost managed to correct, but that's the power of that ability. I wonder if they even waited for the dart to be shot.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, did they have the timing of when it was coming online, and or just... Somehow it can't be off the sound cue. I mean, I think the Saturate was already thrown. Godlike timing.
It's a rough start. A bonus round victory is going to send this defensive side down to very little utility. They're trying to bait the idea. Oh, dear. Oh, already using the teleport. What? What? How did, I don't know how Floor gets away with anything there. Caught by 2 pieces of utility. And actually, the shock dart's going to do so much damage. They were caught originally by that grab net. That's why they haven't left this corner. And obviously the sounds can be heard. And that's enough to give another kill. Already a huge advantage picked up in terms of personnel, but no weaponry retrieved.
Might also be why, I mean, obviously the spike is down, but Heretics could commit to this A fight just because they don't want those weapons to be retrieved. There's the information, and at least find its way into their hands. They've got a trap for behind them here on A, and Cam still watching out on middle. Again, they see they've got a free path to the site. The door needs to be closed. Avova won't take a risk. He's going to wait for his teammates to come to him. But as a result, Heretics get themselves a plant. Now, I said the trap behind. They're about to walk into it.
They're going for the guns.
Heretics won't be able to deny them those weapons.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It was a full push all the way around. Didn't challenge on those fights because they knew the weaponry would still be in position, and Heretics realized that they've got to try and pick one of these players apart. With that flank coming in, they look to run back through that smoke. Benji is very well placed for this. Is there going to be any utility to bait them out of position? Doesn't seem like it. Instead, it's the peak. But the IGL of Boo is going to take that fight. TP's almost into the open, but doesn't take any damage. And Avova is so desperately low. Eventually, Boo will close out around the... Maybe should have looked a little bit easier, but they got the job done anyway.
Well, I mean, Fluorescent got the opening pick. She was stuck in wine, caught by the KO knife, so she couldn't TP out, and somehow gets away with a kill. Grabnet ends up taking them down with the shock darts, keeping them, they're already kept in position. Shock darts doing damage, finding one shot through the smoke from Avova for another. And I love the idea here, by the way. Heretics with two players on site, they realize one's coming behind us. They've drone, all right? They've drone behind us. That means there's probably two there. So they use the paranoia on Tree and try to push instead. Oh my goodness, Miniboo will give them no moment of rest. And with the refract, this is why you always have the chance to just bail out if the initial fight doesn't go your way. Teammates filling in the space, but Avova, there to punish.
Or the Grabnet. Actually, I think that was the sensor. It's caused them some issues, but managing to get out without too many problems. The convergence path ready. Potential to stun up, but I love that. Grabnet used as a counter. They hear that it's connected, try and spam, but don't manage to get the damage. And now they're going to try and swing back in. However, things are turning all the way back. Avova with a quick double, though. And it falls apart, left onto one man standing once again. A second attempt at a triple. Actually, the time is ticking. They need to get someone onto this spike relatively soon. I think they're good.
It looks like it. Big round from Avova, holding strong. I think we saw some good play in the round where they just had a Sheriff, but now that he's got a rifle in his hand, able to deal the damage right back into his opponents. And it is the refract got them out of the initial engagement. They filled in the space on the back of it, and it looked like sight to be lost, but Avova steps up for one and again denies this aggression. So I said last round, they used that paranoia. It landed on Avova, and he instantly repositioned, avoiding any sort of a punishment on that. And that gave them a real chance in the late round. This time, well, he took those chances by the horns. 4-1. Apex really needed that win early on as well.
The good thing as well is with the 4-0, normally you'd expect a crazy amount of credits after losing a single round, but because it was only one surviving on the prior, this is pretty much everything there is for that Heretic side going into the next. Drone used over top to at least get some info, and actually, no, Governor immediately going to try and pop that Hunter's Fury and has managed to avoid them like the plague. That is unlucky.
Especially when they're caught in such a narrow alleyway. But yeah, they've just about managed to dodge every burst of that ultimate. Early aggression from Apex with ults put in, get nothing.
They're playing for from the shadows. That's what it is. Boo can basically just rotate around the map, and if they find an opener, he can TP back to where his team is. It's something you can't normally do with the spike. There's a little bit of a worry that maybe someone pushes. I'm looking at Fluorescent with deep control in B. It does seem like at least the initial plan was to sell an idea over to that A site. And it hasn't worked too well. Still 2 players towards B.
Miniboo goes down, no boots on the ground, no response from the side of Heretics, and alarm bells are ringing. Apex realize this might not be the commitment, and now they've seen players move into market. They know that it's a B hit, but Fluorescent is still ready and waiting. Batu with another, that's off the reveal, straight through the wall to Benji Fishy, and Governor emerges from the shadows to close out the round. Apex, they were trailing, and it was looking like Heretics may run away with it, but there's still some fight left in that other side.
2 rounds already, and as I said, that's now the economy reset. The one thing that is going to be available, or at least coming online, is Heretics ults. Other than obviously what we saw earlier with the Waylay ult, the convergence path has already been utilized, but everything else is either online or one away. That is a nice clean round though from Apex. This will keep their economy in a decent spot. Operator's still going to be in hand. By the looks of it, going to invest a little bit more than expected. In fact, Miniboo and Riens are going to come in with rifles. The same for Woot. It's definitely not the prettiest of vibes, but always potential with this squad.
Shrouded steps being heard outside A. They have to worry about wine position being taken. Quite a calm composure to this defensive side, mainly due to that push-up that they've got. Fluorescent holding deep into the spawn, but it's a jump peek. They expected it. At least they were worried about it, and for good reason. Early pick denied, and a drone sent out again to push Fluorescent off the angle. Great respect being given to that operator, and to that player in general. And Team Heretics, well, they're not going to continue their push in that avenue. Again, they've been quite keen to grab a bit of map control like we're seeing here for Benji Fishy, and then send it in the other direction.
I'm liking these combos. I feel like Mosey has just been irritating with his utility so far, and potential to throw a little bit more in. They have managed to get to the site though, and this puts quite a bit of pressure onto Avova. Maybe not, just swings into the smoke, and now the rest of the team look to arrive. A single kill is all they've managed to garner on the Heretics side. 20 seconds, Woot. Well, at least he has the spike, but that won't last long at all.
No, I mean, he was spinning around there just looking for anyone. A third round now for Apex, just one behind, and the defensive side really starting to shape up nicely. He talked about a 4-0 lead for Heretics and how you'd expect often to see the economy stacked on that side. Well, after 3 in a row, Apex are looking pretty healthy. That operator's been causing issues, and despite Heretics avoiding a lot of those early dangers, they're still running right into the trap that Apex have set in the late round.
Nice.
It's a pause called out by the side of Heretics after a strong start. They need a moment with their coaching staff.
Yeah, I think the main worry will just be how clean those rounds have been. They haven't really made much of a mark. I think that a lot of the early fights that they've taken had potential. I think that Miniboo has already proven that the Waylay has value just with that ability to dash into such aggressive angles, but then also you can just get straight out of there with the refract. Like, that's the main benefit of this agent. The problem, though, is, well, firstly, getting into that A side has been tough because Avova has been fantastic. Like, this has always been the thing with Avova. It's like, I feel like when he's in form, he's one of those players who is a bit like a Sentinel in the fact that he's just unkillable. Like, he's always in the right position. He's very good at giving up ground when it seems impossible. But then also, if there's a spot on the map that the team needs to hold for a retake, he's going to stay and hold that spot. Like, he was completely stuck on his own underneath the balcony in the last round. I believe he survived the whole round. So that's an Avova special. I don't think we've seen it as much in recent times, but if he can get back to what was peak Avova, which definitely feels like a while ago, this team now becomes a lot more dangerous than what we were expecting coming in.
There's always a special place in my heart for an Avova Omen.
Ninja Defuse. You had the word Ninja Defuse. Oh. There's been about 15 of them.
It really does just have a different identity. Every game he plays on it. And indeed, here, there's been good decision-making. There's been big individual performances. Fluorescent not going to find the opening pick, but Benji's down to 5 HP. Might be a little consolation as the push comes in towards this A site. Lots of players from Apex here and ready to go. Malzy's got his utilities ultimate online as well, with 3 players on the site outside of him. This is not going to be an easy push. The smoke buys Avova.
No.
They haven't seen it, but eventually he will be spotted and taken down. They know the spike is here, though. Everybody's on their way from Apex to reinforce this A site, but that's a lot of targets for Riens, and he will pick up one. A 4v3 and a plant secured for Heretics.
I don't know how Benji's alive. They used a neural theft, and he was under the balk on 5 HP, and somehow has managed to dance his way out of there. Evening things back up, and there we go. It was bound to happen eventually. Turning things back into an even spot. Annihilation thrown through, which will grasp another. Mosey has been fantastic, catches them, but they always seem tough to clear out Boo. Eventually the job is done. The ult will close out the round. Mosey from the grave a Governor is going to bring things level.
Governor's looking pretty good with that Odin as well. I gotta say, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Should have listened to Frost. 4-4. They're tied up, and Apex, well, they've got a couple of heroes. Evova's had some good decision-making and big individual rounds. Governor's showing up. Fluorescent has just been a nightmare in those early fights. Always applying the pressure. Still, though, despite Benji going down to 5, he ends up being the one dealing with Evova. He ends up surviving down below and buying that little bit of extra time. It's impressive, but it's not enough.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Neck and neck.
4-4.
Flashbang.
Expectation has been there for a while that the defense is where you expect them to thrive. Well, Minibu, it doesn't matter if you can rewind time. You have to be alive to do it. And unfortunately, the last few rounds, that has been anything but the case. These very direct rounds just seem to really play into Fluorescent's hands. If you're going to try and run into angles with maybe a single flash, she will avoid it, and she will take you down.
I think they've seen that Fluorescent was pushing aggressively in B main and just hoped that they could catch them while they're setting up for that control, but clearly not the case. With a different stance from Apex, they're ready to receive the blows from Heretics and deal back that little bit more. Now, the attacking side, 3 pistols left alongside Rienze's rifle, seem to be looking for a bit of space toward the A site. They've left a lurk outside of B, and the whole round, Benji's been looking for opportunities on A main. Ultimately, Apex aren't giving any. A very passive hold, and now with the wall going in from Deadlock and the op keeping B main control, it's very difficult for Heretics to find any space that isn't locked down by that defensive side.
Oh, they are just running one by one into Fluorescent's operator. Finally, they'll take her down, but it seems too little too late, although it does get a little bit more interesting. If they can clear Batu, maybe they have a chance, but he's been sitting pretty at the back. I believe that was a dink through the wall. In fact, the shots are doing a lot of damage, but they're revealed to help. And Molsey there to make sure it doesn't get out of control. After a 4-0 deficit, Apex, they have the lead.
Yeah, even got their op back as well, so economy going to be bolstered even further without that big investment. They're looking good, not just 5 rounds in a row, but big economy control, opening picks looking good, and Heretics maybe running out of answers. We've already seen them call 1 timeout, and things have not improved since then. But that last round was a lighter investment. They had the rifle on Rienz, but pistols backing it up. That's why they went for the more direct approach on B main, overwhelmed with numbers. But Apex, again, they were not falling for that. They weren't stepping into the trap. Now, though, rifles come out.
Yeah, I think the worry as well is, I think now Minibu hasn't had a kill for quite a few rounds. Those openers have been going completely against him. Again, they go for this direct approach, though. The rest of the map has been cleared by Fluorescent, but already, as the rotations attempt to come in, they have been slaughtered. A quick double opener for the side of Heretics, and maybe they're hoping for a little bit of Fluorescent magic to get them back into the round. I'm also just looking at the position of Benji Fishy.
In the spawn. It's not the usual spot you'll see being held. I mean, I suppose it has the potential to really catch you off guard and leave you scratching your head. Apex have split up as well. And, oh, well, never mind catching you off guard. I think they know that Benji's pretty close at this point. It's whether Apex are going to go for this. I mean, they've got credits and even Evova come close to max, but the fact that they're split into different avenues, they're not being given picks. They've now lost Fluorescent as well, and time is ticking. This is turning into just exits. They're going to try to wall them in. They're going to try to keep them inside of main and make them go down to the spike.
That's gorgeous.
That's nasty.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, man, take the round, but we'll take your economy.
That's got to be so infuriating. Just forcing them to try and run through the tiny gap that they broke. And if they do, they actually end up dying to Molsey, which you don't want to feed the annihilation. So that's really rough at the end. But the double opener was fantastic. Like, this was the thing, the swing from Batu and the timing. If it was off by a millisecond. But yeah, this was the thing. It was a combination of the grab net as well. And there really wasn't any space for them to run away. Oh, interestingly, Apex are going to be the ones to take a pause here. After winning 5 rounds in a row, losing 1 to what was basically just a very fast double opener from the players that ran towards the B site. That's enough for them to try and cool things down, maybe noticing a couple of players being a bit over-aggressive, because you do have to bear in mind, they are on the defense. If this comes 6-6 or even 7-5 in Heretics' favor, even though there was a streak of rounds, they are not going to care.
I think you especially have to be aware of the fact that in those first couple big rounds, it was Heretics finding quick opening kills. It was being Apex being caught off guard by the Waylay utility and how quickly they could close in that distance. And I think now you look at the previous round, same sort of early sign, getting blitzed, losing it in a flash. And so it's a good idea to take a step back and make sure in the next 2 rounds, that's not going to be the case. They had 5 in a row on that defensive side. Still room for this to be a decent lead moving into the next half, but well, I'm quietly optimistic that we'll see something nasty coming out of Heretics in these next 2 rounds. Rifles up, Miniboo, and the squad mostly around this choke point. We could see a very direct hit from Miniboo.
Or they're going to try and do another combo. That was an attempt with the grab net. I don't believe it connected, but it doesn't matter. Governor's got the opener and connected onto Miniboo. That's a lot of early damage. We mentioned those picks at the beginning of rounds seemingly incredibly important for either of these sides. I don't think we've seen many rounds turn back on their head from that opening point. And once again, they're just running into a trap every single time. Even still, though, there has been a catch onto Avova. That's been a rarity.
It's a big pick. Pressure might be on for Batu to find him. Never mind! Fluorescence there with the op. The collat puts them well ahead at 2v3 for Heretics with the plant coming in and Apex all together walking out of heaven. Abu couldn't even come out to trade. He was caught by the Gravnet. And now as they go for the defuse, it's a high-low setup. Governor down below and Batu up top. Clean stuff from Apex. And the advantage is now theirs.
This feels like another one of those games where people will go to the end of the game looking at, as like a scoreboard warrior and go like, why is Malsey even on this team? He has caused someone with a crab net. I don't even want to say once a round. I think every single round it's a multi-catch with that recurring utility. And every single time it's been an irritation, be it wiping half the squad. Like he's 5-9 and 5. You go, no, he's not really playing that well, is he? He's been fantastic. And I do think a lot of it has just been general irritation. Like, oh, I want to swing with my I'm stuck. Oh, I want to get out of this, I'm stuck. Like, it's just frustration. And while that'll be Apex now taking the lead after that slow start. Riens will have the Hunter's Fury, the same for the Convergence path as well. The problem is the guns.
I think the main thing is that disruption that Malsey's been bringing, but now the ultimate is online for final round. Someone from Heretics is probably getting put into a cocoon. We shall see. The A side is currently the target. Fluorescent not here with the operator for the early pick.
Wind out.
Governor very much ready to go. The ult put through by Miniboo, diving in at light speed. It's an easy opener, and a Saturate catches one. Oh, Miniboo's on a tear, but he's stopped by Batu. Finally put to bed. And with the ult connecting from Malsey as well, those picks coming right back into play alongside weaponry advantage. But this could have looked a whole lot worse for Apex.
That's the problem. No one else was able to follow Miniboo and where he went. And because of that, the guns have not been retrieved. Malsey, that's actually a lot of damage off the shock dart. I think it might have even caught Batu as well. The net catches one. Removing Riens from action is going to create an even bigger problem playing these close angles. They know exactly where both of them are. Benji, however, has done well. Even still, though, the guns have not been retrieved, and Benji is the last player standing, looking to do it all. Oh, well, over. As we mentioned, he is a man known for his style. He'll close it out with the shorty.
Well, it's his own smoke that gets him both those kills. Off the reveal, he can spam through for one, and, well, the jumping shorty is a little bit of a different flavor. 7-5 after a strong start from Heretics. They put 4-0 up, but struggled to get off that starting block. We'll see how the second half goes after the break.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Well, welcome back, folks. 7-5 in favor of Apex as they move to the attacking side. There's been a lot of good things to report home about. Avova early on was coming out hot to the touch. Fluorescent with early picks on that operator, and now moving to the attack side. I can't wait to see it. And then Governor, well, he's certainly impressed here on the EMEA stage, but plenty more work to be done. This is, after all, Heretics map pick, and that means Apex chose to start the defense. They found their 7 rounds. Now it's time to put their attack to the test.
Yeah, that will always be the more interesting thing. I think there's still a lot you can do with the deadlock, with early aggression, denial, and especially when your opponent is running a Waylay, which can basically get up in your face for free. I think the potential there is massive. Speaking of that, already this is going to be a brawl, and well, that's not gone great for the side of Heretics, although, well, Rians has made it palatable.
It's not the end of the world. Spike moving in the other direction. Should be an easy 3-hit coming out from Apex. Batu down to 13 health. Stray bullet could take him down, but it will be Benji Fishy who has to deliver those shots. Has the cam still, has himself a safe trap as well, so they can't get close without him knowing about it.
Here.
But that could be the difference.
A Benji Cypher setup. If he doesn't get 2, I'm disappointed. Like, that's how good my expectation of this guy is.
Knows that trap's covering his left, so he's only looking at the right, and Tommy's got 2. Let's see if he can find that third. Avova knows where the other player is now. He's seen the paranoia come through and realizes there could be some more utility waiting for me. A trap around any corner, so it's time to move to the A site. It looks like Heretics will stay safe on that B, so the plant should be acquired by Apex, by Avova. He's had a pretty damn strong start to the previous half.
And he loves the A site as well. So that's the thing. This now shifts. You're walking into Benji's setup. I'm all for Benji. You put Avova in a clutch. I'm not going to be the man to doubt him. I think he expects them to be a little bit closer than they actually are. This is a slower rotation. Definitely wary on that Heretic side, but it's Avova. He could be anywhere. He could have pushed forward. We've got to clear everything methodically, take our time to clear these back angles, and in the meantime, he's just sitting on the side.
We still have Cam as well. There's a big deal. Benji getting that back online. That's a beautiful angle from Avova. He'll pick up one, almost a second. Halfway on the defuse, though. He'll go into clear, and it's Avova with the Red Bull clutch. You hit the nail on the head there, Tom. The shoe is on the other foot.
Sometimes you get lucky. No, this is the thing, like even the one-way smoke he uses, that's a one-way smoke for main. So that you can even see that immediately they walk into the site, they see that smoke, Boo goes, okay, he's main. I'm gonna put my smoke down, and gets killed because of it. Like that's just Avova playing my game. Look, he's literally has a smoke in hand, ready, because like, well, I can't get killed from here. He is in main. Like this is just, he's such an intelligent player in the way he gets into clutches. Amar Governor is learning the Avova way to play the game. It's like you put him in those moments. I'll also say, I love you, Benji, but you're trying to ninja defuse versus Avova. Like it might be the last player on the planet that I would attempt to do that against,
guy,
because
pal.
He is the guy that does that to you.
I love that. Governor, first time at an Avova clutch. We've been here before. Oh, but that's a beautiful reaction. Pausa Técnica down on the stage. League officials investigating. Hopefully we'll have the game back underway any moment now. But coming off the back of that pistol, Apex got to be in high spirits. The fact that, again, like I said, first half, Avova showed up in the early rounds. Not that he quieted down too much. Guys, 13-5 at the moment. He was barely seen by the enemy team, except when he was putting them down.
Well, the reason he slowed down was because there was maybe 2 or 3 rounds in a row where people just ran into floors up. So it's like, oh, sorry guys, I'm not killing them on A because they're all dead on B. And if they got past Fluorescent, they were in Batu's setup, which was very similar in a lot of rounds. It's like, I'm in the back of the site, come get me. I have Turkish aim, good luck.
I'll say, top fragging with half the deaths or close to if anyone else on the servers.
When they went A, he didn't die.
He was showing up. A big clutch from him. And again, I think today is a day of favorites. It's a day where Heretics and Foot if you ask the majority of fans out there, it's expected to be a 2-0, expected, maybe not blowout, it's going to be competition, but Apex already showing up more than most people might expect on Heretics map pick as well, and that pistol could be so valuable. We know when the rifles come out, it's going to be a different face to Heretics, but this is a real chance for that attacking side to be leading 9-5 before that happens. And then, well, it's a much closer game than anyone thought coming into today.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think even taking a map would have been optimistic, like especially when you maybe ignoring kickoff, although like Heretics still managed to get like one game away, but it's more so, okay, who were they last year? Okay, Champions finalists, a Masters finalist while playing with a standard. So this is a squad that has been so ridiculously close to greatness. This round though, well, it's a ruse. It's a pretty hefty ruse. They've thrown quite a lot in it, and I'll be honest, I think that was at least one player having a gun. Yeah. Oh no, both players had a gun. That's a weird ruse.
Yeah, I'm gonna be left scratching my head. Maybe we can commission Mini on the desk to do a little telestrate on the deeper thought behind that, but we can see the result.
Or him doing his classic hand motion.
Yes. Well, Heretics have now got 2 rifles, and even with Benji going down, it's immediately picked up by the next man on the block. The chopping block, by the looks of things, is Apex. Pick up every kill from that point forward. A quick trade back from Woot, but that is all there is to report home about. There were some big dangers there. Arming the Heretics to the teeth is a bold move, but, well, they managed to find the round nonetheless.
I think they still lost 1 rifle, so it's more costly than they would have liked. But yeah, they basically end up just sending a couple of players into the stack. I think the plan is for Fluorescent to immediately gate crash if they run into something like that, and then they only lose 1 gun, but that didn't happen.
I saw Fluorescent trying to put a gate crash down while on the site, though, so it either wasn't there or was destroyed, ran out of time. It's quite quick, though. I don't know. It looked like a messy one. That's probably going to come up in the VOD review, but especially against an Eco. That's in a normal round, we could see that, but the lower buy. Heretics had that chance put to bed, and now the rifles come out from the get-go on that defensive side. Apex saving their money for the next round. That's the first thing. Expectation isn't that they win here, but they're still coming in with 2 Guardians and a Vandal. Not to discredit Batu or Governor with a Sheriff. There's a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, especially with the way a lot of these rounds have gone. Very close clutch moments, and Apex have been fantastic in a lot of them. Now at least take flight. Both teams a bit more tentative, patient in their manner. I'm pretty sure the top of the hat was spotted, so I don't think Rians is going to be moving anywhere anytime soon. And the control in middle is much deeper. Like, they've actually put the trip on the door into mid, so they can get maybe a bit further than expected. Nonetheless, it's going to be the reverse, straight back to A.
30 seconds left.
Fragments caused issues. Paranoia is connected, but Fluorescence jumping into empty space. Fluorescence in heaven already. Fluorescence running around on the site, but has been flanked out. Minibu gets here just in time, but needs to find a little bit more. The refract used just to bail out. 12 seconds or so. The plant needs to go down, and it will. Committed to by Governor. Post-plant utility. Malzi's 1 away from an ultimate. 1 kill for Malzi, and this round could flip on its head. For now, Heretics seem to hold the advantage. You can even see utilities being put down with the sound sensor. It ends up catching Governor, but he's safe down below. 4 now, there's the kill, there's the ult, and it's bounced off the wall perfectly. Only 1 player left, MNG's being spotted and dealt with. Well, for anyone criticizing Malzi earlier on, that ought to shut you up. 10-5, double rounds of Heretics. Apex on their opponent's map pick. They've come to play.
He's having a fantastic game. Like I said, even when he was, what, 5-7 or 5-9?
5-9.
It was still a great performance, but now adding the kills in to the mix. And that's the thing, I feel like on the attack, you can have a lot more of those setups. Okay, I want to clear this angle with this piece of utility. I want to force this person to fight me here, but this was just a late round clutch that basically, well, Governor was an additional observer in that clutch. He's just kind of chilling, like, oh, yeah, these are the guys I've joined. Sorry, I didn't know your game.
That's actually why Malzi put the sound sensor there to stun him so he could get the kills. Like,
exactly.
People are going to say I'm underperforming. Watch this.
Watch me.
Yeah, watch me, bro. Get the drone out. Do a little third person.
10-5, though. They are now firmly in that driver's seat. After being 4-0 down, Heretics have won just a singular round since. And it's not like they've been without opportunities. That was a 3v2 clutch where the round started with them having better weaponry. Now their opponents sit after winning the bonus with plenty of cash in the bank. In fact, even the ult economy after using one is still further in their favor than the other way around. Can Heretics pull something out the bag here? There's going to be an aggressive push into mid. But you can see that the way Apex are playing, they're just grouping up, wanting to make sure if anybody does catch them, it's likely to only be a trade.
It's a very deep setup from Batu. I don't think I've seen a trap there ever, really. The cam as well backing him up. So much control for Apex in the late round. But the problem is, yeah, it's not the back they need to be worried about. They're running straight into the pistols. And Team Heretics are ready to fight already, claiming 3 kills. It might be going back and forth, but Governor's left on 6, and there's still a player on site. But the shots missed from Boo, and that could be a missed opportunity. One that Heretics would do well to claim at this point. It has to be Woot to make it happen. And information. Both on the site. Look how quickly Governor's repositioning after being caught towards the back of the site. Now he looks to catch him off guard, and well, the timing will be everything. Woot has an idea, had an idea. The pistol's out. He's cleared it. 1 shot needed, and he'll find it. Now down to just Avova. Just Avova, right? In a clutch scenario, but it's Woot. The rifle, but no idea where his opponent has gotten off to. There's the spot from Avova. He knows exactly where Woot is, and his 4th kill of the round. What a game this has been. From Apex on Ascent, from Avova as well. He is 19. The guy's died 6 times so far. How's he only died 1 time since we brought this up before?
I'll say as well, I need to see if there's any correlation for who gets to have like a chill hangout with Yinsu in the early parts of the day and how well they play in game. I wonder if it was just like he was so zen coming into the match.
Too powerful, too powerful.
I don't know. I think we need to test that. Maybe people will start investing money into getting to hang out with Sue for the start of the show. I won, but
could be.
Maybe
You're not gonna.
No.
Our cast gone down the drain. Just like that, playing your hand against us. A timeout here from Team Heretics. 6 rounds behind on their map pick. And yeah, maybe Apex are the GOATs. It's certainly looking like it right now. Neilzinho and Weber dishing out the strategies, the solutions from this point. Even a well thought out game plan is going to be difficult to reliably put up rounds. Apex just need 2. And with the rounds they've had so far, that does not seem very unlikely.
But that's the thing, coming back into stage 1, obviously both teams have had a long time to prep and sort of change up what they've been running. Sure, a late-ish addition to the Apex squad and Governor, but I imagine they've been shifting a lot of their roles for a while. Batu prepared for that Sentinel call-up, but that's the thing. Even though this is the map choice of Heretics, it's hard to tell if they will have had that same amount of work put into Split, where that sits within the strength of their map pool, and the same for their opponent, whether they got it right. The series won't be done at a single map loss, but it will be a statement. Because I think coming into today, I could admit myself, I was expecting 2-0-2-0, and I didn't expect Apex to have a map.
Well, if this is going to be the flavor of the day, then Koi fans are in good hands by the looks of things. Apex certainly are. Into this round, Bova and Governor, the 2 with their ultis online for that attack side. And Governor's been firing out those Hunters Furies, not with the greatest amount of success. Saw that complete dodge by Heretics around middle in the first half, but here on the attack, even if he's not getting hits, getting kills, it's clearing angles for the push. And if someone like Fluorescent has less angles to clear, well, you're in a lot of trouble. For now, though, a Deadlock utility all serves as a fake. They took presence, they fired out their util, and that has gotten a pretty significant rotation. More passive mid-hold, and the movement from Rian's towards the right side of the map. But Heretics quickly realized this is a ruse.
Oh, wow, it's not going to matter. I don't think they realized how far forward Badu had already got. That's Minibu just swinging into an angle, unprepared. They walk back into the Benji Fishy setup once again. 13 seconds, and he needs to try and hold the line as long as possible. Spike being planted will swing into Molzy and meets the same demise as his teammates. Woot can't find anything, and while Boot, it comes down to a point of just holding on to the guns. A relatively clean take of that B site right at the depths. Oh, wow. Seems like Apex, at least at this stage of the map, have got it in the bag. As said, since they got their first round on the board, there has only been one round on the board for Heretics.
The 4-0 start for Team Heretics. Like, it really felt like they had full control. The Waylay was catching Apex off guard in the same way it did our graphics department. I think that for Heretics to slow down like that, it seems so out of character. It's very unusual to see, and I think you can only sing the praises of Apex for being able to deliver these death blows every round. Even here, like we say, the read was there from Heretics. They realized, oh, this was all a ruse. They shifted back to their old setup. But the small gap that they left had been filled in, and Batu was waiting. 12-5, 7 chances for Apex to claim Heretics map pick, and what a start to the season this would be.
Oh, yeah, and then you look at the purchases coming up for Heretics to try and defend this one. They need to win 7 rounds in a row, and it's starting off while only having 2 primary rifles in hand. An aggressive push is going to be immediately taken, an attempt to try and use that Waylay ultimate. The reveal's fantastic. That setup couldn't have gone much better, and to be honest, the player they've taken out has been the bane of their lives. Getting rid of Molesy with how much setup he's had for that squad, that's not bad.
It's not a bad opening pick at all. Apex have a little bit more. Can dig deep. Players like Avova, hard to kill all game long. B-side under threat this time around. It'll be Avova lurking out on A, and the spike isn't committed just yet. You know, Apex haven't been hyper direct. Even if we do see that ult from Fluorescent, it could serve as just a piece of information, a drone almost. Zavova looks to find that space on this side of the map, but now they have an idea that he's here, that the surprise won't be there. Let's see if that affects the outcome.
They're playing this one very slow indeed. 40 seconds left on the clock. Batu not only taking space, but this will give a lot of information if they were to run on those rotations, but instead Heretics are walking their way through. Holding that ground as Batu looks to try and make that pressure into mid. A kill onto Miniboot could be everything. Score is going to be able to almost completely clear the site. It's the timing on that swing though, and in fact they swing it together. It looks all but done. It's only going to be Boo standing other side of the map. Spike will eventually go down, and well, it's up to the IGL of Heretics to try and bring them out of what seems like an impossible scenario.
It seemed like Apex were fighting against the odds, but now it's Boo who finds himself in that position. Creeping his way through heaven, well, quite loudly breaking the trap, and the players he's fighting, they're phantoms, they're disappearing. And now his vision's gone, and look who's right back in. It's Fluorescent with the 3K to close this one out. 13-5 from 4-0 down. This was utter domination from Apex.
Well, I think most of us will have come into today expecting a Heretics 2-0. The fact is that script is out the window. We'll be back after the break to break this one down.
Too powerful. Too powerful. Every round is powerful.
Red Bull gives you wings.
stress and ride. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing
Apex fans, rejoice! Floor enjoyers, this one was for you guys. Apex have taken map 1 against Team Heretics of all teams. I think this is the upset that nobody saw coming. We talked about the map and everything already, but this is the thing. Billy, this was never supposed to happen. This is not in the script.
This is not in the script.
How did it happen?
Honestly, I said this during kickoff too, though. I was like, Team Heretics, hello? What happened? What's going on? And it's the same going into this. Apex, I'm like, what happened? Not Team Heretics, Apex, what happened? Because that was a crazy performance from Apex.
I'm a bit stunned.
You're a bit stunned?
A bit stunned, I'm a bit shocked.
At what point did you believe that this was going to go to Apex? Like, at what point of the game?
Yeah, like towards the end of the first half, I had a lot of doubts.
For Heretics?
Yeah, they weren't playing, like at the end of kickoff, the point was they weren't playing like they did in 2024, and it's the same.
I think a lot of that came with that beautiful defense half, right? From the Cypher deadlock stuff, in particularly the deadlock, because again, when Agent Select happened, we're so used to seeing Soulcast on it. It was a bit strange, but I felt like Mosey silenced all the doubters.
Oh, I was rubbing my hands when I seen that composition. I was like, this looks familiar. This is what they ran at Ascension last year. So yeah, obviously, if it's not broken, don't try and fix it, and that's what they managed to achieve. I think Mosey jumping onto that deadlock, though, he found so much success with these gravity net plays. He was able to completely counter any sort of waylay play that Miniboo was trying to have as well, just using it very reactively. And of course, he's usually playing that initiator, so it seems very natural for him to be able to play off of that utility in that way. And I think as well, the fact that he was able to get this amount of ultimate kills, 100% success rate. When do we ever see that with someone playing the deadlock? I think he performed phenomenal.
Yeah, I think on the Heretics side, it's not like they played against a composition here that's that uncommon. It was the Deadlock Cypher became quite popular last year. This was Heretics' map pick, so it's going to be interesting to see how this series ends up going.
I think the map choice was strange, right? Because they permabanned it for so long, and some of the players even said it in the past, they just didn't like the map that much. I don't know what changed. I would love to talk to them about it at some point just to get some answers. But we have to give some flowers to the new face here in VCT EMEA, Governor, and also one of the veteran players, Avova, rolling back the years, Mini. We've seen Avova have these kind of performance since first strike, you know, on the same exact agent.
Yeah, I mean, like, we came into this expecting that it's going to be Batu and Floor, and then out of nowhere, Avova and Governor are giving us, like, 2021 performances. So, fair play.
We're not complaining.
I mean, he asked for a new controller agent in that interview at the start of show, right? But I think he's doing just fine on the Omen. You can see the comfortability that he has on this and the amount of value that he was able to get even from things like Paranoia to kind of slow that push, despite Apex still choosing to have the double Sentinel. And I think it's really disappointing for Team Heretics because they weren't able to get a single round when they switched sides. So it's just kind of like, where do you start pointing the fingers? And as we go on to Apex's map pick, yeah, there's a lot of question marks being raised.
I mean, when was the last time we saw Heretics not win a single retake on a map? I don't think it's ever happened. I really, in my mind at least, I don't even remember any time that's happened to them. And this is where things get even more peculiar because Split is next, and Split is yet another map that this year at least, Billy, Heretics were completely avoiding at kickoff.
Yeah, completely avoiding. We've not seen them play it in a long, long time. However, I do want to be like a little bit optimistic because as soon as we go to Split, you know, we are potentially going to see that sort of double duelist composition, potentially on both sides, right? Apex have 3 duelists that they choose from now. But I think for Team Heretics, yeah, I'd like to see them confident. I'd like to see them go back to that Neon, that ISO, those kind of things that worked for them on Split in the past.
Yeah, I was a bit of a doubter about the double duelist, but Split is the map I love on. I've always been a lover on it, so if both of them play it, I'm absolutely happy here.
This is where we want to see both of them play, right? They have the tools to do that. And just for some context, because Governor traditionally plays Sky on Split. He's also played Jet, Raze, and Reyna. You know, you never know. Batu, however, Astra Sky. He's not really kind of leaned into that double dive, whereas Floor, as you can imagine, is very much the Raze, the Jet, a couple of chambers, you know, here and there. So they do definitely have options. I think Floor would be the obvious one that you have to put on the duelist, but would you guys like to see Batu or Governor here? Or 3, why not?
I think it's difficult because who then jumps onto that Sentinel, right? Or like if they're going to run that double controller, maybe you do have someone slot onto the Astra. It's a difficult one, and I think as well, Split is a map that's not super comfortable for Mosey or Avova. At least in Apex last year, they didn't touch it at all. They played it once against Falcons, and that was it. They did not go near that Split map. So I think for them to pick it going into this one, they must have something really exciting cooked up.
I would go Batu over Governor.
Blore. You just love Blore.
Yeah. I love the Blore.
You're such a Blore enjoyer.
I think it's like Governor has a different skill set than Batu, so Batu go kill.
And again, if he can... The Sky, I don't like it that much, but if he wants to, it's comfortable for them. You know, definitely something we've seen on Split, at least. On the other side, however, for Heretics, we are expecting Vut, Miniboo, just go kill, right?
Yeah.
Because at some point, they have to go kill. They're getting diffed a little bit on the server right now, and they want to take this to a map 3. And looking at the agent side, we don't get the double duelist on Apex, but we do get Vut on the ISO Mini. I love this.
When I say double duelist on this map, it's usually the, you know, Yoru Raze or like Jet Raze.
But ISO.
ISO Woots, I mean, he didn't have a great first map, so I'm hoping that this is the turnaround now.
Yeah, I think ISO is a great agent for him to be able to like kind of bring up that energy again. But I think for me, Governor jumping onto that Tejo on Apex, that's really interesting. It's going to be, nice to see how he kind of plays around that agent. And of course, Mosey back onto that Breach, that's something that's very comfortable for him. But Batu on the Viper as well, right? For someone that is such an explosive player, seeing him on something a bit more restricted, such as Viper, is really interesting to me.
Yeah, of course, for Governor, he was never the Tejo player on Talon. It was banned. So I wonder if he's picked up anything from there.
I mean, I just love the comp from Apex, to be honest with you. Heretics' comp to me screams that maybe this still isn't one of their better maps.
Oh.
So I'm a bit worried that they're exposing their map pool here at this series.
Well, I'm full bias out here because Apex are on the cusp of pulling up one of the biggest upsets we have ever seen in VCT EMEA. Mitch and Tom, let's see what's going to happen on Split.
Thank you very much. Yes, we won. Yeah,
we're on day 2.
Off to a flying start. I mean, for Team Heretics coming in today, our matchup later on, we could have seen a 2-1 possibly. But this one, it seemed out of the question. This is Heretics. These are Los Niños after all. But today, they didn't come in on form on their map pick. Now we're on to Split, somewhere Apex wanted to see this battleground go to. And in the veto process, it seemed pretty clear that Heretics had the upper hand. Well, that whole script is out the window. And I'm excited to see how this story ends as we get into Split, Apex's map pick, and they will be starting out on the attack side.
Let's see what they've got planned. Already excited to see that Teo in Governor's hands. And of course, Fluorescent on a Yoru, and if you're not excited, you're weird. Stun through, already taking a lot of ground, but this leaves Benji in a bit of an obscure position. 2 players watching back towards the vents. The A site from the defense is currently wide open. Not a single player within the constraints of the site. Seems like they were quite happy to play retake on that one.
Fluorescent's given up the space. It's being reclaimed. Benji's now sat there ready for the fight. Oh, but Utility sends him backwards. A lot of delay around middle. And this swing in is costing them a lot of health. The spams from that Ghost have been not quite deadly, but pretty damn close to it. Batu uses the Viper wall to try to sneak up into heaven. Benji with a snake bite buys himself a moment. Governor from the rope catches it. And that pick is huge. Normally that's going to send players rotating to that A site through spawn. And Apex might be gambling that that's the case as they still set their eyes on this B site where there's plenty of Heretics players waiting for them to round the corner. It's at least going okay to start with, but the HP so low on these players, and Miniboo will decimate them with the spike on the floor. It's all on to Batu.
15 seconds. the time just not on his side to try and get anything. In fact, even getting the spike and planting it at this stage should be impossible. Undercut just to make things a little bit worse. And while Miniboot back in full force, so 4K for him in the pistol. And something that I think is so obvious to touch on, but it's been spoken about for a long, long time. It's like, okay, because of that performance all the way back at Masters, how Woot played on a duelist, is this team eventually just going to get to the point where they go, ah, screw it, we got two of the best youngsters in the world, let's just out-frag them. I think that's basically what they're doing on their split. Like, you're going to be very reliant on Benji playing a Viper that is not only, like, partially your controller, but also basically a Sentinel, especially when it comes to this defensive side. Rien's playing that initiator that basically just has to get them every single piece of intel they need, and not a mass amount of setup utility. Will it matter when you have Miniboo and Woot both playing duelist? No.
Well, at least it shouldn't. Let's see. I'm not sure there's any convention to cling on to with how things went in that last map. For Apex, well, you don't expect much in this round. It's all classics, and a slow move across the map as perhaps even farming orbs will be the best case scenario. For now, big rotation from Heretics. 4 players either on B site or up in heaven. Of course, if you do claim A with those classics, even if they do manage to run through Rien's, you'll only pick up a Ghost. And it's going to be very difficult. Oh, there we go. There's the info. It's going to be very difficult to hold on to that ground once the retake comes through. With the Prowler spotting one, Rien's knows he doesn't want to stick around. That means he avoids the stun. Would have got him. And now use C's to slow them down somewhat on the way through. Still, Malsey good for one. And another fight with Fluorescent. Not expected to be quite that close. At first, I thought taking A not that bad. But the kill and the weapon pickup, now it's scary.
Especially with that weapon being in the hands of Fluorescent. Governor also still standing. Could potentially cause them problems with the salvos as well. The only issue is they are all stuck in this corner, which, okay, working with pistols can help them out, but could also be their demise. The connection onto the fake out is going to leave the blinded, but okay, Miniboo, that might just be the end of it. A spray through, even still. The amount of players that they've dropped really has made this round costly, but the main thing for Heretics was, okay, at least they got it over the line.
Well, that's it, right? 2 weapons carried through. You can definitely lick your wounds in the future rounds. But as you might have seen before we went to the replays and the cams, Miniboo's got his ult online. 7 kills and 0 deaths so far.
Not bad.
That is one way to farm it up. You see that double kill through the
very similar in the last map, though. Very, very hot start, slowed down for a few rounds, and that was when Apex started coming back. And we really didn't see much from the likes of someone like Woot, who's normally, well, if not second in command, normally the best player in the server. So I want to see if now onto an agent that does become a lot more reliant on just him winning Angels, if he's going to step up to the plate. And as said, gut feeling, yes. Doesn't necessarily mean it will happen, as the last map showed.
Stealth drone's gone through. Boo knows he's caught a gap in it. Oh, but the decoy's the one to run through, nearsighted. He didn't want to take the risk, and well, now he's forced back.
Dirk is in everyone's heads.
Showstopper in play. It's backside and a good connection. The 1-to-1 trades all they'll get for their trouble. With these weaker weapons, you'd like a little more from that, or even just keeping that player alive. Now inside the smoke, though. Oh, okay, they're going to stun Benji right out of it. But that Bucky will be waiting for the late round when they crash their way around to deal with Boo, who is currently, well, dealing a lot of damage. I thought he had another kill out of that, but the sliver of health left on Malsey.
Clinging to life. The thing is, though, Batu's done well. A double trade in a second or so.
Toxins going up.
The bait on the tap, as they will make that push through.
30 seconds left.
The vulnerable thrown out, already utilized. They know exactly where Avova is. In fact, they should have a decent idea of where both players are. And that's the thing for Heretics. Maybe just hoping to buy a little bit of extra time as they reposition. They move back around. 12 seconds left, and now that spike has to be committed. And the fact is, the defensive side haven't got a clue as to where they are. The timing, though, from Avova couldn't have been any better. Peeks back up, leaves Rien's on a slither of health, and playing this one together, that is sublime from the remaining couple of players from Apex. Again, a very costly round, but they won't mind.
Avova in crunch time. is there to save them yet again. I'm just looking back at last map, it was 19 kills, 6 deaths, and 16 assists that he ended up walking out with. Of course, the smokes will help you out. We saw the assist on the spike kills.
Yeah.
But it very impressive to see that kind of a performance, the return to the Avova of old, and that can carry through moving into split. Heretics are in a lot of trouble for now. Great sign of life from that defensive side of Heretics. Good damage done. Showstopper for the 1-to-1 trade is so-so. But from that point forward, even with big plays from players like Batu, they were able to make it competitive and push it to the limits. This is the round where they'll be able to deal the death blow themselves, though. Full investment, Boombot down mid, and Woot embedded in this risky angle. I mean, if he goes down, or if he's challenged properly, there's not much he can do to get out of here.
When does he decide to activate a double tap? Doesn't really seem like a good time. It would only be if they really do give the game away. Maybe if a teammate gives them contact. Well, okay, Floor's gone teleporting through the vulnerability and now looks to try and potentially take an extra fight, but with already having a player advantage. I'm just going to fall off. Again, this is what I said in the pistol. They left a mass opening over on this A site, and especially with the player that went down in the form of Boo, they have to be very careful of where Batu has got to.
They are grouped up as 3 and watching the right angle. Batu won't catch them by surprise.
30 seconds
the spike now moves in the other direction, realizing they've lost that space. A big fan of the fake plays, and it worked wonderfully when it came to Ascent. The plant will be acquired as a result, and again, a 2v4 clutch needed. A clutch in which Malzy, after a pretty hot map on the deadlock, but also Avova is present.
Spike planted.
The thing is, though, what they're doing is just grouping up as 3. Like, at any stage, they should be able to at least trade one of those kills, and then it's the patience from Benji just to make sure that nobody can sneak around behind them and reclaim heaven control. The whole idea is for just him to stop anybody pushing any further, and from Malzy just sat at the back of that site. Paranoia also will have caught a couple of players, but getting out of here seems tough, and that was the kill they were waiting for. Waiting for that move from Benji, perfectly placed. Malzy does manage to, though. But thankfully, Benji's there as the safe pair of hands. An immediate response from Heretics. They'll convert that lead a little further.
Do like as well, though, seeing Avova pop his TP and instantly looks behind. He had a read on Benji's flank, but couldn't connect the kill. This early aggression down middle, though, ambitious as hell from Woot. Manages to connect the kill onto Fluorescent. Pops out the vulnerable to slow them down, send them in the other direction, and the double tap most certainly. And the second you hear that shield pop up and online, you are not looking to challenge. You just want that timer to run out. And they fled, and from there, playing the numbers on the defense always works out.
It's been very interesting, because I think the 2 players that the community have been very critical of going into this match were Miniboo and Malzy. I think Malzy was nigh on perfect on map 1. Miniboo's currently up there with 10 kills after 4 rounds, so it definitely seems like they've been in the lab working. I guess when Heretics don't succeed, it's always difficult to find the point to blame when they have so many fantastic players within this roster. Already, though, a more direct approach, and while they've walked right into the crosshair of Woot, and they haven't walked away.
The opening is strong, and well, now at least for Apex, they can wait out that double tap. It's not going to get much easier from that point. All these weaker weapons.
There.
Well, Heretics are ready and waiting. A nice passive play. They're even conceding. So the big problem here is they've lost a lot of access. The mid push can easily come through. So instead, the push up from Heretics into B main, taking that angle and isolating positions they can be flanked out from. Woot up close on this smoke. He doesn't know just how many players are right around the corner, and now isolated by the salvos. Boo has to take the fight. He wins one, somehow getting out of there with a kill, but it's Apex with the upgrades. They'll be feeling like they're in a better spot. Rolling Thunder leaves Rian's in the open. He's still alive. Eventually will be dropped. But with that, the rifle retrieved, the plant secured, and Governor has his ult online. The Rolling Thunder got them the sight. Perhaps the Armageddon can get them the round.
This would be one hell of a round for them to lose. Opening pick, barely any weaponry, but now Governor also has that rifle in hand.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
big, though. taking that gun out of play. Molesy needs to try and catch someone off guard, trying to re-grasp, but there's only so many places that he really could be. Isolated back towards the site, needs an immediate connection because there really isn't anywhere for him to go. Trying to bait him into that fight, and while the second he looks to try and use that aftershock, it is all she wrote. Again though, another round where I sort of look at this from the side of Apex, from the side of Heretics. It felt like there were just some unnecessary risks, especially playing that close to the smoke. When you know you have a huge weaponry advantage, I don't really see the benefit.
Yeah, and you saw as well the fact that on the other side, the salvos were used just in time from Apex. It stops Boo from backing off, and that's not just 1 kill, that's 2 kills. And why is Boo there? Well, because Woot's there. You can't just leave him, close that smoke in his own. So, yeah, it definitely does read as a little bit of a gap or an unnecessary risk. A timeout called here by Apex. They were 4-0 down in the previous map, ended up winning it 13-5. So there is no room for Team Heretics to take their foot off the gas. And keep in mind, with this being Apex's map choice, this is the half that Heretics decided to start on, so a good showing is necessary.
Well, I say as well, if you think back to the Ascension run made from Apex, something we always spoke about was Danito pauses. Like, this was something that was brought up time and time and time again, the amount that this guy adds in tactical pauses. And I think we've seen already the sort of imagination that's coming in from this roster in terms of the way they're going to play the game. It is definitely not just standardized. They have a lot of cool setups. So I think that him just taking that moment early in games and going, okay, this is what I think can be changed. Because I don't think he's just sat there giving them a motivational speech. I think this guy always comes in with a plan.
Well, I would certainly hope so. 4-1, and a plan for Apex could be dangerous with Viper's Pit, Armageddon, and a Yoru ulti online as well. They can take this to another dimension and see if Heretics can battle with them there. As the barriers are about to go up, a lot of presence from Apex towards this B side of the map. They've got a Viper wall down there as well, and it will be late round lurks from Batu. Immediate ult from Fluorescent. Playing this as a drone normally. Stun goes through though. It's commitment! And Fluorescent's got 1! Salvos making a big problem for players on the side, and here comes Armageddon! Right into Fluorescent's arms! That's where they have to play! The picks are huge, and Heretics get the site for free as a result. And look at the lurk from Batu. It's perfect. Miniboo clears that angle, but really, do you ever expect someone to be there?
Oh, well, you mentioned the Danito pause. I don't think this could have gone any better. I want to know, I need to know if he called this setup. Like, if this was something like, okay, we're going to have this plan, you're going to, like, obviously try and find someone, we're going to pick off that, and then we're going to use that ult, or if that was just something in the moment. Because if this was something red, then that is ridiculous. Because that was so meticulous in the setup, to finding the first kill off the back of a stun, to making sure the player up in heaven had nowhere to go. It looked so easy with those couple of ults thrown into play. And wow, a great response from Apex after a couple of tough rounds. That was really clean.
It absolutely was. Gets you back on the board. The ult used from Yoru, of course, alongside Tejo. It's a big investment. If they don't get a reward for it, it could leave you stranded a little bit in terms of that ult economy, but they have worked this one out wonderfully. Still, the connections needed. And Team Heretics will now come in with some advantages of their own. Viper's Pit on either side, close to a showstopper on Miniboo, but take a look at Woot. He can pull you right into a 1v1, and
Toxins going up.
might not have, I think he's 3-5 at the moment. But I don't think that fight with a double tap online inside the ulti is going to be very easy for anyone on Apex to deal with.
Already going to be under some serious pressure. The stuns combined with that salvo. One of the 2 rifles. It's the Boo brothers looking to try and take home the round. He's done well there. Sure, it's not the prettiest of fight, and I imagine the gun's going to go into new hands, but if they can keep that up, it's not bad.
Yeah, whether the Viper's Pit will be used up against so many pistols or not, we'll never know. Governor picking up Miniboo though, that's huge.
Who's been given the gun?
Only rifle. He's gone for it now. Looking for the fight with the double tap online, and just a single shot from Woot is enough. Fluorescent out of the round. And now the pressure really on. Benji's managed to recover a rifle. It's a Phantom and Viper's Pit's there. If they can get to the side, it could be used. If there's anyone left, they need a couple kills, and it's a Volva on the other side, picking up 3. The round was under threat, but they forgot about this man, showing his face in the same form as map number 1. He's starting to heat up again.
Yeah, I like it as well. You constantly see those sort of interplay between Malzy and Avova, and this round is no different. Trying to make their way back into the site. The stun catches both players. The second the stun goes off, Avova's there to swing, and it almost looks too easy once again. After a 4-1 deficit, it seems like the streak is starting once more with some stellar play from the side of Apex. And that's the thing. This was a round that only started with a couple of guns. Definitely came a bit closer, but those post plants have looked great.
Fight for Boo. Not sure he'd want to take that if he knew what was on the other side. Fluorescent picks up the kill in the Viper's Pit inside of mid. They gotta stay in it. Benji wants that control late into the round, but it means on the site there's only one player and stunned up, caught by the Tejo drone as well. Miniboo had nothing to do or say about that play. Now a 5v3. Viper's Pit dropped in mid, but Benji's still waiting for that lurk. Batu's timing, though, is good. He is really running the clock down, keeping the control, keeping their back safe as rotations come around now. Malzy making his way towards the spawn, in fact. He's on the walkabouts. They're looking to hunt them down, assuming Heretics are saving.
I wonder if those steps may have been even heard, because you could see the little bit of hesitation from the side of Heretics. And well, here you go. Woot is definitely watching, definitely aware that somebody could be around this corner. That's at least one. Malzy spotted, but the fact is, it's whether or not they want to go for too much of a fight here. Clearly wanting to try and get that ultimate back online as quickly as possible. Even if it didn't win them the round, it did have impact in the attempt. More importantly, holding on to the guns, which, hey, even just removing the one and a second as well. Okay, well done from Malzy.
I have to say, Tom, that felt very early for that call to be made by Apex. And again, I think that's just a good read on where Heretics are at. The previous map as well, their confidence isn't going to be sky high.
Something I want to say, and I want to see if it becomes a running thing. Normally, Boo is an incredibly safe pair of hands, but it's now 2 times they've left him on his own on one side of the map, and he's just died. Right. Like, it was B main, and we saw it on A main as well, him versus Batu, and that just left the A site completely open. That's not something I want to see from your sort of IGL controller player. It's like, okay, I'm on my own on a site, I'm just going to take a fight. Like that just, in the round before, where they have 2 guns, I don't really have an issue with it. In this round, that just felt like, oh, that's the easiest opening Fluorescent's ever going to get is, oh, your IGL smokers just swung me.
And realistically, think about it from the perspective of, okay, what's the best case scenario there? You get 1, it's a miracle if you get 2. There's 3 players holding an angle. You're traded out.
Or there's no one there. That's probably the best case. Yeah.
And even then, are you going to hold that information deep into the round? Like, yeah, it certainly reads as a mistake from Team Heretics, one that they pay heavily for. They're on that 4-round block. They got it here before, the previous map, and then Apex swept it away. It's been 3 in a row now for that attacking side. Ulti's back online. Viper's Pit's still there for Batu. His lurks providing value deep into the round. And again, it was a very early call from Apex, but I think that feeds into their read of how Team Heretics are playing. Economy's low. They're going to try to save the weapons, and they end up cleaving 2 weapons out of their hands in the end.
Also,
devastating.
You're up against Teo, Viper, post plant.
Huge post plant.
What's the chance of them actually going for that? Well, we're back in the same boat again. Rians has done well. Batu's been causing issues in late round plays. Dimensional drift has been utilized just for information. Fluorescent's going to stick it out in the spawn for now. Obviously, the gate crash.
Oh, fake as well. There's no way out for Fluorescent.
Oh,
it's just a full fight. Brave, let's say. And a lot of the time she will win those fights, but up against the weaker weapons, that's given Team Heretics a rifle to play with.
Ooh, oh,
what?
Where did that go?
Where did it go?
Where did that go? The most didn't die. Oh, I feel like Miniboo's been hard done by. Luckily, Big Brother is there to save the day. Finds on with the Sheriff. They need to clear him from the backside to have a chance, and this time he is playing that survival game. Eventually, though, looks for the fight. Rians with a rifle. Woot still having one from earlier in the round. This is one of the best opportunities we've seen for Heretics in quite a while. Amal Rians is going to hit that shot all day. It's another clutch attempt for Avova, and he's going across the map.
30 seconds left.
Well, it's one thing of open a clutch, but a post plant, time on his side. This is where things truly do get spooky. He's going for the aggressive stance, has a smoke in his back pocket, and it will be used to screens. He's already heard the steps moving that way. All three players taking that position. Reveal avoided to start with. They're making it out of the smoke now. Small angle around the wall, that gets a pick. Plant is nice and open. With a Paranoia still to play with, it won't really connect though. They're gonna move out of the way before it gets there, surely. And the Viper Orb, that's gonna really complicate things. The spam is good though! He's got him before it even went half, and now they're out of toxins! Avova knows! He's got them eating out of his hands! A fake flash with the pistol thrown out the window. Avova playing this to perfection, and he's ran the clock down far enough! Avova in a clutch, and he's got it again!
It's another Red Bull clutch. I feel like he's going to have his own sponsorship by the end of the month by this rate. Like, this has been so impressive. That's just...
What? How did that not kill him?
Hey, you know, Breach is a strong dude.
Oh yeah, it hit the metal arm.
Did you not see that? Yeah, he had a buff where because he's a tank, right? A tank, he has more health,
I mean, he's been robbed. Miniboo robbed of that kill, but Team Heretics robbed of the round by Avova. What a sensational play. And if this was a once-off, it'd still be damn impressive. But he does it every time.
Drone going out. His clutch stats are going to be off the charts. And they're big ones as well. Ones with high impact, ones that are going to damage the mental of Heretics for days, if not weeks.
Shadows traveling.
Luckily, again, it was a low bite. That's the problem. These opportunities could have shattered Apex confidence in themselves after winning a round with the Sheriff. That was basically what that would have come down to. Boo got a Sheriff kill, Rians as well, but when they had rifles was where things fell apart. Much slower round this time from Apex, hoping to try and find some space for Batu. Bear in mind his wall is on the other side, so he's going to have to use his orb. So him crossing is very well telegraphed by the defense.
All rolling Thunder with all that noise being made. Why not make it a little louder? Thunder rings out, but it's Boo's rifle that deals the damage, the death blow, and another to follow up on. Eventually, he'll go down, but Benji has slipped into the backside. Still has an angle. Woot covering him as well. They'll both swing in deep and take this planter down. Team Heretics, they stumbled and let Apex catch up and even take the lead. But they're back on the board at 5-5.
Yeah, that definitely felt like maybe a little bit of an oversight. I think they used that Rolling Thunder on the right half of the site. And so they should have an idea there's someone still could be backside. I think Fluorescent gets completely caught out by the swing of Boo. The fact he gets two there, that's basically the round winner. Because that could have gone easily in the other direction if he doesn't get anything. Heretics will equalize after a 4-round streak. I think a big combo breaker, and you have to bear in mind only one survived. So although we're getting towards the very end of the half, the next round might be a bit shaky. In all honesty, for either side.
Like you said, a small oversight ultimately cost them the round. A big plays from Boo. This push around the Viper Orb. Not expecting a second, but Miniboo still couldn't make it worthwhile. They'll drop Malsey elsewhere, but a 4 versus 3. Heretics defense thinned out massively.
Oh, that's the thing. Governor cleared it with the drone. Avova's committed to From the Shadows, which will take him into the backside with the spike. I think as nobody else was around. But I actually think this has just confused Heretics more than anything, because you haven't actually spotted where Avova went. So although you have a rough idea, Batu as well, timing here will be everything. He has been so annoying just by sitting at the bottom of mid or outside A in a lot of rounds. Now it seems like this time Heretics have got it bang on.
Well, his flank window opened about 3 seconds ago, maybe 5 at this point, and he's now capitalizing on it. That's a great read. Just as the push is coming in on the site, he could be here right on time to save the squad. And yeah, they are. They're making noise, they're posturing, but they're not executing fully until Batu is here. And now, here comes the cavalry. A full swing around backside and Avova to bring Apex back into the lead. A chance to lead at the half as well. After a strong start from Heretics, it's slipping out of their grasp slowly again.
I'm getting deja vu, there's no doubt about that. I think as well, this is just an example of just fantastic communication from the side of Apex. Because a lot of times you'll see teams sort of rush into things, maybe the spike gets lost, but that is clearly just Batu going, okay, give me some time. Give me a few seconds just to get into that backline. Well, he is the major impact in that round. 6-5. The purchase, that's what I was talking about. It's not the best. 3 rifles, a stinger, and a sheriff for Boo. What was a hot early start for Miniboo? It is similarly to the last map, has slowed down. Hasn't been able to keep up that same sort of momentum. Still been decent. For this sort of spot, I don't know if decent will cut it.
Oh, I like that bait. They know the drone's being going towards B every time the hit comes there. So it's a classic that breaks it. Leaving Miniboo flying under the radar. But again, it seems Apex are aware of that danger. Player playing up close. Coming through the wall this time instead of hiding. They know something's up. And they're not confident with the lack of information there. Move towards mid instead. Try to work that control, but Benji's waiting. Stun comes in, but Orb buys him time. And he doesn't even need to use the snake bite, saving that for deeper into the round. Also, Benji just 2 away from the Viper's pit with that kill.
Same can be said for Governor, though.
Time to jump.
But also for Batu. He's lost the pit now.
30 seconds left.
Time is starting to tick. Apex, seems like the commitment will be towards the safe side. Wu has left them vulnerable. That's where the value of that stinger really can be. And they've got to go scurrying back. This needs to be a very quick move. Miniboo hasn't seen. Miniboo hasn't seen.
We're going away.
Eventually, he's going to realize, and this now just becomes a shooting gallery. Avova was the one real danger in this round, and well, Mosey will try as he might, but we will go into the half level.
A patience rewarded by Miniboo, or for Miniboo there in the end. He was stood on that spot the whole round, but it was almost awkward. 6-6, neck and neck. But someone has got to win split. We'll find out who after the break. Welcome back, folks. We left you at 6-6, and we haven't played any rounds without you. Quite generous of us. The players have waited, and now we'll be getting back into the game any moment. Tom, I gotta say, we're all pretty shocked by the performance here from Apex. Them putting up a good roster is no surprise, but the way that they've played here today, if I imagined that Heretics would lose a map, that Heretics would struggle like this, it would be based on them making mass mistakes, the game plan falling apart, and Apex capitalizing. But Apex have made their own opportunities here today.
Oh, for sure. No, I think that's the thing. You're looking at players like Avova, players like Mosey, looking like a different breed of player to what we saw at kickoff. Like, we were looking at this team, I'll be brutally honest and say, as the 12th team. Like, whether or not they could compete with a Koi or someone like that. But realistically, they have looked fantastic in this series and are just, what, 7 rounds away from taking this over the line. A lot of damage done, but realistically, it's only the kills going one way. Miniboo, he is the beginning of half king who's been dominating in a lot of these early fights. The pistol has been doing well. Still 3 more to find.
One of those is Fluorescent. Caught off by a smoke. Doesn't look like she'll have much impact on them crossing the site or denying the plant. It's Heretics. And just now actually reposition the plant. They're going to go for a heaven play with a haunt up there, clearing them, buying them that little bit of time. And I mean, makes it a bit more worthwhile if they do want to risk a fight for screens or that late play from Rien's up towards the top of ramp. He's currently just holding their back. Possibly even see that wall go up soon. That's his opportunity as the Vova rounds the corner. Paranoia now connected. Avova's picked up one. He has been unbelievable. That first map was beautiful. The second, there were first half, I suppose, here there were opportunities, but he is being shut down. It's Fluorescent to pick up the banner, already finding 2, but with the plant for heaven and a player embedded up there, mistakes have to be made to give her any chance, and they will quickly put that to bed. 7-6 with a pistol round for Heretics.
Yeah, I think important that they get off to a decent start coming into this second half. I think in a lot of the early rounds, they've been fantastic. I think Minibu, again, you're the 17-8, definitely slowed down, but coming right back to form when it comes to this attack side. And let's be real, you go into any map and you'll look at it and you're going, okay, they've got a raise, they've got an ISO. I think you can even throw a fade in there and you go, probably going to be quite good on the attack. So now I look at the other side of things. What sort of setups are there? What sort of abilities are we going to see from the likes of Governor to put people into position for those early fights? And this is what I'm talking about. The stun, immediately utilized, but the goal here seems to only be getting orbs for Fluorescent. And, you know, when she gets that many kills in a pistol, and you're a few away from getting that dimensional drift.
Poison's off.
Seeking out some fights on the side of Apex around middle, but that space has been left wide open. Heretics do have themselves quite global map control. It's going to be Boo holding the B push alongside Rien's, holding that walk up on mid. The space taken on A. Well, yeah, Benji's going to go down, but that's the one pistol that they have. Indeed. 2 away now from the ulti. Won't be used here, but perhaps it'll be online for the next round.
That's the thing. One more kill and a death, and that's enough. Or even just a death and getting an orb in the next. It will just be the cleanup crew. Again, Miniboot padding those stats. And while we mentioned Fluorescent is very close, so is Miniboot, again. Although if it's anything like his last showstopper, maybe just stick to the rifle, honestly. 19-8, and the showstopper has not helped.
No, it really didn't. It harmed his chances, if anything. I still can't get over that. Do you know the best part? Because he flicked away so quick, he's going to watch that back and go, where did it end up landing? He's going to be very angry when he finds out.
Oh, it was next to him.
Yeah, I must have made a mistake, guys. My bad. No. Well, I suppose he did. Yeah, should have hit him dead on. 8-6, 2 rounds in it, but it's Heretics back in the lead. A strong performance in the early half has been there across the board, but now Benji down, ult online for Fluorescent with that kill. They wanted the orb, and they've got it with a TP. The gate crashed towards the B site. Fluorescent is here and ready for the push if this is where it comes down.
Something we noted yesterday. The passive nature of teams playing against this Legend of Taeum.
Yeah.
You sit back further because you're likely going to get stunned and wrecked by those salvos. Fact is, that's exactly what's happened to Benji in this round. Nonetheless, was it going to be forced back? Quite a lot of space already garnered towards the heavens, seemingly being given up. Well, that's not quite enough from Avova this time around.
Anyone else?
22 HP. The ult not even thought about. She's holding her ground against this onslaught, regardless of how easy it would be to take her down. Just one bullet needed, but none landed in that last fight. And now a 4 versus 1. Boo, the one to try it, and even he will fail. Fluorescent with her best Neo impression.
I was about to say,
8-7.
She doesn't have health. She doesn't have shields. Maybe she just has aura. That's why it just walks out and goes, oh my god! I don't know what just happened. Like, I think it was from this point onwards. She was just incredibly low, but still managed to win the fight versus Rien's. And then, yeah, you feel like with Boo, she had to be dead to rights. But not the case.
Come on, bro.
Here we go, though. This is where that kill contract online for Wu likely to try and take some out of play fairly early in the round, saying that Minibu's gone. Already a complete claim the control of Heaven. And similarly to what we've seen from the opposing squad, this is a one-player A-site defense, and it's Yoru.
Yeah, it's Yoru, but that might seem odd, but it's Fluorescent, and now it all makes sense. Gate crash set up to fall back to screens. Fluorescent wants a kill before that's popped, but it's denied, and the util coming behind. Beautiful bait, though. That gate crash has meant that Woot uses the ult on empty space. They'll walk into the site, but Heretics wanted an extra pick, an extra fight with a huge advantage, and the double tap will have faded away. They also used their paranoia for initial Heaven control, so there's a lot of important utility not there, while Apex have it all to work with.
Is not aware that anybody could be this far behind. That's a couple of times now he's been completely caught out. It is that dimensional drift utilized, stun in combination, but still we see Heretics with an advantage. Woot from the heavens. Just looking to try and reclaim some space, wary that maybe someone could have got close. Instead he drops down and he finds both kills. Big round from Woot, even with that ultimate missing.
Well done for Woot indeed. The side of Heretics on the push through, being baited out by the gate crash, using up the ult, losing their double tap as well. It looked like that could have been a problem, but Woot, you know, they saw 3 players with Fluorescent's ultimate. The one that went unaccounted for was Woot up in heaven. He gets a surprise kill. The punish was there as well. You know, Fluorescent came out of the ultimate on site because of the breach stun, and we saw great success from that earlier on in the first half. But this time, Heretics were ready. That 2-round lead maintained, and a big push from Minibu again. This time, it's not a solo hold from Fluorescent. There's salvos waiting for that. There's a stun coming through, and even the showstopper used this time to good effect.
Governor's not quite as lucky. Well, it seems like neither was Fluorescent. Luckily, Mosey is there to trade, but Minibu's job has already been done. The rest of the team can get into that post spawn. Benji this time much deeper with the squad. In fact, it's Boo just hard watching towards that site.
Not really yet.
A little careful though, because he's setting up smokes from afar, but Batu can thread the needle. It seems like the rest of the team are well aware that there was a gap. In fact, it is being watched completely by Woot, but doesn't win the fight. It's now becoming at least a little bit awkward, but luckily Riens was there to save the day.
Yeah, worst case, Boo was rounding the corner to get the trade, so that setup, that deeper play from Boo, and just Woot being aware of that push-up, even though he didn't get the kill. It's the early info.
It's 4-1.
In position. 4-1.
Yes.
Oh, this is where it gets a little dangerous. I mean, the reality is, though, Apex, this round was a big investment from them, so their economy's not going to be in that healthy of a spot. So yes, previously, let's go. Heretics kept 4.5, and it falls apart. This time, I'm confident it's going to be a little bit different, and I'm worried that I'll regret saying that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm seeing Batu with a judge, and somehow that fills me with more fear than anything else. Fluorescent as well, just walking towards mid, obviously looking for someone other than Woot, and finds Minibu. It will be the immediate trade, but even still, losing one of the heavy hitters from Heretics, who has been having a fantastic map. In fact, to be honest, Minibu was decent in the last map as well. Waylay, I don't think it filled me with mass amounts of hope for the Jet replacement, but he still looked all right on it.
Fortunate as well that the play around in that corner wasn't the one with the double tap, right? Minibu's the one clearing that while Woot's watching up towards a deeper play from stairs or from vent. That ends up biting him with Minibu down. And 45 seconds left. I mean, this is really, we're running that clock down low on the side of Heretics. Where they decide to go, well, I mean, they've gotten lucky here. Batu's avoided. Just moved out of heaven. He's right behind them with a judge! A madman! He gave up a position, but he went right back into it. Still, it keeps it into a 3v3. And they know Governor's down below. He's still good for one. This is getting scary. And eventually, well, it looks like things are getting better till Malsey picks up a rifle, comes in from heaven, no one's watching, and they do just in time. Riens looked to the horizon. Found Malsey before that got a little bit too spooky. 11-7. Now it seems like Heretics, they're on the home stretch.
I could already hear the regret.
I was so scared.
Right now with the judge.
Scared.
No fear. And definitely a dicey round. In fact, I'd say that's back-to-back rounds that Rien's has sort of saved them.
You're so good, bro. Oh my god.
Well, seems like Benji agrees. Seems like he agrees. 11-7 though. Mentioned it before. In fact, that was the turnaround in the last half. It was a Danito pause that came in with a set play that was off the back of the dimensional drift and that Armageddon. Well, one of those is not available, but they do have a Rolling Thunder instead. And that's the thing. I feel like this is where we see that value out from the coaching staff of Apex. The fact is, though, if there is no value in this round, that's probably map done.
Well, that's exactly it, right? You're putting it all on the line. You've got ultis. We're going to see probably the operator from what we're seeing down the bottom there. Fluorescence at least got it for now. This is it. Throwing it all at your opponents. And if Heretics are able to stand unshaken by that play, by this play, then yeah, 5 in a row to try to take it across the line. And a very explosive composition. Shouldn't have too much trouble making that happen, especially save up those ults and just dump them in. Speaking of which, Woot comes into this one with his ultimate online. Again, we'll be trying to pull a player into a one-on-one fight with his double tap shield online. A very, very difficult fight for anyone that gets brought in. And if it's Fluorescent, an impossible one with that operator. So there's a lot of dangers for Apex. And to be honest, there's not much you can do to avoid it.
Bring them down.
It's just say impossible and Fluorescent in the same sentence. Instead, though, we're not going to find out. It's Batu, someone you might want in this scenario, and there you go. Right. It is.
All right.
The Turkish youngster. Some Turk-on-Turk violence that actually didn't go the way you'd expect, even with that little bit of extra shielding. Woot. And that's about as good as a start as you could hope for. Don't think the coaching staff called that one out.
No, probably not.
See what the plan is for the rest of the round. Fluorescent still with a pretty deep angle in towards B main. And that does seem to be where this Heretic squad are looking to go.
Makes sense. Look at the ultimate charge for Benji. Just one little orb. And he'll find himself a Viper's Pit. You may have the disadvantage in the round, but if you get a pit online and a plant inside of it, it's a very difficult thing for your opponents to deal with, but Fluorescent is holding this angle. The shot doesn't land. Benji's left alive for now. Batu falling as well. Apex's numbers thin out. Fluorescent needs one on this site. They're all around, and it's actually Avova to find it. Fluorescent in with another, but the trades come in so quickly. Rolling Thunder for Malsey committed here and now alongside the Armageddon, but they've easily dodged it. Well, at least it looked like Boo did. He got caught by it in the end, and Rian's falls too. Never mind. They're going to fall perfectly into that trap, and for the side of Apex, they get another shot.
Yeah, it's a lot invested into this round, though. It was completely necessary. Being able to win this fight was the starting point, but then Batu falls for his own tricks, and again, I think some Sailor supportive utility. I want to shout him out for the 15th time this game. Malsey stuns both players in that fight.
Oh, he went up top onto the rafters, and it just so happens that's exactly where the ult started. He was a pixel away from safety. I was wondering how he ended up going down.
A battle of the greats. Batu is here again with the judge. They managed to get a little bit further, but the thing is they have to fall back at this stage. Minibus just kept going. He took that space, dodged Fluorescent's operator, and then just carried on. Found Governor along the way. Has to be a little bit careful, and that's the thing, that pit is now gone. Oh no, maybe not.
Just got in the time.
Just about. Well, I think eventually he's gonna have to give it up with this full commitment in towards the A site.
Yeah, the pit's no use anymore. It's time to focus on the site, but that is going to be remarkably tough if you've got a judge. Luckily, Batu's recovered a rifle now, and so a chance to take that fight on more even footing. The problem is, look at what Heretics have done. This deep pit as well. That's causing so much trouble with players embedded deep into screens. They've got so much control for Apex, but there is no choice really but to fight for this. It's a tough call for a save at this stage of the game. The fight, well, that may see them crumble as the first domino falls here. It's Benji Fishy onto Avova, up top, claim the kill. It's a risk, one that comes back to bite them. A kill for Batu, but it quickly falls apart as the rest of Heretics close it out at 12-8. 4 chances to claim this map and bring us all the way to Icebox.
But that's the thing, it was a gap that Rien sort of left that ended up with Batu being able to get behind. But then because of that, they didn't know that Rians was still outside of the pit and wasn't ready for him to be clear, because they actually flashed through the screen to get to Rians and no one checked it. So that was just the mistake, but it kind of also got rid of the pit. So it was like a little bit unlucky and lucky at the same time. Nonetheless, we now sit 12 and 8. Weaponry, not great. Ultimates dissipated all but one for either side. But I'm looking at a potential showstopper and Nightfall that could be online.
Well, Miniboo is wasting no time getting in there. Dodges the stun, but not the flash. And it's Boo and Benji. Woot even showing up for the kills. Governor and Fluorescent, the last two alive. The ultimate used here by Fluorescent for information, but Governor is going to have to be hella clean with taking these kills. And indeed, he's caught before anything can be done. Fluorescent against the entirety of Heretics minus Miniboo. Caught by the ultimate, blocked out by the snake bite. Time is going to keep on ticking. As that spike gets ever closer to an explosion, Fluorescent is forced to swing into a triple stack. A high-low setup, and that's it done. 13 to 8, a gap of 5, and a recovery for Heretics on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, a stellar attack side in the end from this Heretic squad, finally showing the caliber of players that we've seen, but there is still one more to go. We'll decide this after the break.
Guys, I'm picking Waylay, right? Waylay. Double A.
I'm the first EMEA Waylay.
I don't think anyone asked it, Dummy, man.
That's true, Benji.
That's true.
I'm just disappointed because my teammates are flaming me.
The way you react to it is up to you. Yeah, it's a myth if you're offended.
Oh!
Red Bull gives you wings.
My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
cool, bro. Bang! Aye! Boo, 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 boo.
No, it's my 4K, I VF'd. You got a 3K, you're the GOAT, let's go.
Enes, you're so sexy, bro. Let's go!
I like your phantom skin.
Bro, you're so good, bro. Oh my god.
What a fantastic response from Team Heretics, and it's nice to see that the vibes are good. They're enjoying themselves on stage, and they have taken us to a map 3. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. This is the Team Heretics we wanted to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wholesome vibes now, right? Hyping each other up, getting into the groove of it. It's so much nicer in comparison to what we've seen in map 1.
Yeah, exactly. And even though it was pretty evened out in that first half, we saw that double duelist come to fruition in the second one. And it's so good because what I really wanted to see between those teams was the icebox, and we're finally going to get it.
We will. Oh, thank God we're going to get that.
Yes.
Get that. Interesting comms, of course. Nobody else in the world runs this Heretics comp. Mini was talking about it already. You expect the Yoru heroes usually. The ISO is a little bit new as well. Did you guys like this? You like the ideas Heretics brought?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand something that I think Minnie was saying, that when you think about the double duelist, and especially in this map, you think about something that is very explosive, right? Something that they can get under their heads, that has a lot of mobility. But I really like how Woods was using the ISO, trying to create those situations, going for more risky picks, and also using now the undercut to actually stop those executes when it mattered the most.
Yeah, definitely. I think the suppression on the ISO now is so useful and really, yeah, helps them kind of isolate fights like you're saying. And I think as well they had to be more methodical, right? They couldn't just run into site and just take things down. I think they had to like really think about how and when they were using their utility.
Yeah, and one of the things that we need to highlight, we were speaking about him before this match started, was Miniboo. First map he gave us the Waylay, and the performance that he's given up now on Raze, paired up with Woods, took us to the map number 3, because as I said, first half very evened out on that 6-6, but those executes, those entrances, that aggression that we were seeing at the beginning of the rounds was definitely very helpful to give Team Heretics some room to work with.
Yeah, we've seen this in the past. Miniboo, who's an emotional player. He is one of the emotional ones, you know. He takes it really hard on himself when his team isn't doing well, but it's good to see the confidence is back. I mean, this is the first map the Heretics has won in like 7 maps, you know. They didn't win a lot towards the end of kickoff, and hopefully, Billy, this is going to maybe snowball them into a very important win.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I want it to be the bounce back for Heretics, because I don't think they were expecting to get defeated initially on that first map. We said that this probably would have been one of the biggest upsets that we've ever seen, right? So I think, yeah, they really need to come back into this one and kind of reframe their mindset. I think that they're looking positive already, so that's a really good start. But as we go to Icebox, I think there's a couple of like things that I'm puzzling in my mind, and I look at Apex's roles, right? I don't think Batu looked particularly comfortable on that Viper, and of course, this is an agent that we see time and time again on Icebox. So I think my questions go more towards Apex side versus Team Heretics side at this point.
I mean, if it helps, Batu has never played Viper on Icebox, so he's always he's been a bit of a duelist player.
Yeah, exactly. Do you not remember? It was during kickoff where he played his first Viper.
Yeah,
we're all like, oh my God, he's coming in, and now he's playing the Viper. So I think you have a very fair point there, and also what they're doing with the compositions in general. We already saw it on Split, and one of the reasons why we were highlighting Miniboo and Woods is also because they, on the side of Heretics, they had a lot to deal with on the other side. We're seeing a Mulsi that is connected. We saw it first with the deadlock, and then with this breach Tejo, something that Pipson was saying to us yesterday on that quote, you have to disrespect a lot of things, and it was on these two, on the players that we were speaking about before the match, and also right now, to kind of and deal with that and actually be the ones to disrespect the other.
They're warming back into it, you know, they're warming back into it, and Rian's, he just came alive towards the end there for his team. This is the vintage Team Heretics we're used to. This is a team that, you know, Boo was talking about, that we don't make roster changes. We're going to stay together and we're going to improve as a team. But the Icebox is going to be very interesting. We spoke a little bit about Apex already. What would you like to see on the side of Team Heretics?
I would like to see the Neon. I'm thinking about Smurfette. I think about Smurfette a lot, actually. But I'm going back into the conversation of what to do with the agents here and there. My bigger question is, what is Wood going to be doing? Are we going to see maybe some Chamber? Because I expect like the usual suspects, right? Like you can put Rians on Soa, Benji on Killjoy, Boo on Viper. Are we going to see a Woods that is going to dive into maybe a double controller playing the Omen? Like how much freedom are we going to give him, or what role is he going to have in this Icebox?
Yeah, I wonder even if we're going to see a Tejo on the Icebox, right? Because of course this is something that
or
we
just
still have
plain
to
KO.
consider. Or a boring KO, yeah. But like, yeah, I want to see what both of these teams have cooked up. I think for Team Heretics, there is a likelihood that they go to comfort roles here, right? We've seen Woot kind of playing that double smokes in kickoff, and we kind of like worried a little bit about comfortability of a lot of the players.
Yeah, and the other side, Governor's pretty much played every agent under the sun at this point on Icebox. The Sova, the Jet, the Viper, the Sage, the Reyna, the KO, the Chamber, the Neon, the Clove. You know, he's done it all. So they have a lot of flexibility. Floor, once upon a time, has her one KO, one Gecko, one and done. I don't know why you would do that to Floor, but it feels like teams are moving away from the Sage, moving away from the Gecko. So I want to see if maybe these teams bring it back. And it's a Floor Waylay! Let's go, Mini was right, 2 for 2.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Benji is actually going to move away from that Killjoy. It's been a hot minute since we've seen the Icebox without the Killjoy into the Vice, and Wood is going to go back to that tail. It wasn't brilliant when we saw it, but we're going to give him a second chance. As you're saying, Governor back on that. They're doubling down on that, on the breach and Tejo. As you're saying, Fluorescent just heard Miniboo saying, oh, I'm the first Waylay in EMEA. And she was like, are you?
Yeah, no, I love that. I can't wait to see how Fluorescent gets on the Waylay. But I think as well, the Benji on Vice is a big one, right? Because I think as well, the more that we're seeing teams kind of implement that Tejo, players are not wanting to jump on the Killjoy. It's just too much. The utility that Tejo can offer kind of takes away a lot of Killjoy's kit. So I think it's a nice change for Team Heretics.
Yeah, a breach on Icebox. I'm here for it. And also Batu, first time on the Killjoy. Can't wait to see how that's going to go. And send this back to your casters. Take it away, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinzu. A bit of a treat for us here today. Not just a map 3 in this series, which was something we weren't sure we'd get to see, but now Waylay twice with Fluorescent picking it up for the second time in EMEA. Not her second time, the second time. And getting to see this agent here on Icebox, I think is going to be a real treat. Somewhere that we've seen Raze before, we've seen Jet dominate, and with so much high ground to play with, I think her dash is going to be very interesting with all the options it's going to give you.
I'm just glad that it seems like the default comp is finally dead.
Yes!
Because that was the thing. I hated coming into this map every single week, and it's the same two comps playing against each other. Sure, even before we had Team Heretics running a Neon and a Gecko, like they weren't in that bracket of just the same thing, but thank God we don't just see a Sage anymore. There is still a wall though, just not quite used the same. You can't set off your own wall to plant.
Oh well, the high ground's already taken! Fluorescent wasting no time using light speed to get up in Heretics' faces. But it's only one kill to start us off. Look at the space taken by Apex though. Malsey, your INGL here, middle of the row. He's pushed down, middle indeed, meeting up with Governor and boxing in Team Heretics to this A hit.
Seems like Batu will be spotted. Attempted denial of space, basically cutting out one of those default plant spots, and well, Miniboo didn't go quick enough. He's been caught.
Numbers thinned out for Heretics as they go for the plant. The stun comes in. The big swing from up in heaven leaves Boo on the floor. It's Root all by his lonesome. A few more to take down and a few too many angles to hold all at once. It's Apex this time winning out the first pistol round.
I'm actually very interested in how that Vice Wall is going to be used, because a lot of the time when you had Killjoy, sure, that utility can now be destroyed a lot more easy, but you still had at least a turret and an alarm bot that's going to clear out quite a bit more space on your flanks, whereas I want to know where you'd place the Vice Wall that would give you that same level of information, or if it's going to be a much more, okay, Benji just has to sit and watch and basically make sure nobody's coming on those flanks, because we saw it there. Governor ends up completely behind them, and you can't let that happen when it gets to buy rounds.
And you can't play with your turret and an outlaw if you don't have a turret, so what's the point? What is the point? That's the real takeaway for me. For Apex, 1-0 start, but now a lot of pistols moving up towards this A site. They've gotten deep, they've gotten past the defensive line, and it's Governor who gets caught trying to slipstream them. This is a bit of a problem now. A rifle recovered and a plant secured. Team Heretics, they've really sunk their teeth into this eco round. And although one kill is found by Fluorescent, okay, we needed more. Well, Malsey certainly has stepped up to the plate, and a chance for this to not be economically devastating if they can avoid losing anyone else. Malsey's leading by example with a 4-piece pickup. And a good amount of work done towards that Rolling Thunder for future rounds. That's a 2-0 start for Apex.
It seems like Malsey, he's still putting up numbers at times, but he really is just putting himself in the pocket of some of those superstars on the squad. Like, applying the breach on this map has never really been a common thing, but you look back, even in the last map that they didn't win, the amount of times that there were fights where players were just completely stunned up or left in awkward positions, I don't mind seeing it. And well, he's going to go 5-0 in the first 2 rounds. I don't think anybody will be giving him critique just yet. This is the thing, though. Again, when we talk about the composition from Heretics, I think it's definitely going to have a lot of viability on that defensive side with that Vice thrown into play, the aggression potential of Miniboo and Woot together. The same can be said for those two coming into the attack. A lot of angles that can be cleared. I'm looking at Apex. 4 players right now within a very tiny angle. They're going to push.
Heretics are waiting. That flash doesn't even stop Miniboo. He's picked up a second, gotten out, and Rien swaps places with him. That's a wonderful start. The attacking side having all the cards now. They can take this where they want. They know that Governor's here. With 2 players, 1 hit to that Outlaw. They have to be careful. Salvo sent in to slow them. But instead, it just sends them in the other direction. And a quick rotate for Miniboo means he'll be here way before Governor can hope to have eyes on B.
I think it was also a play just to get back to a rifle, because in that aggression was all of the rifles bar the sniper. So it basically left them in a spot where they didn't have any of the guns remaining. So fighting that with an Outlaw and a pistol, not ideal. The problem though, this post plant, good luck. How do you even find a way back into this? It's all going to come down to how much damage can this Outlaw achieve.
Yeah, well, the Vice utility as well. Like, if you're not getting in there immediately, there's going to be problems, and you see it there. Steel vines all over the site. That will be a prickly push if you decide to go for it. Instead, Apex playing the exits. Try to make this as costly as they can with Governor, and in Batu's case, holding on to the weapon and flying under the radar might be the best case scenario. Don't know if he's going to have a choice, though, as Benji starts to clear out that position. Now they know just where Batu is. Doesn't even want to risk the run across to start with, but he'll get out in the end.
Yeah, I think as well, you look at the other side of the coin for Heretics, they want to build up an early economy as much as possible, because the amount of rounds I feel like where, even in the last 2 maps where they start off 4-0, 4-1, they were never clean. They always had a huge amount of damage to their own economy as they were doing it, and then the second Apex found a breakback, they were right back to pistols again. There were so many rounds where they end up on pistols, or like, okay, 2 rifles and pistols, or a Bucky. Like, they don't want that going into this first half, so they're not going to risk hunting that man down. Again, though, this looks like an incredibly direct early position. Like, this is every single member queued up outside of A.
They're denying that early orb as well with this fight. The reveal going up, but it's still taken by Apex.
Yeah,
they claim the space as the drone rounds the corner just a little late. And he could have seen that high swing up on Belt for the duel, but indeed they were ready for it. This is all part of the plan for Apex. Great stop with the Rolling Thunder, and it's Fluorescent in there at light speed for another. Refracting back to safety, and then Governor cleaning up the rest. Wonderful game plan from Apex. It looked like Heretics maybe on the back of, you know, Armageddon was 1 away for Wood. If they can take that orb, it's free site take. But Apex brought the fight to them.
This is the thing, again, you just talk about the value that Malsey is bringing, the call to basically play off contact, Rolling Thunder, then he puts an aftershock through, and well, it becomes so easy for Fluorescent to just land all of those remaining shots. They don't give up that space either. Continue to fight it, and well, already 3-1 in favor of Apex.
Take flight.
Again, those 4 rifles being kept was so important. They get slaughtered in this round, but they can at least buy back into it.
You really can't understate the fact that I feel like most people would have Apex right down the bottom of the list when it comes to the teams that can go far coming into stage 1. This is a team with no expectations on their shoulders. Even claiming a map will catch people by surprise.
But with the most to lose. That's the thing. Yes. They're one of the teams, the org itself, up for relegation. So a victory here versus Heretics could be absolutely everything going into those later positions towards the end of the year. Even seeding going into stage 2 could mean something to this squad, like things that other teams would laugh at. They have to be considering.
Heretics came in expecting perhaps an easier match than they've gotten, but Apex have had their eyes on the prize from the first barriers going up. This is a full buy from that attacking side. They've already lost Rien's, lost some of their initiation utility, but they still have some in the form of the salvos. Miniboo's walking through them. They're not going to expect them to round that corner. It's a very ambitious play, but one that works out wonderfully. Boo, though, caught in middle, and the herd thins out again on the side of Heretics. Not ready for another Miniboo swing, but still, the trade comes in time.
Look at the ult, though. It's set up ready. Armageddon first. It seems like Fluorescent has the same idea on the other side. Gonna try pushing, but Benji just waiting. He's gonna be the last man left to try and hold the line, try and bring this back, but has to swing eventually, and the patience of Apex is what takes this round home. A fourth on the board. They survive when Miniboo is thriving and when the ultimate of Teo comes online. And more interestingly here, I feel like, again, it's easy, even in week 1, to fall back into some of the stories. You've got ex-teammates in the form of Boo and Molsey. But I think, for me, the most exciting one is you have an Ascension winner facing off against a Champions finalist. And they might take it. Now, obviously, there's been roster moves. It's a different team, but that is still something that I think expectations never would have been there at the beginning of the year.
No, not at all. What a performance it's been so far. Low buy from Heretics. Miniboo, and well, he's wasting 0 seconds of this round straight into a fight in their spawn. But the turret's the only thing that can evade his ire as Benji picks up one on the Fluorescent. This round is crumbling. Oh, his weapon gets cancelled out, jammed up. Even though he took down the player, the ult remained, and Avova and Batu now left to pick up the pieces.
Getting back in here should be impossible. Again, those salvos are going to start coming back online. The sniper now in Miniboo's hands with Boot, with a rifle of his own, and they are sitting back so passively. Almost just trying to bait out some of the utility that they know will be coming. Avova even going to try and cancel things out, but I say there doesn't look like there's much hope. That's not a bad start. The problem now is he's just got to almost try and stick this until the end. The remaining players not going to be over-facing, and with Miniboo in such a tight corner, even if he manages to get back onto this, Miniboo's going to be there. May have got him killed to the spike. That will still be a big round. In fact, the pay save card Thrifty for Heretics.
Haven't gotten to say that at all today, have we? Is that our first pay save card Thrifty?
Might be.
It's been fairly clean rounds back and forth, and any of them that have come down to that have been off of clutches as well.
That's the thing, though. I feel like, yeah, it's either gone down to a clutch, or it would be like, oh, they've got it into a 3v1, and Avova's the last guy alive. It's like, well, yeah, okay, they failed the pay save card Thrifty, but they should have won it. They just didn't because he Red Bull clutched.
Yeah, well, 4-2 is it's a pretty scoreline to look at. Map 3, trading blows early on. Good sign of what is to come. Salvo sent in, as is Fluorescent, for the early control over B main. Spike just around the corner, with a wall blocking them off, and that won't even be pushed that far. It's interesting as well.
I feel like they should also, like, rewind her audio. Goes back. Maybe that's just me, Avova. He's going to fight tooth and nail and even trade to start, but I'm also just looking at the amount of damage that's being done by Rien's. Not going to get either of the kills, but brought players low and given space elsewhere. Avova, I was going to say in trouble, but somehow has come out of it smelling like roses.
Yeah, that pick puts them back to even footing, but it's Heretics with the plant. Benji Fishy up close with lots of vines just placed onto the floor. The first set activated. The second set can delay even further. This clock is going to run down. They're waiting for it. They think right after these go, let's run on in. Let's take the fight. But Benji's here. He's the one slowing them down, or trying to. He's ended up falling, and Rienz picks up the double. Governor with just 15 HP. There's no choice but to run to the hills. I thought that was another vine. That makes a bit more sense. It was the flash that was in play.
Well,
I was thinking, why hasn't he activated it? Well, that makes sense.
Maybe a little bit of a whiff for Benji, but again, this was something that really came into fruition in the last map, was Rienz in late rounds. If he's alive in those late round scenarios, it feels like he has been such a high impact player and more. It seems like we have the curse of 4-1. Any team that gets 4-1 up seemingly lets it slip, as we've already started to witness Heretics climbing back into this game. This will be another big purchase, though.
I use my taunts, let's go. But you use their taunts and you delayed them and we win,
How about the Thorns did have wonderful impact. I'm not sure what that noise was, but I'm guessing some form of a display of happiness.
I think it was sarcastic, like excitement. Nonetheless, Miniboot has been running riot. A missed shot for Fluorescent leaves her down on just 45 points of health. And actually, just look at the A site. This has been a reaction. After early presence in mid was shown, they felt the need to clear everything out, and in the meantime, they've completely negated this A site control. Now, bear in mind, I feel like when Heretics have got into a post plant on A, they haven't really let it slip.
And with one orb away from Boo having himself a Viper's Pit, granted he's on the other side of the map, but that could certainly play a very good role for them. Look at this. In fact, it's Heretics moving to A with 2 players while the spike goes the other way. They'll have their wall from Vice protecting their back on that side of the map.
The lockdown? Is that the goal? Like, send enough in that they try and use their ult on one side of the map. Maybe they use one of them. Maybe they use the Armageddon and things just get a little bit more difficult. Instead, yeah, the lockdown's nowhere near as impactful on the B side. So much more difficult to make that work, and they've caught them while they're rotating. This is a great round so far from Heretics.
They even expect Boo to be quite this close. Armageddon goes into play, but they've got to walk right past this player, flying under the radar. Again, it's Boo. And now the Viper's Pit put into play, but he can't get out. He's caught on the way. The Thorns, though, buying precious seconds as Team Heretics use a Viper's Pit of their own. They're looking to push right into this spike, and they've gotten onto it already, but Benji is lurking inside the Toxins. He'll buy them precious seconds indeed as that clock runs down. Evova's safe around the corner, and they can't stop it this time. Apex, Evova with a standard play. It's a clutch from him, but also sticking the spike under their nose. Back to form.
I said it when we were on Ascent. I was like, it's a bold play to try and stick a defuse in front of Evova, because normally he's the one doing it to you. Well, guess what? He's just done it to you. Again, I don't, and this map, I get flashback to this map when I think about it. The amount of times he gets away with it. It's just got to be infuriating. Wow, the combo breaker. A lot of ultimates used by that defensive side, but they still hold on to the lockdown. Miniboo has had enough. His aggression's been successful so often, but Fluorescent is able to shut him down. Now, I believe if she had refracted there, she would have gone right back into the crosshair. So I think that was more of a wise decision not to stick that one through. The problem, though, is, again, you've had Miniboo as this fantastic space taker. Sure, losing Governor's frustrating, but that's a worthwhile trade.
I mean, if you just opened the stream and saw Miniboo sliding through, you'd assume that probably Fluorescent is Miniboo's teammate. They're both dashing towards the B site, but that was a retreat and an immediate turn to take that fight and level us back out in a 4v4. Having used Viper's Pits in last round, you know, this lurk would be very dangerous with a pit going up and the site lost, but that's not the case. In fact, there's nothing for Heretics to fall back on in that department. Apex, on the other hand, being proactive. They heard that noise on A, they popped the lockdown, but everyone is on B, including Batu, who's now on the rotate. They'll find one in the form of Fluorescent, they'll find another in the form of Evova, and Malzy's gone too! I don't know how Woot's gotten away with that, but Batu, after using his lockdown, has a 1v4, the first of which he's found. The ladders will not be quite so easy. Heretics, I don't know how they got away. Well, never mind Heretics. I don't know how Woot got away with that.
This is the thing. I feel like this is the opposite of last round. I think the last round, Heretics played a perfect fake. They got onto the site and they lose it to maybe just not the greatest plant spot. It wasn't like a bad round from them. This round, I actually feel like the read was way better from Apex. They used the lockdown to fake the idea that, okay, we believe you're going A. We believe you're going A. Okay, we'll use the lockdown. And Batu plays it, immediately runs B. They know it's B. They have 3 players there. And then Woot just wipes out everybody. It's a weird couple of rounds. We're seeing this again, same stun, same idea, but you could see how far back Rians was playing. They were very well prepared for that.
Yep, in the pistol, it was a similar setup just by chance, but here, that's very much calculated, knowing that early dash was likely or possibly going to be used, especially on a weaker buy, to get that advantage in the early fight. Now, Heretics, 5 versus 4. Miniboo tagged up, but with an outlaw in a round like this, there's nobody who can stand against even one shot. Whoops, even one shot from that outlaw.
They definitely have an idea that 1 or 2 players, and you can see the full sprint rotation coming from Mozzie. A single kill for him would get the Rolling Thunder, but I would say expectations are that it's not going to be utilized in this round unless they already have something that could pull them through to victory.
Oh, that is a very late flank from Governor that's actually just going to see him wrap back around to the rest of the squad. Punching back through this post plant will be very difficult. Nobody's really cared about the back other than Boo, so the rest of the squad on site looking in just one direction, ready for the swings to come through. And with weaker weapons, even a 1v1 has a disadvantage, but when there's that many guns looking back, it's no surprise it's an in-zone flawless for Team Heretics.
That's another one I feel like we've not had. There have not been clean rounds throughout this game. It's always been at least a little bit dirty throughout. Nonetheless, 5-5. I said the 4-1 early start has been a curse throughout this game. Always seemingly leveling up at some point. I think a big part of that has been the resurgence of Woot. I think having a very quiet map 1, a solid map 2 on the ISO, and then building into this one, potentially for a big finale, which if you're an Apex fan might be heartbreaking, because there's no doubt that they have been in this match. They've been prominent throughout. Here we go, Rolling Thunder, and again, Fluorescent tries to get into this one, but Miniboo, while stunned, still finds the shot.
Just cosmetic, really, isn't it? And now a problem for Governor. He'll be left down to his secondary weapon, his primary jam for a moment, and caught from an angle that
not what you want to show.
Shorty is not quite favored on that range. The barrel a little too short.
Back to back.
Mozzie, the last one standing. And I don't think he's going to want to try this retake. Saving the weapon for the final round makes a lot more sense. Heretics, as time ticks on, eventually they're going to realize we have a lot of credits. They don't. Let's go kill him.
Oh, for sure. See, it's got to be careful. They are slowly surrounding him on his position. There's so many places to hide as well.
What a read.
Boo has made the realization. There you go, back-to-back in zone flawlesses. Clearly wanted to keep the sponsors happy with this one, and Heretics have delivered, and this is a great sign for them going forward. Like, the fact that they've had 2 clean rounds, the fact that the last time we saw this exact thing with a Rolling Thunder setup, they get blitzed by it, but I think that's now a couple of times where Miniboo has been way further forward than anybody over on Apex has expected to see him. And I'll say that is probably because a lot of people do not play Neon on this map. Like, there's a few here and there that will pick it up, but I think Heretics have always been the main one.
Doing a thing.
Well, they're still planning to look forward to, from the duelist on the other side, Fluorescent playing the Waylay on attack will bring a lot of value.
You're not talking about this.
Well, I hadn't looked at the right side of the hood, evidently. 3 outlaws. Obviously, they've got cash, so I'm assuming that, why would you want an op? Explain, why would you want an op? Actually, 3 players are 25, and you get 2 shots with quick movement. Outlaw's just a better weapon. I'll fight anyone who disagrees. Batu. All right, well, I'm not a man of my word, evidently.
I was like, now what?
But yeah, for Heretics, look, they've got Hunter's Fury moving into this round. They've got themselves the Outlaws, but they'll be quickly swapped over to the Rifles. And all they have to do is avoid some of these early fights. Saturate's good, and it's going to keep Governor in position. It was the ultimate from Waylay that managed that. And now, a 5v4 as a result. Hunter's Fury, though, tags him up. Woo, good for the kill on Malzy.
Normally, you expect players to have dropped this gun, picked back up their rifle. And it seems that Benji Fishy got so far forward, he's decided he's almost had to keep it. Like, this is potentially a nasty surprise for Avova, although the man does seem to have eyes in the back of his head. I think firing out this utility might just be the end of him, and it will. That's an easy kill for Benji. And well, for the rest of the squad, they have no ground to get back into this position. It should be a free plant with no resistance.
Yeah, Vova only had 25 shields, so it's a one shot, but I don't think a second shot would have been too hard to hit on a player that didn't know you're right above him and behind him. Now the post plant for Team Heretics. And a lot of utility already burned up, but a shock dart alongside a snake bite, nothing to turn your nose at. Salvo's used, Batu spotted 2 on back. Yellow, good kills. A little more possibly, but a little too much to ask. 7-5 in favor of Team Heretics, closing out the first half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 7-5. Team Heretics now on the defensive side, but they've got the lead. Still, I am very optimistic about what we're about to see. Waylay on the attack here on Icebox. There's a lot of options.
Yeah, my only worry is if they run out of steam. 6 of the last 7 rounds going the way of Heretics. So this was, again, it was another 4-1 start. It's something we've seen throughout the matchup so far is whoever starts off the map seems to let it slip away. And the thing is, you've seen the stars that you need. Like, everybody performing on the Heretics side. Woots look fantastic, and I think going into that Benji Fishy Vice defensive side is going to be difficult to break down. This guy is already fantastic with a Cypher. I think give him a Vice, and it could be nasty.
Oh, the new agent already using up, showing off some of those abilities. Your light speed dash across in mid, and the refractive pullback towards the spawn. It's going to get a drone out of Woot, which will be destroyed deep and not get a ton of information. They still have to be...
Only saw Batu, I think.
Yeah, indeed. And no clearance towards the tube, which is a gap that they'll have to be aware of as this clock runs down. So, for now, they're trying to throw question marks up for Team Heretics, and maybe they get an overextension as a result.
This is the thing. Look at the setup from Vice. You've got the wall very, very deep, which might just leave someone in a horrible isolated position, but also you've got the thorns just in front of that. So there may not be even a retreat if they attempt to go that way.
Oh, okay. Governor's managing to find Banshee, and that's going to at least drop the whole wall issue. Avova straight onto Boo, with Mibu tagged incredibly low as well. It's not a bad start for the attacking side. As they pump the brakes and hit the freeze, Heretics start to wonder if the hit's coming in elsewhere. Rian's can push down mid and lock them into this hit, but can they deny the plan? Do they want to? From the looks of it, no. just waiting behind that wall, not wanting to risk it, especially here on the pistol, especially with some players so low already. That decay could have caused massive problems. Now grouped up as 3, shock darts and in, caught Avova. That's a big pickup. They're both towards main. Having to swing out on the same angle, the stun not actually landing it. This is a bit of a problem. Malzy's all alone. They're just now starting to defuse. Still a bit of time to play with, and he's tagged up as well. I think one of those salvos caught him for a decent amount of damage. He's made it around the corner, buying so much time. A Red Bull clutch for Malzy from the jaws of defeat.
What earth is that? Like, that genuinely seems like a scenario that was impossible. When he got tagged, I was like, he's screwed. Absolutely screwed. Even had to swing out wide to kill Wu, who would have just got the defusal over the line if he went for anything else. And well, I feel like Rian's is not going to be happy with how that one ended.
That's all we needed. Let's go.
A big pistol round for Apex to take, and honestly one that without their IGL, without their leader, there would have been no chance.
Big one for Malzy. 7-6. Apex go right into Miniboo to start this one off. Fluorescent dropped and they don't know about Boo flying under the radar. And it's a wonderful position! An even better result! He's wall-banged Avova with a classic after taking his head off with the first shot. Well, Governor and Batu, they have got their work cut out for them now. I feel like you're almost locked into playing B as well. You're against the Nico. They're going to get those weapons. You might as well defend him. And Batu's got to pick one up. He's only got a ghost.
But that's the thing as well. He's had to retrieve his turret because he would have been out of range of it anyway. So they literally don't know what ground they've lost. So it has to be fighting forward at this stage. The only goal here is to try and buy as much time as humanly possible. Up and above. That first one's for free. Got his own salvos to potentially try and get into a plant. In fact, the goal is to try and get a little bit of extra space, but they've swung onto him. Still, they've done well, but it's left on to just one, so desperately low on HP. That is a brutal round for the side of Apex. They've gone and walked into the brothers' home, and well, the majority didn't walk out standing.
Not at all. I mean, Miniboo's first shot was impressive, straight onto the head of Fluorescent, but the rotation deeper and the shot fired out, this drew them in. Boo had no right to claim the kill on Avova. A quick reaction for the first shot, a clean follow-up. Well, Miniboo was there for the later round, but Miniboo put credits on the line. Boo did it with a classic, and both pushed this across the line. Heretics lost the pistol in heartbreaking fashion, but they've recovered nicely.
Yeah, now it's going to be even more infuriating for the other side to attempt to try and respond. 4 rifles and then, well, no, just 4 rifles. Never mind. No one even saw the outlaw.
Right here.
Don't know how much you're going to get away with pushing that wall. You're on a low buy, so you take risks. Those risks rarely have a reward in this kind of situation, not unless there's a big mistake on the other side, and they were all holding. Leaving Malzy on 50 HP. 1v4, Sheriff in hand, tagged up as well. Really, you are already looking to the next round with the question of damage still to be answered. Everyone's got a rifle. The Outlaw's already gone. 1 or 2 kills here. The butterfly effect could come into play. Just keep them modest in terms of economy, especially with that shaky start.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you win the last round, you even get a boost. So you're looking at Rians and Benji with a few thousand extra.
30 seconds left.
Even 1 kill, I don't think will make any real difference. And he's not even going to get that. Relatively clean round, only the Outlaw lost for Team Heretics, and I think there needs to be a relatively early response here from Epic. Sure, we already saw them like streak a mass amount of rounds together when it came to map number 1. When it gets into the depths of a series, when it gets late into the map, but there's 2 problems they're going to have. 1, running out of steam and ideas. 2, if momentum carries on like it has been with a couple of blips for Heretics, you're going to see the likes of Wu and Miniboo just dominate this game.
Well, that's what we have seen, at least in the last couple of rounds. Things are starting to shape up better and better for the side of Team Heretics. That defense.
Locating targets.
Very deep thorns put into play. Thrown out from just outside of A. That's giving deep B control to the side of Heretics. They leave Boo just there to hold on, spot the info in the jump peak, and they can stack up heavy around mid, maybe even go for a bit of mid aggression. It depends. The drone not really seeing anything with Batu ducking. This is a... whether you want to call it a heavy stack, I'm not sure, but it is definitely a big lean. They'll have such a quick reaction to the A play thanks to that piece of utility from Benji Fischer. I'm curious if we can see later where he threw that from.
Aggression into mid actually can come at a worse time. This is where the execution begins, but it does seem like Heretics have almost completely committed. They're just playing a retake at this point, stunned through onto the player on site. There's no way Governor gets out of there. The Vice Wall left him completely isolated, and in fact the worry would be is, could anybody get onto that defuse? Is something that desperately needs to be checked. 2 players stuck in this back corner. It could end up as the undoing of this opposing side. Never mind if Fluorescent can hit 2 quick shots, even manages, well, I was gonna say to escape, but doesn't. And Avova gets absolutely nothing. The first couple of shots were wonderful, but now only 1 man remains. It's Molsey. Needs to try and swing this. It's a deeper plant than he would have liked, and well, a wider angle for Boo. He will not miss that one.
And now climbing towards that match and series point. It's not far away now for Heretics, a team who came in and lost this pistol round. I think, did they lose the first pistol round as well? Oh, thank you very much to our observers for this and to our EVS team. And yeah, that utility ended up landing outside of B. There's 3 players on B at the start, so if you're there, you're going to be cut in half as a team. The 3 players will eliminate whoever's in front of the Thorns, and anyone behind him can forget about the round. But if there's no one there, great. Instant rotation. Boo holds map control, and you are beyond ready for the hit coming in on the other side. You know, I was curious about the ideas of Vice, and especially as you highlighted, Tom, losing out on that Killjoy utility. There's disadvantages to, or at least there's going to be adaptations that you have to make. Yeah. That one right there, that's a really nice idea and a wonderful result.
There we go. Denito, Odorous once again put in the hot seat. I'd say for map number 1, definitely seemed like things worked out, and I think even going back to the early rounds in Split, we saw a beautiful combo of ults. It seems like they love to get a pause whenever that the Armageddon is available. I've noticed that. I think that's 3 times I've gone, Armageddon's online. Got an idea for that. So we'll see.
Now we wait.
Hasn't been the most impactful in terms of damage with the ults, but it's definitely been in terms of space taken. The problem, though, is that they're not coming in with a buy. So normally we've seen them take that pause as they're going in. So I can only assume that just with the scoreline and maybe the way that things have been going within communication, etc., hasn't been quite what they wanted. Instead, it's just going to be pacey. They are running straight into this one.
Salvo's lined up to buy a little bit of extra time. We've seen the Thorns activated. That's going to keep the spike off the site for now. As the clock runs down, and the numbers of defenders towards this site increase gradually. They can't get any more now. All 5 Heretics members, the entirety of Los Niños waiting.
Don't have plan.
And just firing utility in to run the clock down further to deal more and more damage. Now here come the salvos and the fight on the back of it. It's so clean. They've got full control over the map. Their utility is keeping them back, and Heretics just with a clean sweep for so many of these fights. Full control for the defensive side, and let's hope that Apex talked about this next round in the timeout, because that one fell apart.
But that was the thing. The goal seemed to be, okay, 2 players will go in quickly, bait out all of that utility. The 3rd player will come and get the plant, and I think it was going to be Molsey to get the Rolling Thunder. He ends up getting it because I think he gets a kill somewhere in the middle of everything, and so they actually try and get Fluorescent to plant. But that was the goal. Okay, if we can use both of those ultimates, we have the Armageddon and we have the Rolling Thunder, that's fantastic. They never get to the post plant. There was so much utility put in that there just wasn't an opportunity. And well, without that, the round is not. What? Okay, well, you come in with a buy, you come in with a plan. I mean, it means nothing when Minibu comes sliding in.
Well, we saw what happened with this setup. The same thorns going down, the snake bite on top of them as well. It's impossible to go through. And we saw what happens when no one's there. You get map control, you rotate, and you're ready for the hit on the other side. But if you're unfortunate enough to have players there, the round's over. Minibu on walkabouts picks up his 3rd kill of the round. But Apex have done well.
Yeah.
They landed a couple of nice shots and now find themselves in a 2 versus 3. Governor heavily tagged up though, and look at Woot, ult online. Look at Boo, 1 away from a Viper's Pit. This is not going to be an easy finisher.
Yeah, for sure. Utility still available. And you can almost see that I think they're well aware of where that wall is going to be. It's just trying to
30 seconds
date out anything that they can. It's going to be a little bit of
Spike planted.
delay, but nothing much more.
It's great this keeps backside control for them as well. Now much more free, spotted both players too. All the information, a lockdown put into play, and they've been forced into the open. The flank will deal with the lockdown anyways, and this round, well, it ends up costing maybe more than expected for Apex as they were lulled into this false sense of security. I just noticed Boo's the one defusing as well. So now Viper's Pit will be online. In fact, every ultimate except for Armageddon, which was just like, that's it being used there. Every other ult is now online for Heretics, and they have 6 chances to close out this map.
What?
I don't know what that was. They're gonna wish that wasn't on replay.
What just happened, whoever? I feel like it's always him caught in compromising situations on the camera.
Our ABS team always on the lookout for
either that or it's Milan. But anyway, 12-6. Another pause taken. The last one, no effect. They may have had an idea, had a plan, but it has been disrupted. And that's the thing. We're talking about the superstars on this Heretics side. I think in some of the recent matches, we'll talk about, okay, Minibu had a great map, Woot maybe had a great map, someone steps up. This is everyone. There is not a bad player currently performing on the Heretics side, and I'll tell you that I don't know if they're, especially if you go back to last year, if you go, every single Heretics player is playing well, it's like, oh, well, they've just won against any team in the world. Like, it genuinely doesn't matter. So Apex have got to try and dig deep and find something. 6 rounds in a row needed. If you're back on Ascent, that was possible. They proved it, but right now, it is not looking good. Fluorescent not having the time of her life. Evolver, the superstar of the last couple of maps, has finally been silenced, even with the Ninja Defuse at the first. This is a problem now.
Just feels like Waylay is cursed for these EMEA teams. That first map, Heretics picked Waylay, got decimated, and now Apex picked Waylay, and it's the same old story. A bit more work to be done there, but credit to Heretics, some great ideas. I said yesterday I'm a big fan of Vice, and I think so many maps that you don't have to have Vice, but she brings an undeniable amount of value. And here on Icebox, I wouldn't have picked this as one of the maps. I would have actually said it's one of the maps where you can't really play, or at least I can't justify it with the value you find elsewhere, but Heretics have a whole approach built around this. The wall defensively covering mid is great, but the main thing being that B main fight that they tried earlier and then successfully in the last round, it seems so difficult to deal with.
I like as well that they consistently have Benji away from the majority of action, so that utility is always going to be online. The Thorns are always, well, in the side of the opponents. Now building into what looks like a B take once again. An aggressive position. Drone also being utilized. That Sova combination with Teo gives them a lot of info. Yeah, Benji.
Dark Rose came back.
To try and take some control. Batu is the only man not with the rest of the squad. Well, neither of them ends up going down. That Rolling Thunder has been utilized. A Hunter's Fury in combination and a Viper's Pit as well. Everything being thrown in here, but the fact is that first kill has still gone the way of this defensive side. Another for Minibu as he goes running into the site. Even looking to try and spam back in. Another comes up for Benji within it. And they still haven't planted. They still need to get that spike down. There's only 10 seconds left for them to deal with this. And they haven't dealt with the players within this Viper's Pit. It is done. It is dusted. The result will end as expected.
You know things are getting desperate when you have to stick a plant inside your opponent's Viper's Pit. That is decimation from the side of Heretics. They came in here today, shaky footing to start it out. It was their map pick as well,
That
right?
scoreboard is wild, by the way. The top 5 players in the server were all from Team Heretics. That doesn't happen often.
No.
But the fact is, that is the team that we saw in this last map. Map 1, it was a miss. It didn't seem like they had as much depth as maybe they wanted with the comp. Obviously, this is the first week. There's going to be adaptations. There's going to be adaptations from either side, in fact. The fact is, Apex put on a show. They came in probably a lot stronger than most, if not everyone, expected. The problem, though, is when you come up against one of these big teams, which you look at their group, that's going to be basically every week. It's not going to get any easier, and they need to try and find that extra level to get something over the line.
Well, there was a moment here where Heretics were on the ropes, but they bounced back and looked incredible doing it here. A statement on the final map. They came in with a new identity, a new approach, a refreshed Icebox, and it looked wonderful. Any team will be scared to face this roster, but for Apex as well, impressive across the board. We expected this to be a blowout matchup. Heretics delivered 2 strong maps, but not before losing 1, and that at least shows us that there's foundations to build on for Apex's future.
Yeah, especially when you consider that a lot of the critique would have been the players that ascended. Like, we're looking at the new players with excitement and going, okay, but will we see the best out of Mozzie? We did. I think his deadlock on map 1 was brilliant. I think anybody could go and watch that deadlock and go, okay, this is something I could take for like even my ranked games or something silly like that. Like, okay, but ultimately, they were not the victors. The victor is currently down on the stage. We're going to have the post-match interview with Miniboo.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I'm now joined by Miniboo from Team Heretics. First of all, massive congratulations on that win. Very noisy fans over there. We'll get to them in just a bit. But big win for you guys today, considering how it started. How does it feel to be back on the stage and to have the positive energy going and to have the banter back and have the fun back in your game?
I mean, I think it's all about the practice, and we are back to having fun in practice, and that's what we showed today, that we are having fun playing the game again. And I'm really proud of the boys that we are able to bring them back, you know, like the kids kind of power, you know, like we're just like enjoying the game and not worrying too much. Like, we are not trying to prove anything to anyone. We're just like playing the game, and that's it.
Now, the last time we had this chat, you said, you know, you're just a duelist. There's a lot of questions that you can't answer, but so I'm going to stick to the duelist questions. First of all, the Waylay, I know the result didn't really go your way, but did you like playing the Waylay? Whose idea was this?
I liked Waylay. Yeah. I liked Waylay so much. Like, I think this agent has potential, and in the future, I would like to play more of Waylay. I play like Waylay a lot in ranked. I think this agent is good, and I think I'm doing really well on it. I'm just sad that we couldn't show it, but it's not because of the Waylay, it's because of our overall team play and other reasons in Ascent, you know?
We like the ideas, we like the ideas. What did you think about Floor's Waylay and also their breach stuff with the Tail on Icebox? What did you think of that?
I mean, I think Waylay is a very good agent to capitalize on utility, and the breach Teo meta going kinda right now. Like, it's just really straightforward. Like, they throw utility and they play around the Waylay, they try to make traps, and...
The Koi fans are here, the Koi fans are here.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on, carry on.
And the Waylay is the best agent to carry on it, and I think like they had some nice ideas and some punishes that was like interesting to play against.
It's annoying, right? It was a bit annoying having to play against. Of course, congratulations on maintaining your Neon win rate. Do you know what your Neon win rate is?
Yeah, no.
You don't know? So in VCT, you have a 69% win rate when you play Neon.
That's pretty good, no?
Very nice, very nice. We didn't see it at kickoff. I think we were annoyed that we didn't see it. I'm so happy we got it back here. Are you happy as well to be able to play this Neon again?
Yeah, I mean, I think we scrapped it for no reason, and I'm just happy to be back on my Neon, you know, like my Neon.
Yeah, it is yours.
From Madrid, you know.
Does it feel the same? Nothing's changed. It feels the same to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Neon is stronger than it was in Madrid, and I played already in Madrid, so I think it's okay. Like, for me, it's okay, you know.
All right, I do have to ask you just one question that isn't about the duelist, and it is going to be about the Ascent. That was your permaban for such a long time. I know you guys have all individually at one point mentioned maybe some of you don't like the Ascent, maybe it's a coach thing. Why is it back in your map pool? That was such a surprise for us. We thought you were going to keep banning it.
I mean, I don't know, like, I think we have 5 players who are playing Ranked a lot, you know, and in ranked we play Ascent so much, and like we are all from old times, you know, so I don't know, we just felt comfortable on a stand at this point, and we just picked it. We just go for it.
Yeah?
Whatever is comfortable for us, we just like go for it. I don't know.
Even after today, it's still okay.
I don't know. Like, I think we need to take a brief, you know, and just look back into it. Right now, I'm happy. We won, and I'm just being happy.
We're very happy that you're happy. Thank you so much for joining me, Miniboo, and we'll see you next week. You guys might have heard some of the fans. They're very, very loud because Koi will be taking the stage against Foot right after this.
If you go into the English dictionary and you look up the word governor, that was not it, so don't do that ever again.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I don't know, bro. I don't know English.
All right, governor. All right, governor.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the moment. Got a one on my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah. I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man. The trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man. They can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all. You better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all. You better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Let's be honest, we can't do a throwback Thursday in EMEA without talking about Gambit. So I'm gonna give you guys what you want. Shados, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining me. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a little bit of an anniversary for you and the Gambit boys. So about 5 years ago this week, you guys won a tournament. Do you want to guess what tournament that was?
Masters Berlin?
Not quite.
No? 5 years.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was maybe regional one, like.
Yes, the regional. So back in the days when Masters was in CIS, we had CIS Turkey, EMEA Masters. Do you feel like that was maybe the tournament that kind of made everybody take Gambit seriously? That was the first time that everybody learned about you guys?
I mean, I think everyone was how to say, like putting us above. It doesn't matter. Like we was playing good on practice, we was stomping on practice. That's the thing that everyone realized that we could be good also on official because we didn't show our best on official. So that's why I think from regional tournaments everything started.
Yeah, it kind of started your story. I feel like I want to show you some footage from that final. Do you remember anything from that grand final?
It was 3-0 against Saget, so it was like fourth team, I think.
Yeah, it was. I love how you say it was against Sugetsu. So does this bring back any memories?
Yeah, I remember the game.
Yeah, and also your agents look a little bit different, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was meta kinda.
Yeah.
Right now, like, I was playing a lot of Sage in this meta, but right now it's not Sage meta, so it's obvious that I'm not playing it.
You were also...
And also do this.
You were also playing a bit of Raze. Do you miss that? Do you miss the Raze?
No.
You don't miss the Raze?
Not this much.
Why were you on the Raze? Do you remember what was the reason?
Because, I mean, obviously, it was meta when it was double duelist. So therefore, prefer to play Jet above Raze, and I played on Raze, you know. And obviously that my Jet is bad because I never played Jet, you know. Maybe I have like 2 games during like 5 years on Jet, so.
Do you feel like being a part of that Gambit roster has kind of, you know, stayed with you even when you're on different teams? Do people ask you about Gambit?
I mean, obvious, because it's gonna be until everyone from Gambit will reach level more. I mean, Chronicle kinda did it, but everyone else is kinda like didn't reach yet, you know. So when we're gonna reach it, I think. But still, it's gonna be always like this because it was kinda beginning of VALORANT, and it was kinda strong team, and everyone was like following it. So
everyone's favorite team.
Yeah.
I don't think you had any haters. Do you ever remember anyone
haters
not liking you? I feel like everyone loved Gambit, right?
I mean, yeah, we was kind of kids, so we was good kids.
You were great
good kids.
You were great. What about some of the newer players on your roster? When they come over to you, do they ever ask you about Gambit? Do they still recognize you from?
Yeah, I mean, like the guy who came us from America, Flyer, he kind of watched all games and he know. Like, I think everyone knew Gambit, so obviously that. I mean, like, but. Don't live in the past, we live in the future, you know?
I'm glad you said that because that was my next question. So how do you envision, because that was 5 years ago, you know? How do you envision the next 5 years of your career and in VALORANT? What would you like to see?
I mean, let's see, only God's knew.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that, Shados, I like that. I thank you so much for joining me and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
We don't live in the past, and today Shados is on Koi, and the Koi fans are so excited to be here and for this match. I am your host Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. I mean, this is an important game. It is a lot of rivalry.
I'm missing out. I'm
we send you in
tempted to just stand up and go join them because they have all the vibes.
Yeah, we'll send you in there. We'll send you in there. But this is the thing, the Koi, they might not have had the results they wanted at kickoff, Billy. It is a good roster. They have a lot of support, and you can see why the fans are excited to see them.
I love to see the fans excited, but yeah, I think they really need to turn things around from how kickoff went, of course. I mean, the fact that it was Gentlemates to eliminate them, I don't think was particularly great for the roster, and I had such high expectations for them, especially when you look at the coaching staff coming in, right? They came in from being champs on Vitality last year. When I look at Gorilla, when I look at Leica as well. So yeah, I was really excited and had high expectations for where this roster could go. So I'm hoping they can live up to those coming into stage 1.
Yeah, but you have to be realistic. When you think about Koi, we think about those big names, the expectations that the fans have because they have a massive following. The results have not been there yet. What I did like about them is that we saw some innovation. We didn't see a team that was, you know, defeated from the beginning. Good thing. Things can only go up from here, right?
And they've had time. Right? They've had time. They've been able to maybe gel a little bit more as a newer roster. They've had time to look at what other people are doing. So have Foot, in fairness, they've also had that time to build something. Yeah. And you got to expect something even better from Foot, right? They have to break that curse here. They got to win something. This is an amazing team.
Absolutely. And especially with the turnaround that BBL has had, now going more international, this is now the Turkish roster. Bringing in Zeus as well. I think that they have to, as you say, prove that they have what it takes. It is time to finally break that third, fourth kind of place in EMEA. This is the time that they have to prove that sticking together and working on things. We know that these are grinders. We're speaking about 5 to 6 packs a day in the server with brilliant individual players.
At least they're consistent, right? At least they're consistent in that sense. But yeah,
how many teams can say that?
Exactly. And I was really happy to see Zeus come into this. I think he had a great debut.
Okay, Yetoje. Oh my goodness, who's that aimed at?
But I think as well, when we think back to kickoff and in the fashion that they went out, they went up against a Team Liquid that were absolutely on form. I don't think anyone expected them to go on that run. So I don't think that they can be too disheartened by that.
I'm going to say the opposite. I think they should be. I think they are the team that they had no business losing to Team Liquid at kickoff.
Yeah,
they really didn't.
It was an upset.
They upgrade their roster. They're the ones that didn't change anything really. They stick together. They're so good. And they had all the right pieces because they had the comfort picks too for their roles.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that there's some context missing in that. They did win against Liquid the first time around.
Yeah.
It was the second one where where Liquid were bringing in new compositions and new changes. So it was a very different opponent from the first time. So the first part of the homework was like super good.
Yeah.
Somehow that exam didn't go through. You had to repeat it. All the questions were different and you were like, oh, did I even study for this subject?
I mean, I want them to study a little bit harder this time around. And if they have been doing their studying, Billy, then they would know some of the tendencies when it comes to the comps that Koi were running.
Yeah, we know Koi seemed to enjoy a double sentinel composition, which I'm not too against, but I think as well we have to consider the kind of meta that we're in at the moment. I kind of hinted at that before. They're playing a lot of Killjoy, and of course we have a lot of teams bringing in the Taeho. So honestly, I would love to see perhaps a Deadlock with the changes that Deadlock has had, or even a Sage. I don't know if I completely agree with the Killjoy going into this stage.
But I think that it is good to see that they had an actual perspective onto things. We did not see them actually in no composition going back into the old stuff. They were bringing or trying to bring an identity with this double sentinel. And I agree with you, especially with what we just saw on Ascent and how the Deadlock is doing, especially having players like Solkos and actually just having the flexibility that we've seen all around, not only this, but in the names that they had. This should be probably, as I'm saying, something that identifies them.
I like the legacy he left behind on Apex as well. He's like, you can still do the stuff I was doing. But he is looking very comfortable. Despite the result, despite maybe underachieving a little bit for Koi, Solcast Kakuga has been a shining star on this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. With him picking up on the rise and just being throughout the years, Solcast has been one of the most flexible players that we've had. We've had him on Smokes as an initiator, terribly good also as a Sentinel. But actually, we're going to take a look at who is going to be on the other side. Double Sentinel? Well, Foot apparently only needs one because Jetij had an amazing performance during kickoff. Yes, they didn't manage to get to that main stage, but he can be extremely happy with what he was able to put out there.
Yeah, I think that we look at some of the names in Foot and we get a little bit lost sometimes because Zeus was having such a great performance. But I think yesterday we can always count on him to be that site anchor, and he's always able to have those kind of pop-off moments. So
and the vibes.
I think, yeah, and the vibes as well, of course. So it'll be interesting to see how he forms in comparison to someone like Solcast.
He's literally one of my favorite people in the world. He's always watching Game Changers.
Yes.
He's always in the chat. Yeah. He's so supportive. A very nice guy behind the scenes. We love the energy he brings, the screams. And of course, as you said, it helps that he's a Swiftie as well. You know, he's one of us. We'll support Yetoje till the end of the earth, which is what makes his head-to-head so difficult because he is going up against Solcast, and we feel the exact same way about Dom. You know, and we're going to see some of his highlights here from kickoff.
Yeah, both of the expectations, I think, for both of these players have to be through the roof. And especially, again, with what we've seen today and what we've seen throughout the 3 months that we've had of the year, these Sentinels are sometimes being the difference. Yes, we speak a lot about the Tejo and the Breach, but actually some differences like the Deadlock, the Vice, and whatnot can be game determinant, and especially in maps like, for example, this Pearl that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Solcast has been absolutely amazing, and I want to keep bringing like this Deadlock back into the conversation when I think of Solcast, because he was just really great on Ascent when he was playing for Apex. We've seen him start picking up that Deadlock towards the later stages of the year. So yeah, I think it's great, and I think as well that because he has that sort of initiator experience as well, we're seeing him act reactively with the Vise Flash, with Deadlock utility as well. So I think there's a lot of potential there for him.
This is the other thing though, we were kind of going off about Foot last year. Why is Krax not playing the KO? Yeah. It felt so weird that they didn't put him on the KO. They put him back on the KO and it was a bit of a miss this time around. Is this something that you want to see them innovate, or is it just like, you know, he's allowed to have a bad day at the office?
it was maybe too many bad days in the office. Like I understand what we were coming from last year, but maybe missing out on that time was crucial for him, because even though they bring ideas like playing it on the Fracture, they were the only team in our region that ran it there. And on the Bind, we also saw a couple of more teams doing that as well. But actually, maybe that being a mainstay is going to work against them at some point, because first time that you run it on the Fracture is going to be a surprise. But after you've done your 7th knife onto Dish, people are going to start reading onto that. And then you're put in between two very different roads. Are you going to stick to this and keep innovating it every single week so you can stay on top of it? Or are you just going to swap around? Because remember, last year, Foot was the team, what was it, 2023? I mean, we've been here forever. Foot was the team that every single time that they lost the map, they were like, oh, this comp doesn't work.
It was last year.
Yeah, we scrap it. We go into the next one.
Yeah.
I think I quite like the KO. I think that the meta that we're in and how explosive people can be, that they can do a really good job of shutting this down. And as well, we have to consider the map pool that we're in now, right? We have Ascent coming back, we have Icebox coming back, and KO is played so commonly across both of these maps. So I don't think that this is something that they'll steer away from. I think that this is something that Foot will potentially, they'll double down on.
I mean, in a world where everyone and their mums is running Yoru Breach, Teho, for me, it just makes so much sense. Fallen Breach, cracks Teho, you know, we be on our merry ways and see what we can do with that. Is that too simple? Is a team like Foot the team that you expect to just do that, or maybe?
I think so, because I don't think that they need agents such as Teho for that explosivity. I think that they've got such good raw mechanics that they can just go in and take those aim drills. I don't think that this is a team that rely on utility that heavily.
Yeah, and I'm looking also at the explosivity that we see from the. Was he playing? I was thinking of a Neon as well, but I think that he's picked up very good on this team. We were speaking at the beginning of the year about he doesn't really play the operator, but we also saw him getting out of that comfort zone, because that is also something that can play against you. If the other team that you have in front of you knows that the operator is not going to be in play, they will feel more free about taking some duels and taking some spaces in the map. But we also see him individually with all the tasks that he has to fulfill already, also adding that onto his list. I want to see how he's doing right now.
How buffed or nerfed do you think our teams are going to be with the map pool changes? Because it looks like a lot of the teams are already benefiting or suffering from it.
I think that for example, for the side of Koi, for this two specifically, it's a massive win. They didn't do well on Bind, they didn't do well on Abyss. The coaching side, like the Icebox, we've seen the Ascent that can be beautifully played with that deadlock, and I think that is where they would go.
I think, for Koi, they have two really great minds that I'm excited to see what they can cook up together. I think for Foot as well, we have to look at the kind of win rate that they've had on Icebox and Ascent in the past. You know, these are two really strong maps for this team, and they've only had one player change, so I expect that will be the same going into this stage.
Just the thought of seeing Shados on Icebox, I don't know about you guys, you know, it's Throwback Thursday.
Yes.
It's Throwback Thursday.
Yes.
That just brings nice memories, you know, fuzzy, warm memories of that Reyna, 400 ACS, you know, 12-1, 13-1 even, 13-1 map picks. I feel like this is a nice map pool for Koi. They should be happy about this.
And actually something that Foot also has to take into accountability, especially when we think about the picks and bans. Both of the teams were very flexible into what they were doing and just peeking onto their opponent. Where are they going to now find their strengths? And especially knowing that Foot should be the favorite to win this. What maps are you going to go for in here? Is this something that you have prepared? Are you going to be as surprising as Heretic was and go from something that you used to permaban into picking something because you might find some surprises?
Yeah, and how big is the disparity? Are they the clear favorites?
Honestly, I think when you look at Koi's kickoff performance, you would perhaps say, Foot are the clear favourites here. But I think that we've not seen the full potential of Koi just yet. I think that they have so much more to bring, and I really want to see the potential of this roster reach the heights that we know that they can get to.
Well, we are ready in the studio, and the fans in the arena are very eager to see these two teams. It's time to welcome back Foot and Koi. both of these teams have had a lot of time to cook in this current meta. I can't wait to see what they bring to the new maps, how they're going to maneuver around some of the things we have already seen from the other teams. And this is the map where we were discussing. Where could we go here?
I think okay, it makes sense that Koi wants to ban that Haven. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. I think that Foot just went and stayed on that line of we're just going to ban the what we consider to be their strongest map.
Yeah.
And probably just going back on the drawing board and thinking if they're going to keep that K or not. Pearl being the first one, it's a very safe option for Foot.
Yeah, I mean, what is with our Turkish teams and choosing Pearl at the moment? I mean, there's something clearly that we're not reading into. So yeah, I think Pearl is an interesting one from them. I mean, I know that they beat Team Liquid on it 13-7 during kickoff, so maybe they still feel super strongly about that and there will be no changes. But yeah, interesting map feel.
Yeah, what era are we living in that Foot is banning Ascent and Koi are banning Icebox as well? What's going on?
I think that especially, like, probably because if we get to that decider, right, if it goes that far, they do not want to see any surprises. You want to play in a ground that you definitely know. And Split should be that one for both of the teams. Yeah, we haven't seen it from Koi, but I think that it's pretty even.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. And I mean, Split as well, like, it's even because we've not seen Koi play it, but then it's also even because Foot had a devastating loss on it. So I would be excited if we get to that point.
Yeah, I would be excited as well. But this is also where, from Koi specifically on Pearl, we talked about how well Soulcast is playing on that Vice.
Yeah.
You know, the result didn't go their way, but he had a lot of great ideas. So I wonder if we're going to see a lot of that today.
Yeah, exactly. And but I'm not really sure about that double
Killjoy?
Yeah. I mean, I can see how they can make it work, but I would like them to have gone to the drawing board and come up with a surprise. Because if you think about this map, Vito, and this expecting Foot to ban your strongest map, or the very literal idea that they have of what it could be, should be pretty predictable for them.
I do like the way Flyer plays Killjoy, though. He plays it like a duelist, and it's
just
so entertaining.
Oh,
we're going to get a Shadows chamber.
That is a first time
We're getting a Shadows chamber.
I cannot. I mean, I wanted to expect it to change. Maybe in the Sentinel. Well, okay, we're going to include it that the fact that they're still running that double Sentinel, but Fly is going to be moving onto that Soba Filu on the Euro Gabinho, moving away from the Omen, I believe, into the Astra. But again, I'm mostly excited to see that Shadows debut on Chamber because I cannot believe 5 years of Valorant he didn't pick the agent once.
Yeah, it's super exciting. And I have to look over at Foot, obviously not making any changes whatsoever. They're pretty comfortable with the composition that they ran last time. So it'll be interesting to see if the coaches have got any ante on that. I presume that they will. But yeah, movie star Koi, I mean, you're making a statement coming out with this kind of composition.
Just yoink stuff from BBL. Yeah, why not?
See, it seems to be the T, but especially with them having the chance, like if this map gets picked onto you, you want to start on the defense, you want to have control over B-Long. I think that for Shadows, this is going to be a make or break. I want to see also this change with having Flyer move away from the Sentinel into the Initiator, what that is going to be, and how Foot are going to deal, especially with that B control that I was mentioning.
Yeah, and the Zeus versus Filu head-to-head is very, very interesting. We've seen just how oppressive Zeus can be on that Yoru as well. So I wonder how Koi are going to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, especially with the momentum that I feel some of these players need, because you know, especially for Filu, that is something that they're going to be pretty evened out when we think about the two duelists.
Yeah, I think looking at the two duelists, we know that Zeus had an incredible debut, and you're right in saying that. You know, how is Philo actually going to be able to cope on this Yoru? It's something that we've seen across a few maps, but yeah, not entirely sure how I feel about it right now.
And we really want to see the players that we mentioned come alive a little bit on the side of Foot. You know, Atta Captain, once upon a time, the rookie that came into our region, made his mark, but it was a little bit underwhelming at kickoff, but he's one of those players we look towards when Foot are in a bad situation. So I want him to come alive and play with a little bit more confidence on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that for me, he is absolutely necessary in those clutch moments. Later in the round, he is when he comes alive the most.
Yeah, speaking of clutch moments, I'm going to throw, that was a terrible segue, but I'm going to throw this over to people who are better than me at yapping. It's Pansy and Hypog.
I think we could run with that. I was going to say, we're kind of flip-flopping backwards to like a style of compliment almost.
Kind of.
We're just here to yap, I guess.
Yappers, professional yappers in the building. However, I do need to find out if Koi can truly give a reason for these fans to keep singing, Michael, because they're rowdy.
I thought you were going somewhere else. I do need to find out what's going on. But
I'm just confused.
Look, for me, it's actually a big positive to see such a drastic change.
And it is a change.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like these are crazy agents to be pulling out, but again, the role swap for me is huge. For Shados to be the one to pick up the chamber here,
that's totally different.
It is, yeah, because stylistically, it doesn't really sit. I mean, historically, from what we've seen from Chamber, but yeah, I'm here for it. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, look, I'm down. I'm absolutely down to kind of figure it out as we go along. And it looks like it's starting a brawl, isn't it? Koi taking the fight to them and winning out most, but Foot fighting back. It's down to a 2v2. Rubino, nice! Oh, it's lovely! There it is, keeping the fans on their feet.
Off to a flying start here. I was going to say, Grabinho fairly committed there after the initial barrage. Able to clutch it out. 4 on the round for him. Star Koi looking for an early confidence boost, and they absolutely find it in the pistol round. Much really for Foot in terms of recovery factor coming into play there, Lauren.
Okay. Can they keep a clean slate here, though? But only on the classics, but hey, remember yesterday's games, we've seen some very messy anti-ecos, so would like to see this kept very clean.
To remind them.
I do get a bit worried when they take a fight in this kind of close choke point, and Zeus does very well to take away Shados.
Been more behind that. Look as if Foot want to progress through. Cracks will fall. They are able to even the score, so to say, but blood drawn elsewhere on Foot. Mr. Fallen and Zeus tagged up a little bit.
Kind of dismantling the pack they're playing under, maybe looking for that re-aggress.
And now no pressure point, really, because Starkoi have comfortably disengaged, but that's pretty big.
That's massive.
43 HP, sure, but a chance to take an engagement at least.
Yeah. Nabbing the Bulldog, you can see the fear on Koi to not want to overextend to try and police that and bring it back in. Again, you can see how they set up. Nice angle for Filu here, though.
Yeah,
it's
farming
free, right?
position, right?
Right? Enough. I'm looking who can force him off. Maybe a flash coming in from Zeus, but I don't think he's got any left here. And it's not. You're not going to see any util put. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Filu, yeah, lovely. He's got it. That's fine. Doesn't need to stick around too long. Should be able to depend on the others now to kind of take the place. Nice from Rubino, outdone. But now out of captain last hit. Any more deaths gets a problem. Oh dear, we might have a problem. 10 seconds. Christ.
10 HP on Soulcats.
Little close, little close.
But the 2-0 nonetheless. Rifles maintained, 3 fall, yes, but can potentially build around that here. Maybe even just scrape together a lighter purchase next to it. Yeah, it's difficult. Soulcats being the only one left over on that side of the map. Can't really police that Bulldog, but well handled in the end. Bodies in the right place. Movie star Koi. Well, you see him actually getting a little active once again here to try and make something work. See around like this, Shados actually the one with the Bulldog. Expect him on this lesser purchase just to ride through on the Headhunter.
Like that little push up into middle. Kind of removes some of those question marks if they're kind of just, you know, pumping fakes, but you get out of there, so it doesn't stay too long. Maybe feeling enough pressure towards that A site. They want to reinforce the 2 that are already there, fly up. One of them. Patient beginning. Oh, no massive hurry, but util starting to be invested. Maybe just trying to pull that fake, but those late hits back to B, how are you going to deal with the wall? You know, these sort of questions.
Yeah.
You look at the side of the map, Mike, you've still got Chambers Trip sitting towards, you know, the double doors. You've still got the wall there towards B long.
I think we'll allow Foot maybe 1 or 2 rounds to figure it out. Yeah.
Feel it out. You know, it could be an art at this point. It could be anywhere. We don't really know the full spread of the util.
Anticipating a lesser purchase as well. You don't want to walk into these choke points necessarily to clear the util, but it's early on here.
About 30 seconds. That's not bad. I mean, you got Shados there now as well, though, for Koi.
I mean, I'm looking at the minimap and sent an extra body.
30 seconds
also. That window of opportunity seemingly lapsed, but that's a captain. We'll find Shados.
Yeah, so far, holding strong numbers here. Looking for anyone to be A bit more of a frustration, no. Foot looking solid. I was a bit worried about the timing, but they've had plenty of time to spare. 15 seconds using the util coming out from Mr. Fallen really nicely to clear out that backside.
Without concealment.
Philo, Brino going to find consolation here. But seemingly vice-like grip here on the site. Zeus good for a third now.
And Zeus has been a treat to watch.
Yeah.
You know, one of the kind of hot prospects through that lead into kickoff. People unsure how he'd fare, but he, you know, that name was really said around. But seeing him now, maybe a little bit more time with this roster too, seeing how he looks within this team, can't wait to see his peak. But Grabino, I mean, we know how this ends for him. Going to be opting for the spike.
Just on that as well, especially across the season, these are two teams that we probably want to get sort of a litmus test for what the year looks like.
Yes.
Not even really looking at roles, but performance-wise. To put it bluntly, I think that's to address the elephant in the room, right? But I don't think that's...
No, and again, when I look at someone like Foot, they were pretty nasty in that lower bracket. They were pretty... I'm pretty sure they sent Fnatic home. They took them away from that run towards Bangkok. They eventually lost in the end towards Team Liquid, and that's fair. You know, Liquid were one of the people who booked that slot into that first event. So in my mind, they are a dangerous little team, to say the very least. Now, Koi, though...
synonymous, really, when you talk about Foot.
Always has been.
Yeah,
always has been. A little bit of a dark horse, sometimes underestimated, but look at this util! Look at this combination work from Mr. Fallen, the assists. Perfect, the C's on top. Oh my word, what an absolute backhand to Koi.
Losing two that early on. They still got Solcas in a position over on B side, but this is where the problems can develop very, very quickly, because still more than a minute left on the clock.
I'll handle this.
Replay team, please give us a POV of that at the very start, pretty please, I beg of you. But Zeus right now, trying to take in the lay of the land. Spot out where Solcas is currently residing, but the site's theirs. There is still util to be dealt with, but it's minimal on the way.
Serious. Plant will come through.
Spike
Early
planted.
challenge just yet. Yetijay in a position now to tuck in. Got to try and dig him out early. He will be problematic the longer this goes on.
Oh, you're right. It's just that kind of compounding factor, isn't it? Thielu, Solcas, Shados, what do they have to set this in motion? Couple flashes, that's really it. I don't think they're fancying
better of it, yeah.
Yeah, they're off ski, want to keep these for the next. And this was won and lost to that initial exchange over towards A main, right? That establishing of the dominance off the back of it. I mean, love or hate Deo, you got to respect that util. It was so strong with the C's there. Such a big punish. You can already see it pinged out on the map. You can see everything they're considering what, you know, works so well for them. Beautifully done. That's their homework really paying off.
Yeah, and I mean, this sort of composition is literally tailor-made.
Well, look at this.
For these sort of setups, to punish early aggression.
Oh.
There's just nothing to do.
Oh.
Nothing to do here.
It's fortunate that Philo didn't fall for it as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That was...
It's right on the edge of it, and it's only because of the TP to get out, to be honest with you. If anybody closes the gap, that's a third off rip.
Gosh, and that's something that makes that aggression harder and harder to want to ever go for, right? Like, maybe they show it once, you're probably not going to go back on it every time, but it's there.
You definitely can't justify going forwards, that's for sure.
Lovely. God, I love our replay team. Oh.
Wow.
So for Koi, kind of held on that starting block here. That save, fair shout. As said, a little bit rough at the beginning. Now got to go back in. Shados is identified by those double doors. Probably don't know it's him just yet, but Solcas there too. Zeus going to be noted, but it's an early 1-3-1.
See, not a full purchase, but still well-rounded. Movie star Koi. Only the divide in play for them. Divide on the other side as well.
Do quite like this still.
Right here. Yeah, it's just, again, previous round aside, taking this space away, at least not pushing too far here, because we can obviously see Yetijay coming forwards now to clear it.
It's all about that timing, isn't it? They're going to be stalled out towards that arc flex in, depending on the tail ult to force them away flyer. He's in a war zone. Someone help him! He's active duty trying to play towards the site. It's God, the util in this game is rotten sometimes. But he had to take the emergency get out of jail free for Philo, had to get back can't really operate from that same position. Now trying to fight it back in from the front of the side. It's Zeus! Oh, he's absolutely magic! Beautiful from him, and Soulcast's options are down to 0. Held on to here, 15 HP. He's got to bow out.
And nothing else to say here. Zeus looking so sharp. And you're right, Flyers, he's caught on the retreat. He's not even caught in a position that's, you know, on site. He's desperately trying to maintain the head count for the retake. But again, you get a couple of those rounds and you know exactly where Foot are going to invest this utility. Fortunately, Movistar Koi, other than that early aggression.
Again, I'm sure we'll see it here. Yeah, look at that. Where am I meant to go? Someone.
Yeah, it's like you say, someone help him. He's like, help, do something.
Anything! Anything! But again, I do want to kind of just pause for Thor, because I do actually think we're going to have a pause coming in. I imagine it's Koi's. We'll see that in oh, I've seen
No, it's not Koi's.
Oh, it's not.
It's not Koi's. It's all red.
Apologies, apologies. We'll find out where it is for you, don't worry. We've got our best people on the case.
Pause technique.
Yinzu and Bay are going to be backstage just fiddling around with some cables. It's fine. But I do want to kind of then just pause this conversation. And we talk about prepping during the time you have, right? So if you're not making it deep in tournaments and going to these events, I want to talk about homework here. Foot have turned up and they look locked in on these new compositions. Well, I don't want to even say new, but the way they're applying them, they are absolutely showing you what Teo can do, what the Fade can do, what you're seeing with Astra here, and again, Zeus layered into that.
But also, on top of that, the point I initially made, that's why it's so refreshing to see Movistar Koi come into this. But like I said, not a drastic set of agents, but actually almost like a revisioned look at the game, how we want to approach the start of this season. So definitely a positive in that regard. Whether or not we're going to see it today, I think it's probably a test for the first couple of weeks. Have just got in, as you can see on the screen here, in-ear issues, the classic. How many headphones off have we got? How many headphones off?
I don't see any.
I'm seeing thumbs up. I saw a thumb up. Yeah, to Jay. We need to target our player cams a little better during the tech pause.
Shame them.
Yeah.
Just get the bell. Shame. Just
resuming shortly. We've got another update on screen now. Oh my God. I love the new ticker.
Isn't it nice?
We were saying this yesterday. I was like, the fact that we
rolling news one,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
Just coming in, breaking news.
Breaking in-ear issue.
No, I would love that. Can we dramatize it a bit, boys? I'd appreciate it.
What's Yinsu's little news show called? VCT?
BNN.
VNN, yeah. Breaking VNN in-ear issue.
We can get like a little wipe where it's just like Yinzu shuffling paper. You know, and he's that like BBC like noise there. Did it, you know what I mean? Like, hot off the press. But
They need some homework production, sorry.
Yeah, sorry boys. I mean, or just never have a tech issue. Yeah, my bad. Ooh! Filu. He's the only one with the rifle, so he's got to be feisty here. Got to get into it. Yeah, the Jay, I mean, I don't know how recoverable that weapon is, but it should be within grasp for these rotations coming in, but can they hold? Soulcast, this position never gets checked, please. Send a Prowler, send something. Oh, they never check. Why don't they ever check?
The third one out clears it. The third one out.
Of course, third time's a charm. Flyer is going to pick up the Phantom now, kind of left off the corpses. And well, this is going to be tough. Hard to do with the full buy, let alone with this. Let's see. Nice. Needs a bit more though. Okay, not going to get it. But Shados, show me something here. We were looking at you on this chamber. Time is still in play for this.
Fortunately, with another star going down.
Only one bullet currently in the Headhunter to get the gun and he needs to get going.
I mean, damage would be good here. Look at what's left, but Zeus to find the third. Put Foot on 4 now.
They got to get off that too. They really need to get off that too.
And they're building towards some of these ultimates. Filu being one of the important ones here.
Oh, and they got Flyers as well to couple with it. Okay, maybe see something there.
It's so rough, yeah. Because again, the flash going off in front of him is just like, yeah, I'm gonna get one, guys.
I'm good for one.
Nice!
My in-ears are broken.
I'll say,
Tech
yeah.
issue. Tech issue. No, they'll stop panicking. So a similar start, it looked like, from Foot there to try and apply that pressure towards A main with that same utility. Actually, Mr. Fallen didn't use the same utility potentially, so a little bit later than that. And they burnt Flyer's ult on this. Yeah. That felt like a panic reaction.
Yeah, no tag either.
You want to fight it?
Yeah.
Tons of information here on the back of Zeus's ultimate. Actually, yeah, he's got a little pocket to TP into.
That's nice.
Yes, James, I want to find you anyway.
Okay, Grubino going down. And they're going to be held back by this. You've got to respect it for a second longer, really. You're not breaking back in. You have nothing to set it in motion. Util down there for Flyer. Send in a shock dart. Chip damage on Mr. Fallen, but we're waiting on the drop of the divide. Counter ult from Filu. Let's see what he can achieve. We're expecting that to be comboed with Flyer, but it wasn't the case. Panic or not, it doesn't matter now into the post plant. But they're losing our numbers here. Shados the one to really do the damage, but it's only Mr. Fallen down. Good in the form of taking away that util. Better from Shados. Starting to hit a little more here. J goes unchecked. Shados taking a glance back, but at a captain, still going to find Flyer. You're still seeing J. Yeah. That timing's so good. Playing it so deep. Filu's just got to save.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Movistar Koi have to dig so deep to pull these Foot players out of these positions. Clock ultimately would have decided this, but I mean, fair shot from Movistar Koi.
Got to hit a timeout though here, right?
You'd hope so.
Because it just don't have the answers right now.
No, and where you would want to see this composition excel would be the first half here from Movistar Koi. And similar ethos, you could argue with the, was it previously the Killjoy, I believe, but here's a little less emphasis on site anchoring. But they're just not winning out on the engagements.
Yeah, timeout coming in now for Koi, and this isn't a bad map really for Foot on this either. You know, this has been a very strong showing for them. I've enjoyed watching them here. I was hoping that Koi would come in with a little bit of something to them. Yeah, right. You see it on the comp changes or kind of the role swaps here. Shados in this sort of.
I mean, that's the first tick in the box, right? And,
yeah, that's where it
even
starts.
Then, pistol round comes out. Cool. We got a really nice set piece. We haven't seen much else of that. We've seen early aggression punished by Foot, whether or not they were just on red alert and had these sort of plays in the back pocket. But yeah, for me, where you want to see Movistar Koi excel with this composition change is in the first half, and now 5 rounds unanswered.
Again, for Koi, I was impressed with what Gorilla was able to achieve when he was, in those previous coaching roles. But Gaius right now looks like he has been putting Foot to the task, right? These guys have come in locked in from round 3 to round 7. It feels like Koi haven't had a window of chance, really. There hasn't been it's not even down to like individual impact. There's so many layers to what's coming out. So Koi need to break away from this 2 rounds they've been held on. The ult's now off the table of barring Shados's and close for Soulcast's, but feels reactionary. I'd like to see them take the initiative soon enough. Incredibly hard though, and Foot seems so prepared.
Zeus also putting on a bit of a clinic so far.
Yeah.
10-3 for Foot. Another exploration towards mid. Nobody to greet it. Flyer playing a very deep angle. I note the cross, but again, not really the intention with this setup.
It feels, I don't want to say rebel, but you've taken space towards a main.
Fire's actually backfilling this now. They're going to get proactive.
Gravino felt hesitation. Maybe waiting for that counter swing, maybe waiting for the outrun. I don't know what it was, but it's falling to pieces. Foot! Huge punish towards Koi. Oh, and the timing's so gorgeous. I'm going to be honest, Foot look a cut above so far.
And this is another situation. Movistar Koi, like I said, with Flyer and Shados looking to pinch into the backside of connector here.
Yeah.
Movistar Koi kind of just wait for Foot to push onto them. If that's the call and that's, what they're assuming is happening, it needs to be a little more decisive.
I don't know what held them up there. I don't know if they were waiting for something.
What's the green light? If somebody's called that, Flyer's backed up, he's on that deeper position, you concede that space, and then the next step is to challenge it. Challenge it.
And I don't know if they were waiting for the ideal scenario when, we saw how deep they were playing towards mid, maybe when that Owl drone to come around or try and, time it really right, but you're not going to get everything you want,
Flyer can drone from that deeper position that he was in initially.
I'd like to see it back if we can. I want to see the timing on this. In zone flawless, by the way.
So I was just letting it breathe. breathe for a second. But yeah, whether or not that's the plan the whole time, it seems a little disjointed.
Yeah, because like, look at this. By this point, Zeus is already pushing in. They're already trying to break through by the connector, and that
right there.
Desperation.
Yeah. But almost not expecting a player to still be that deep.
Oh, yeah, the J.
Yetche just teed up for 2 freebies.
Oh, he's got to feel good.
Take nothing away from Foot's approach there. But
No,
it's the one time we move Starkoi positioning in to challenge some of those things.
Yeah.
And well, I was going to say it crumbles, it was never there.
No. Okay, Shados. Big moment. Oh, man. I don't know where that went. Don't know if it was eaten by the Prowler or something. But it didn't find a body you wanted. And now the site is going to be tough to hold. Solkat, the flash. Oh, well, that's not in the movie. It's not in the clip. It's not in the clip. Zeus going to carry on forward. Take the back of the site. They're trying to get a little bit in their face here, being a bit more aggressive, but I'm honest, they need to start hitting some of these shots too. Like, and this team is good, right? They've got mechanical capability. We know that. 3v3. Show me some more. You take them back the site. How do you disrupt these?
How's Gravino getting 2 here with the classic?
Stop. He's got divide. Mr. Fallen, if you got a util for this, he's got his ult, but what are you going to do with it now? You don't know what's going on here. You're going to have to send it through. Philo, beautiful. Finally, Koi taking a bit of a fight. Right back in towards Foot.
And looking as if they're brimming with confidence in the approach there with lesser inventory. A pay safe card thrifty on that one, Lauren.
Best kind of pay safe card thrifties, those.
One more time.
Nowhere. There it is, pay safe card thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, other than Solkas struggling a little bit initially, like I said, Gravino just walks out here with a classic. And I'm like, there was 2 sheriffs in the classic. Gravino's the one to find 2 kills. Uli about to burst a blood vessel. Why do I keep saying blurt?
I don't know. He loves a pay safe card thrifty.
Does it?
I think I've hit the quota. I think I'm good. I'm out now.
By round 10, map 1.
Nailed it. Sorry, Red Bull. No clutches. For now, but a little bit of a, maybe a wake-up call here, right? But try and do that again. I want to see now that change up from Koi. Give us a couple more rounds. Give us a game here, because Foot, they've already showed off, right? They've already flexed that, hey, we are absolutely locked in on these comps. We know exactly what we're doing here. Big old stack towards A this round as well from Koi.
Yeah, and one of the few times we haven't seen Filu playing up close and personal. Foot will now capitalize on that. 2-pronged approach though. Some pressure coming through Art. Actually, TP sent over towards B and Shados on the rotate as well, but
they found a corner to play from though. We've seen how oppressive these site takes are. They're trying to stick around. I think they've realized they can't play from pit really. They do have to give up the site. We're in that retake meta. We've heard it discussed and we're seeing it in action. It's crisp and clean, and it looked like Zeus was almost on for another there, but a 4v3 possible for sure. Soulcast does have ult. Filu getting close towards site. Waiting for the others to come over, but Krax gets cleared. Good trade from Yeta J though. Still trying to turn around on the site.
Here we go.
Now
Fallen's
it's
down on
game
14
on.
HP.
That's not going to have the effect, and Mr. Fallen's going to have his util back in a second now. That's going to be thrown in the second he feels like he can. There it is. Next contact should be Ada Captain. The other two may be trying to read into this here. They bought the time, and Ada Captain going to get the kill. Soulcast looking to be the difference maker on the push. Beautiful, and the time is run too low. Soulcast, a valiant attempt, but not enough.
Looking to fight to the death in the retake there, but able to run the clock down effectively. You're right, I'm with you. Zeus looking lethal here on the approach.
Player, isn't he?
Feels a little heartbreaking that after flipping the thrifty and coming so close. I nearly did it again then. Don't look at me.
Oh, operator out.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. You're in the right place. I'm leaning in. Okay, drone dealt with. Filu given some freedom. Prowlers, bit of a problem though. Oh.
Doesn't catch though.
Ooh, Filu, freedom! Rattles off the shot. Zeus down. That is the headhunter gone, not the one in the hands of Shados. But the fact that Zeus was cracking open these sites. Spots out one, spots out a second. He's got to know that Fallen is low here. Trying to find the softer target. Dips out, looks for a kill, waiting on the backup as well. Soulcats needs to be here. Beautiful. Mr. Fallen's down yet again at 1v2 though. Don't doubt this man. Ooh, position giver. Nice from Filu there. Koi trying to grab onto any round they can.
Almost done the hard work now to put this within touching distance at least. At the half-time mark. They come out here with a 7-5 that will feel almost miraculous. The flyer so unlucky not to get this third. I think Mr. Fallen had like, what, 14 HP and 10 HP out of these previous 2 rounds. Concern being, Foot will come into this with a few ultimates to play with, Zeus being the key to potentially open up a site here. We've seen something similar to the pistol round here, Lauren.
They're going again, they're going. Grubino,
There's bodies on the other side as well.
Yeah, we're in for a bit of a biff. Ult going to be used through middle. They're going to see nothing, and that should be, if anything, relatively indicative. And you look at the util coming in, Grubino's going to have to give away the game. They're going to try and take the fight to them, but there's pressure on the back lines. Zeus going to be there, and you look at Yenaji as well. He's going in on this one. Flyer got to deliver. He's just trying to stay alive. Call in for some support. Anyone help me, please? They are now caught in a really weird fight. Zeus trying to draw him away from long, but now do they pull the button away from this one? They pull the plug.
Spike's on to A.
They're going A.
Now walking into further utility though. Yetajay will find one on the way out. Filu will fall. Actually, Hunter's Fury from afar.
This could be nasty. Doesn't get what he wants. It's doing a little bit of chip damage, I think, but that's about it. You got Mr. Fallen still alive. Zeus and a captain. Soulcats and Flyer. Flyer's got full kit of util. This angle, this dirty little off angle from Zeus. Soulcast, nice try, but not nice enough. Zeus, oh my God, he makes aim look so damn beautiful. Flyer, this is hard. It's a 1v3. You're up against some of the hardest util to break back in. Ada Captain still there with his, Mr. Fallen with ult as well. But he's managed to thread the damn needle. Have you done that? Shock Dart ain't far off the money, but the problem is the ult's still in play and Zeus is still breathing.
84.5, a commanding lead from Foot. Signs of life from Movistar Koi though, Lauren. A glimmer of hope potentially towards the end of this first half.
Glimmer of hope. We're asking to give the fans something to cheer for. And they've got a little bit of a buffer. Round 9, round 11, the key ones. They've got them back into this, but it's got to say Foot so far have been leading. Solid in control, but a treat for you at home and in the venue. Kakuku's going to be down there in the crowd with the very loud Koi fans.
Thank you very much, Lauren. I'm losing the capability to hear. But as you said, I am now joined here in the studio with Xavi, coming with Las Carpas. How are you, Xavi? ¿Cómo estás?
I'm so fine, and to be honest, really nervous for the game, for the match. But with all the friends of Las Carpas, all my teammates, for me it's something so special to be here and supporting the team from so far from Madrid and stay all together, always with Koi and always with my friends with Las Carpas.
I absolutely love that. I know the chants. Okay, chicos, por favor, déjenme hacer una preguntita o algo, ¿no? Tell me about, there's a lot of you here, probably the one time that we have so many Koi fans in the stadium, so tell me about, because I know that you're not only coming for this game, so tell me about getting all together and performing, coming here.
No, from all come here together, it's so hard. We come from Madrid and we take so many flights to come here. We spent one night in the airport of Mallorca all together and staying all the night. And at 6 a.m. we come here. We don't sleep anything, and all for Movistar Koi and for support him.
Absolutely love that. Yo. They're committed. They're committed. So right now, of course, we hear a lot of chants in the background. So how about to give some support to Koi so they can turn this around? You give me some, and you teach to the people at home some of the chants.
No, say simple. Always trust on the guys, trust on the staff. Here, doing all the hard as I can. I know that all this staff, like Gorilla, Temo, Bambino, they are doing so hard. All the players here, we trust on him, and we all hope so the good vibes that we can give to us.
¿Me dais un cántico? ¿Me dais un cántico?
Chicos, corremos kilómetros, superamos obstáculos. Solo por ti, Movistar Koi. Vamos chicos, kilómetros. Superamos.
Let's go back into the game and see if they can superar esos obstáculos.
Okay, love the energy. Absolutely love the energy.
That's the sort of energy you want behind. They need that momentum. Sitting at an 8-4 deficit, Lauren. And not, again, call a spade, not many positives to pin hope to.
Yeah. Really uphill now, but crowd behind them, giving them the best start, and it started well for them in the pistol, but they need a bit more of that now. And this is what I keep expecting to see. Space controlled and delivered on with the util perfect. Mr. Falling gonna strike and draw blood towards middle and fall back towards site.
Dip their toes and disengage. No risk really for Movistar Koi to try and catch a grip on. Actually now, re-exploring mid, a deeper hold from foot, could put Cracks in a bit of a rough situation. Perfect timing though.
Shadows can make anything of that. A couple eyes might be turned towards it, starting to expect that B pressure, but doesn't really go for more. Oh,
Zeus!
Stop, Zeus!
One enemy remaining.
Well, the sing-song suddenly become quiet. Shados, the last one to try and do something for him here. Didn't find match impact really, and that spike so far away. Oh, it's brutal, but it's done here. That's gonna be a quick one, and the in zone flawless.
You've got to be very concerned now if a few of these trends carry across to the second half.
Any more of those in-zone flawlesses, it's could be done.
You need a Red Bull clutch or something to answer back to these.
Pay safe card thrifty or something. It's got to happen.
Anything. We'll let you know if there is one. Yeah, Zeus shutting that down immediately. And actually, yeah, we'll like to purchase. Movistar Koi looking to overwhelm once again, but punished on the way in. Fila will fall. Actually, will cross over though, so commit to it. Looking towards Shados to really be a problematic player here for Movistar Koi.
Ada Captain's on a bit of an island.
Yeah.
Like, Yenajay was out of there. Oh no. So yeah, Ada Captain gonna have to fall back towards Pip. A little bit uncomfortable for a while, but he's good now. And Koi being held up, but they have created a bit of a pathway. So maybe able to get a plant in, get a bit more pressure. Can they make it dangerous though? Ready, plant's there, so time is on their side. Pay safe card thrifty, it could be coming, Mike.
We've manifested, potentially.
See. They're trying to get back towards site. Carefully, cautiously. Oh, Koi! Hold on, 2v2. Mr. Fallen's still alive, gonna make it hard, but Soul Cast couldn't quite convert it. Two stay alive, and the fuse is there. That will be double digits very quickly.
See the lighter purchase. Foot in a position to throw bodies on the line. play a scrappy round 2 here in the second half. And yeah, you're right, kind of carving a path, but there was no real danger then to capitalize on. So that window of opportunity on Actor Captain was a matter of a second, 2 if that. Bleak outlook now if Movistar Koi cannot convert round 15.
I feel like they're going to have a little plan in mind as well. But they seem so well prepared on this. I don't think they're going to be going in with just a standard. So, A control gathered. I'm waiting to see who they post up on that and probably rotate the others. You could already see the reaction coming in from Mr. Fallen, trying to supplement the hold towards the B site. And it looks like a 3-2 split towards B. But the util there, Michael, it's pretty rife, and they've seen a lot. 3 players suppressing all 3-2. That's
big info.
Massive.
Orb retrieved. No commitment just yet. Zeus elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, you can see on the minimap he's got tons of space to play with. Actor Captain will be considering the rotation already. Pause for thought, maybe for cooldowns to come online here for Movistar Koi.
Again, I'm looking at Zeus's position. They've got no need to worry about anywhere else right now. It all feels so red, so obvious.
As well.
Worried. Get a J. Already teeing them up with Mr. Fallen. Swing, they're getting really nasty about it. Fly is going to tip the scales at least to keep this at a 2-2. Now Zeus coming over. Now Actor Captain starting to build in. Long is not safe for the post-concept.
It runs even more, it buys even more time for Zeus.
This is huge. Zeus, the position completely unconsidered. Flyer now has to over-deliver. A 1v2. He knows where 1 is. He now knows the second.
19 HP.
He's got util. He doesn't need to be doing this all on his own from here. Oh, he's nervous, and Zeus strikes him down. It's gonna be 11. And Foot just making this heartbreaking for Koi.
I mean, even initially, that Foot are able to trade out 3 for 3 on this site here. They play around the util so well. And again, damage is done on the way in. Then to deny the initial plant buys time for Zeus. Shadows has to cover. He can't be looking back towards Long. Cracks, yeah, a little muted, understandably. Has had a rough map here.
But again, when you
haven't needed him.
No, and his util's been fantastic, and I hate saying that. That sounds like such a poor sell. But genuinely, the Caesars are good, the Prowlers have been good. The Haunts, everything you need. And we'll see a bit, maybe a value here if they do go for this again. It is just to get that initial control. Haunt there, going to be avoided, I believe, mostly. No, it does get a reveal in the end. That's big info. And a Captain, though, going to be left on an island. Needs to back away. Certainly no Holiday, but Crack's going to keep him safe. Rubino's gone down. We asked him to find a little more, and he has.
Actually, a trade-off of damage as well, even further. Filu down to 11 HP.
Just so unwilling to give away this space as well.
I mean, Foot showed us a few examples in the first half of these early set pieces. Unfortunately, Movistar Koi don't have enough rounds to play with in the second to really learn on the fly. So they will stack up here towards this site here.
Find you.
Reveal probably going to paint a picture for Foot. He's confirmed presence still.
See who rotates. Yeah, it will be priority on Mr. Fallen to come on over. Again, you look at his util, super useful for just controlling space. They've just walked it.
Say they're out.
Okay, that's a little wild. We are going to see the util laid onto this, but Zeus ain't missing. Zeus was flashed so much towards him. He finally falls, but look at Filu's HP. Look at Shados. They're not sitting in a healthy position. Filu, the last one alive. The spike, it's been seen, and look at it. It just feels like that poison chalice that if you reach for, you fall. And a Captain, the first challenger, but he's got support. Nice moves from Filu there to try and get the job done, but where else are you gonna go? Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Foot, I mean, they look solid here, Mike.
Polished, really well polished. And again, they know when to commit to some of these set pieces and when to disengage. In terms of damage control, that's rough for Grubino. Especially the other side. That's Krax's 4th, by the way. To get a kill like that.
Mike, how many chances?
few. There's a few.
Right, a few.
Just, where's the squiggly line? Squiggly.
There you go.
Freehand draw. A.
Oh.
That's an A. A few. There we go.
Beautiful. Your best work.
Just a few.
It's long road back. And again, for individually, stunning. As a collective, hard to deal with. And Flyer, tag, but no further impact. J in the position that, again, always feels fated to either be glorious or a complete shambles, but they're falling around him. But he's, whoa, it's stunning. Oh, J just closing out in style. It's a 13-4. It was Foot's choice here, and they make the most of it. They look sharp, they look locked in. My wonder now becomes Lotus. Mike, we're gonna head to a short break, but when we're back, we'll be clocking that one and seeing how it goes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talk to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Yeah, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me. Put your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up.
It is a fantastic start for Foot with a dominant win on Pearl against Koi. I'm your host, Yingso, and I'm back here once again at the desk, this time joined by Billy and Minnie. Now, when we saw the agents lock in, you know, we were theorizing some of the reasons behind this. Minnie, you weren't here with us, so I just wanted to get your quick take on what you thought about what Koi ended up doing.
It's very easy to sit here and criticize after they lost 13-4.
No, but as in, you know.
No.
Because
I could go for that, but I think the comp is very good. It's the comp that both BBL and G2 had a lot of success on. I guess the question mark there was putting Shados on Chamber, because I've never seen him play Chamber.
Yeah.
I don't see him ult much. Like,
no.
to make that comp work, your Chamber player needs to be the kind of star player on that team.
He seemed pretty uncomfortable, you know, at times, a little bit uncomfortable. But what was not uncomfortable, Billy, was the util usage out of Foot.
Yeah, honestly, I loved when we got to see Foot play this in kickoff, and I loved it again this time round. I just think that on their attack, they were able to set up so many crunch plays to be able to get main control. You see it in this round in particular. This is something that they did in kickoff, so I'm really surprised that Koi weren't prepared for this. You see that Fade C's going, you see the salvos going, and Mr. Fallon had an absolutely incredible game with those salvos, managing to get 3 kills with them. But either way, yeah, I just think that they were able to take so much control of mains very early on in the rounds. They could play post plants, and they always kind of had control of not just the site itself, but being able to take art control very easily, flowers control, whatever it may be. And I just think that having these 3 agents as a collective was so good for Foot.
Yeah, I agree. Like Foot had a good game with the kind of tail combos, but I think to reiterate on Billy's point, I think they should have been expected. Like, Koi know that Foot likes this map. It's possibly going to be the pick, and to fall to some of those tail salvo combos is a bit strange to me.
Yeah, especially considering, like Billy said, we've seen it before. You know, they're not reinventing the wheel out here. We've also seen before the kind of performance that Zeus was bringing out as well. A tiny bit of a Yoru diff on that server here, and the player that we expect, Minnie, to have this kind of performance. They picked him up for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. I think I was singing his praises all off season. Like, he was a massive pickup this off season for Foot. I know that like CNED had a great time on Foot, but this is new generation Turkey for me. I know there are some teams that didn't go with him. Like, he had a lot of trials for a lot of teams.
Like every team
I
wanted him, yeah.
I heard that one of the main reasons was that his English maybe wasn't up to scratch. I couldn't care less if this guy can't speak English. I'd have him on my team. Like, like this guy's good.
Yeah, I mean 361 ACS that we got to see on that stat card. That is absolutely ridiculous, right? And we were praising the coaches of Koi before coming into this, and we talk about their preparation, and I just think that when you have someone like Zeus who's able to play a bit more unpredictably and can kind of float around the map and can be quite dynamic on that Yoru, he's just, yeah, world class at this point. I mean, get him to a global event, I want to see it. Foot, you have to make it to a global event. I want to see it.
Oh, they will. As somebody that interviewed him a couple times in English, I think his English is pretty good. His English is better than some of the other Turkish players that come into our league, you know, that actually speak no English.
Yeah, so there's no excuse for whoever.
Zero excuse.
Whoever passed up on him, absolute frauds.
I can't believe it. Yeah, especially, you know, the, I was going to make a pun. I stopped myself. I'm not going to leak anything. This is not what we do here. But let's talk about the next map here, because we talk about expectation, what teams could go with. Billy, we expected this too, right? This is somewhere that Koi like to go.
Yeah, exactly. They picked into it. They're obviously feeling pretty comfortable on it. They beat Gentlemates last time around 13-7. So I do think that they obviously, you know, they'll be confident going into it. But the only thing, like, I don't know how I feel about the double Senti. I feel as though this is something that they're like really trying to push. And on Lotus, we see it from Navi. I do not like Navi's double Sentinel whatsoever.
Oh, you're going to say you don't like Navi?
No.
Yeah.
I don't like their double Sentinel. I like this a little bit more though, right? I think if they're going to play similar to how they were playing in kickoff, we will expect to see that Vise come through again. We'll expect to see that Cypher from Flyer. So yeah, I don't know. I think that it will be interesting to see how that goes, but Foot, we have never seen play on Lotus.
Yeah, I think this map's going to showcase the direction for both teams now. Like, we've seen the first map, we kind of got a taste. Like, on Lotus, are Foot going to go to the wonky, wacky...
If they start messing around, I had other words for it.
Because their first map, they had a nice, casual, tail, meta kind of read. It looked nice.
But why do they always do this on Lotus? Why are they always messing about? Like, what is it with using Yutterjay as a drone?
To be fair, I lost to it, so I can't really speak.
Oh
but,
yeah, you did. You didn't even lose to the first time they whipped it
No,
out.
it
You
was-
lost. It wasn't even a one done.
Even with all the prep I did, we'd lost, so I can't really speak. But.
So can they get away with that? You want to see them mess about, or you want to see them, you know, just relax a little bit?
They have a map to play around with. You know, they got the first one under their belt, so if they want to mess around on this one and then take it to split, then
I'm looking for deeper. Like I want to see this. Like this is Koi. Foot are expected to win here. Like I want to see a map from them that they can take it. They should be taking this group, or they should be, you know, top 2 in this group maybe. So I want to see a Lotus here that's able to compete with the best in Europe.
Yeah, we want to see a stable, you know, a stable Lotus, maybe even a meta setting, trend setting kind of foot that can come out here. As you guys said, you know, they're expected to win games like this. You don't want to be dropping unnecessary maps when they go to the tiebreaker, for example. They want to earn championship points here. They want to make it to the big global event. So let's see what both teams are going to be bringing out here in the Agent Select. And here we go, like, kinda normal.
I like what Koi's approach is, like a pretty... Well, actually, that's a bit weird. Device and Cypher. So we are seeing the double senti that Billy didn't like.
Yeah. Oh, for Koi is what they were running.
This is what they ran in kickoff, yeah.
The exact same.
Exact same. No
same.
changes. This is what they ran in kickoff, yeah.
But on the foot side, using the jet on this map, that's...
It's giving that Sage comp
To me,
again.
it's worse than Raze, it's worse than Neon, it's worse than Yoru. It might even be worse than Waylay. Like, so I'm skeptical about this jet pick.
I think as well, we talk about Zeus, and he's a player that we don't often see on a sniper, right? We don't really see him play Marshal, Outlaw, Operator. We don't really see him pick up any of those, so the jet is interesting in that regard.
It's just something about it, because they've always done this, right? It was always seen that on the jet. They love the jet on Lotus when everyone else is doing other things. Do you guys think it's exploitable here?
Yeah, I think with Zenith it was much more about his agent comfort, but like for Zeus, he's got such a big pool that I'm surprised they're going for this.
Well, there must be a reason for this. I can't wait to see it and throw this back over to your customers. What do you make of this comp, Pansy and Hypoc?
Wait, I'm going to go to you, Mike. What do you make of the comp?
Turkish jet. It's as simple as that. Like this is a composition built around just putting somebody in a position to succeed, and Zeus absolutely did on map 1. So, in terms of, I guess, stonks right now, we're carrying across from previous performance. This is looking pretty exciting. I admit it probably feels a little vintage, but you roll your minds back to some of the earlier Lotus comps that we saw from Foot Esports. They were one of the first to really hone in on not being quirky, but playing things a little differently.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I guess for the Zeus matter, let him do what he wants.
Yeah, look, it is one of those things. If you're going to go, I can't even remember the numbers actually officially from map 1, but with that sort of performance, that's the underlying comment. Did good.
You know, there's a reason I'm play-by-play not now, so you won't really hear it when the word I went for is good, but simplistic in approach. Yoink. Brought back though. Again, you have to have a couple of plans to deal with some of this util. Nice presence from Yellow J late over towards Mound. But this time back in towards B, and then letting Zeus take a walk. I think he just dinked Soulcast too.
Now the 20 HP. Thought here. You're not going to confirm anybody's location just yet. Actually, have to captain. Backfill that.
Yeah, but look at the setup on the push back in between Zeus and the captain. The angle so complimentary. Soulcast.
Wounded. Confident start here to the second map as well. It's going to knock the wind out of Movie Star Koi if they, well, able to really establish any sort of approach here. Maybe not expecting it in round 2. Don't want to see this spiral out of control quickly.
I love that from our captain. Did he creep back? Because it felt like the drone kind of came through and cleared, so he must have...
I didn't see exactly where he was before.
Yeah. But it feels like that was a really nice reposition to complement where Zeus tucked into in blue room, or what do you call that? Mini door? Blue room. See, it feels
after Mini.
It's about the right height.
Well, you don't have to crouch to get through it. That wasn't even flame. I'm just saying it's not a smaller door.
It's actually
perfectly
too
average
large.
size. Yes, Jay though. We'll open
Don't
up.
make a clip after it. Don't make a clip. Same for you, Philo. Same for you. Relax a little. Oh yeah, the J. It'll only be against Classics anyway. It's all good. They made it pretty dangerous. Grubino
3.
did pretty well there in at least the last map being a threat on it, but in the end they make it through. Got a little bit scary, but 2-0.
Shade to be in a good position once again. Always a threat. Yeah, the fact that even with just Classics, able to do enough damage here that they're going to feel pretty happy about. It's reflected here. Foot still protecting the purchase. Couple of stingers to throw in. Now Movistar Koi. Have to see them get on the board early here, Lauren.
I don't want it to feel like that, you know, the Pearl has just happened. This is their choice. Up against, I don't want to say a simplistic agent, but, you know, it's got its purpose, but it's set in motion so well. Zeus already taking away Grubino and forcing them back pretty handedly. Guys, we're just going to need a Zeus cam. Can we get a Zeus cam?
Get that as the pip. We'll replace the player cam for just Zeus pip.
A flyer, that's nice though. Gives himself some space, but he goes back into the 3-play. I don't think he needs to play that early on it. Could have waited for Soulcast. Finally finds the impact here. I was worried it was fractured, taking individual fights, but he has a moment too.
Steps out looking vintage on B site. Yeah, a little bit of an overcommitment from Flyer, sure, but Soulcast there to clean everything up. Oh,
some aimers. We got some aimers today.
That's the sort of confidence you want. To get their first on the board, like I said, purchase protected for Foot, so it'll be too much of an issue for them. Actually, now all-out brawl here. Rubinho's come out on top.
Okay, Koi. They're going in for it now. Shados has a go too. I thought it was just Scrim Soulcast making an appearance, but no. Plenty of them now. Yeah, the J. 1v3. Spike a mile off. Koi have decided, well, you want a brawl, we'll fight right back.
Concerning, really, because Foot were the ones able to really adapt and take control of this sort of round in the first map, but Movistar Koi's confidence not stunted just yet. One v3 presented here for Yetajay. Some difficult positions to dig these players out of. The Spike out in the open as well.
Can I get a percentage check here, Michael? What are we talking about?
15.
Oh, wait. All good. Shados gets us across the line. Right, 2-2. What do you reckon, Sam? Speak a bit of Spanish?
Yeah, I do. Not right now.
Cadence of send them home, which would be wild. 2-2.
There's no way.
Could be doing that.
There's no way.
If we can get some live translation, Alberto, producer, I need you to be on the crowd mics and everything they sing.
Let's get some Kukuka subtitles.
Thank you.
Be even better.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. If you're going to make me work, Alberto, you're doing it too. It's a joint adventure. We do have the nice one out, and you know, throughout this stage, we'll be bringing up Alberto. He's a lovely producer. You'll find out more about him. Don't worry.
We need a jingle for him.
We do.
Like a producer Sam jingle.
Do. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Like I said, there's still threat with the Blade Storm, but
give me that Zeus. The observers hate it when we do this, by the way. They're like, these idiots have told us to watch one man. And there's
now
no
we're watching,
kills.
and he's
Don't be mean to the observers if they miss anything, but I'm just saying it's a 3v1.
You can tell they're just sitting on. Yeah, I knew they were going to sit on him now.
Yeah, look at the delay off the switch as well on the body. They're like, yeah. Oh, thank you. They're passive-aggressive observers. Just what I've always dreamed of. Thanks, guys.
Finally.
At last, they've returned my energy. The threat has been mostly quelled. Feeling. A couple of feel-good kills, honestly, as well. These sort of moments get you a bit warmed up into the game. You know, you've had a very cold start on Pearl. This gets you feeling it out a bit more. Shados, you saw him there as well previously. Lovely. Warming up into those previous rounds. Philo again now. Okay, job done. Mr. Fallen and Yediche gonna have to climb the mountain.
Oh, what? Deals with Shados. We'll find the plant here. Still threat. Yetiche, if he can find anything. Oh, information at least. And weapons to play with now. One more kill, Rolling Thunder for Mr. Fallen. That could be a disaster. I'm very worried.
Grubino's gonna get perfect paranoia, good smokes, isolate some kills.
Let's go into the corner though.
Oh God, Grubino's not gonna do any of these things. He does get the kill, but now, there we go! It's Grubino, it's fine! 3v2, light work, defuse there, Koi taking the lead.
And if you didn't catch it, that's where Zeus fell. He once again on the free cam in the replay too. No slow-mo though, that's weird. We didn't get slow-mo.
Oh.
Very strange.
Do you think they'd actually start missing kills just to spite us? So I mean, surely Prius does.
Yeah.
So
that's not just spite.
I love our production team so much, especially the observers. Cuties. Timeout. That will be from Foot. Maybe the last couple of rounds, Koi, remembering who they are, a little bit of a fire under him now, starting to hit some shots, starting to show up a little bit.
We've had a 3K from Shados, Filu, and Soulcast now.
Now
3-round victories, and I'll be honest, in terms of stability, it's how you want to bounce out of a blowout map on, but Foot obviously going to try and take stock of things. I said they were the ones to really find an early adaptation that dealt with what Movistar Koi were trying to do on Pearl. And I'll be honest, we didn't see much after that, so got to keep that in the back of your minds.
I want to see how they want to adapt with Zeus here, because it feels like he's hitting a bit of a brick wall. It was quite simplistic in approach, but it's a jet, right? You set it into motion, does its job, but it's not traditional on this map. It can struggle sometimes to still find its value. Are you slow-mowing for us? No, okay, we're just back in game, fair enough. But we do have a couple of odds coming up here.
Because the argument to be made is really rough for Zeus to play into, both Soulcast and Fire, on this composition.
Yes, incredibly hard.
That's what makes it really, really difficult.
Let alone with Shados utility on top to kind of, you know, let's say, take control of Rubble, or, you know, wherever they fancy doing it, Mound.
He has to get ahead of so many things to succeed.
Incredibly difficult, and you're seeing it here. Let's see how it looks again from Zeus's perspective. But he does manage to at least make it ahead of this, but there's a stack here. This is, he's beaten the timing, and he beats the man, but the rest of Koi succeed! Absolutely decimating everyone from Foot. They got Zeus ahead, but the rest completely fell.
Well maintained by Movistar Koi. He said didn't even need to deal with Zeus, throw one to the slaughter in the form of Grubino. And yeah, this reactive play to catch the second layup.
Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautifully done.
That's how we look during the round.
Yeah, just like that.
Spam time. They fixed descent. Fix this. Slowly though, but still wanting to approach it this way. It feels like Koi have had a very good read on this side of the map. Rubino's good though. Does he get away with his life? It looks like he has. Yeah, able to fall back to site, but there's a pivot through towards B.
Two flyer will be noted. Bit of a gap, but this is space that Movistar Koi had conceded, so Filu now. A little fact finder with the ultimate. Foul too much here, but a couple of players noted now. Actually, Fire the one to come through and find Zeus.
Yeah, Koi putting it together now. You know, still managed to find their way in here. Filu does well. Cracks goes down. Ult gonna go in. It's all getting hectic. Drawn away. Yeniche punching back through. No bullets left to be played, and it's a 3v1. Surely Koi to continue here. Mr. Fallen trying to put on a show. He's doing everything he can, but that spike is being defused. Oh,
what on the TV?
Just breaking his ankles there. Mr. Fallen made to look foolish.
Actually embarrassed by the TP. What a play from Filu. What a chaotic round though. But Movistar Koi with a course correction that looks beautiful here. That is outrageous. Oh, Mr. Fall again, he's got the
What
best.
are you gonna do?
Yeah. The best of a bad situation, has to try and remove the defuse.
Where are you?
Foot now. Put back in the corner, so to say. A 3-round deficit.
Oh, he still got one there. Still got cracks down. Zeus trades it out, but you look at the buy, it's not pretty. Maybe a recovered weapon here, potentially. But beyond that, Koi. Feels like they got the rhythm here now. Seems to fall in looking for that. Got himself at least an outlaw to play with, but hey, you got the big shields up against you. Not easy to get a quick pick, and a really late double stack in towards tree.
But Gravino caught completely off guard here. Zeus, no!
Oh dear! It's all gone wrong though! Anna Captain and Yenajay still in this. Soulcast.
Spike planted.
1v3. Scrim Soulcast could.
Adjustment looks good for the second.
Banked it! But
Luckily,
not done yet though.
That's a captain there to shut it down. Squash the hope in round 8. For the 5-3 scoreline, still very impressed here on Movistar Koi, but seemingly caught off guard a little bit. I mean, it's lucky really here. But Shados is able to pin Zeus down. The flood was coming regardless.
Can't let this get away from them though. We know that Fur have a really good pedigree to them. They have a really good foundation. I want to see Koi keep a grip on this. Yeah. It was run round. That's fine. I like what Filu's up to. A little risky, but I quite like it.
I was going to say a big gap in terms of the rotation here, but now Shados looking to pick up the slack. See another player in the form of Flyer as well. Reinforce Grabinho's position. Mr. Fallen has found him though. Eyes towards the minimap. Got to be careful, Yenajay on the cross. With Filu posted up there with an operator.
Hear these. Hearing a lot of these.
The timing.
No way.
Yes, he adjusted for the second.
Oh
Nearly caught on the backside of the TP as well.
That's wild. That's going to be so gutting as well. All going to come down. Anyone going to fancy the go, Zeus? It doesn't matter the weapon. Oh, stop it! He did the damage as well. Soulcast gonna be devastated, but Grubino's still alive. Filu's still alive. Right place. Big shot from Filu. Now a 2v2. Plot not in just yet is coming through. Grouping up towards CT though. They want to play it back through this. Yenajay none the wiser, backing into it. He's in trouble here. Yenajay aims high, gotta look low. Grubina's found cracks. It's on Yenajay now. That's so much to handle. Filu there, keeping the lead now. Koi up to 6.
That's a testament to look confident in these sorts of situations. Time and time again here. His first 9 rounds on Lotus. A huge play back in from Movistar Koi. That's a beautiful shot from Fido as well to make this feasible.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, Foot may be feeling a little rattled now. Unfortunately, now's the time we've got to start talking about Cracks having a rough map 2 as well. After a disastrous map 1. Bladestorm in play, Neural Theft here as well. The side of things, Grabino and Filu with their ultimates.
Oh, he's quick
nice
at everything. Zeus removed from the matter, but there's utility here. This is so tricky for them to carry on forward. Look at it. Slowed down, halted, put into a blender, forced to freeze. Soulcast closer. He's got him locked in. It's so well done. Little mouse wheel jump just to add on to the effect, but for now down to 3. Foot clutching at straws. They've been outdone this time.
So yeah, as captain in a position. Almost needs a bailout. He's going to dig a little deeper now. He's going to be rewarded. Soulcast will fall now. 20 seconds off another smoke, but Cracks Potential here to reveal some information. But no, shut down.
Okay, 2v3. Alt gonna come in, they're taking no chances. And we've seen his TPs before. Oh, is he gonna be doing this again? Filu.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, dearie me. This is looking done for. 7 for Koi now, Mike. This gap is not closing.
In total control this first half. But again, Zeus just not finding the value that you have to find if you're going to justify the Jet here. Like I said, this composition built around him succeeding. 10 and 8, sure.
Yeah.
He's removed a few times so early on. The Foot are desperately trying to recover these rounds, but just not paying off for them so far.
You know, my ulti, I was like spinning around. That's how.
Nice.
Looking way more energetic down on the stage. Foot, the Sheriffs, Zeus with a rifle.
God, what
but again!
Oh, Filu! Treat to watch. You're seeing this guy really starting to hit. It's just night and day. Brimming with confidence. Making Foot look secondary. This is so impressive. Yeah, I'd like to purchase it, but it doesn't matter in my mind. An in-zone flawless, of course.
Last round
Just
in the half.
Simply lovely.
Chance for Foot to maybe find a fourth here. Yeah, Filu looking way more comfortable now. I mean, the whole of Movistar Koi looking more comfortable, but he has been the linchpin in so many of these rounds.
15 to 5. Whoa.
On a heater. If Foot can find a recovery.
Right there.
Or a good note to end this first half.
And as much as we were talking about, yes, this comp is built around Zeus, I'd like to see them do a bit more with this, right? Find some versatility, play the map out.
Well, it can't be all or nothing on Zeus.
No, your comp can't ride and die on it. Zeus, again, just has to get out and stay alive.
He's punished!
How? Gubino does really well, but just expecting him up with that smoke, maybe catching the audio cues off it, but it did feel up until this point, Foot were just kind of almost running into that brick wall towards A, you know, looking a little lackadaisical.
You say brick wall, now look at the minimap. Look at what's set up, what's littered across A's site.
It's unpleasant, isn't it? How'd you break it? How'd you get through it? I think the answer is, I don't think you do. Soulcast, temptation, beckoning. Oh, he's just going to take the fight here. Looking calm, under pressure. Outdone, though, giving it down to a 2v2.
Not done just yet. Mr. Paulin does have the Rolling Thunder as well. Going to commit before the plant here.
Oh, Filu's ahead.
Yeah?
Filu's way ahead. That's just not enough. Krax tried to be proactive, but now drawn back due to time, 12 seconds. Has to deal with the issue of the spot.
For a second there.
Don't. I mean, this is cooked. Absolutely cooked. Koi. Embarrassing Foot on this map. And we question marked the agent bringing out Jet here. It's not paid off, Mike.
No, it really hasn't. I don't want to say this all rides on Zeus, but this is just a rough half from all fronts.
How the turns have tabled, Michael.
That's what they say.
I've heard that. 9-3. Koi in the lead. Foot.
Trailing.
Yes.
Say.
Quite a lot. Now, I kind of comparing this then to Pearl, right? A 13-4 result. I feel like that was a very different matter altogether. Foot looks solid, playing kind of what we expected to a degree.
Doesn't feel like the same series.
It doesn't. It feels like we've just flipped onto two very different teams. And a questionable choice in Duelist. Questionable throughout, really. And Koi, round by round, feeling like they were getting more and more confident, starting to feel it out more and more. The fans are getting
I was going to say, somebody's just either hurt themselves or broken something.
Hope they're all right. If they've fallen over, hopefully it was on camera. For now, though, we apparently had a little issue. Don't know what that was. Not a tech pause, not yet. But it is held on 20 seconds. Oh, we're on pause. Who knows what the problem was. At 9 rounds, though, no props for Koi.
I know, and I'm not telling you.
Oh my god.
But yeah.
Can we flame? Can I flame him? Am I allowed to flame him?
No, it's not.
Please.
It's too sensitive. Too fresh. Movistar Koi could put themselves in a position to close things out pretty early on. Zeus actually investing into a Sheriff here. Drifting out pretty far towards rubble. See, there's not too much on the other side of things. Movistar Koi, but Spike's up here. It's feeling like they might even commit this.
It looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah, fault line to force them back now.
I just want to lurk. Again, my expectations with the Koi is clean, you know, close out cleanly. Flyer! Beautiful on towards Zeus, who was their headline star before. Now, falling down the charts. Chip damage,
yeah. A couple of these HP bars on the side of Movistar Koi. Starting to look a little worrying. But still 5 standing, so they can play the trades. But flip-flopping back and forth.
The util like Mr. Fallen a bit light now, but again, Shados.
Yeah, you want Mr. Fallen out of there.
Yeah, he has to back. This util is too hard to handle to try and play site. It's already been locked off. Vilu, that's... Vilu, what happened there? I don't know if that was a misread or a miscall or a missmoke or something. But it... Questionable, because now it's a 4v4 post-plant and those lower HPs get brought into play. You got Grubino with that paranoia, and that could be critical here. But away we go. Flash is coming in, paranoia coming in, swinging together. Foot held at the door, but Soulcast held back by the smoke. Flyer falls, and suddenly the site's open. Koi are going to be gutted. What just happened?
They get absolutely swept off site. After conceding Zeus so early on, they're able to flip this 4v5 in the pistol round. Great response from Foot. And yeah, just seemingly caught off guard here by Mr. Fallen. I mean, basically out in no man's land in front of CT, but without a smoke there. It looked a little awkward, to say the least, for Filu. But no sweat just yet. A few more rounds, then we can get a little more concerned, maybe. But we'll wait.
Let's see. We'll let you know when to be afraid. So when you look at the stewards or air stewardesses in flights and they look nervous, then I get nervous. Until that point, if they're calm, I'm calm. No, we keep calm. We carry on. Everything's fine. Filu, Soulcast, Shados. Only on classics, but again, if they can cost a couple of these weapons, nice. Get a plant, nice. Build towards ults, also nice. Plenty of things to walk away from here. Now, as it stands though, tricky to get towards the site. There's a lot of bodies still in play. Really have much incentive to back off. Obviously that C site might add a little paranoia, but beyond that, Zeus can just chill and watch it.
So you've got to be careful now. Still have reinforcements here. Yeah, actually cracks The top rope, actually, yeah. Clean up. Perfect here for the in-zone flawless from Foot. Find number 5 now. The Rifles will come back from Movie Star Koi. Yeah, a little bit of cash in the pockets now for Foot. No notable progress other than Mr. Fallen in terms of ultimates. Again, wouldn't expect it too early on.
Here we go. This would be the first signal of worry. But now, Grubino is under pressure. Oh my God, Zeus. Oh my God, Zeus is just flying at him here. The worry chart is going up slightly, but Zeus is the only one to be killing him. What the hell has just happened? Shados is still alive. He's made it out of dodge, but he's down low. 73 HP, and Mr. Fallen does not falter. Okay, it's the first signal. Don't have to react yet. But Foot just took away a round that should have been Koi's.
Absolutely. Kept in check now. Reset in terms of the inventory. There's another situation where we're just seeing Cracks really struggle to pin somebody down. But Zeus is just on farming duty.
Bravo. Nice!
Curious.
Could be 7 here.
It could be. I mean, this is the thing with a rough start like this, in the blink of an eye, the 9-3 lead squandered.
Okay, Filu not getting the same sort of freedom. Kind of waiting, bated breath here to see if they can find a little way in, get a bit of a read of this, because it feels like Zeus go, get aggressive, get into the mix. Go, does have respected now. Outlaw there, forced to fall away. No, he's not under too much pressure yet, but they are ahead of that smoke, so they're pacing and they're... What?
What?
Can I
That's
get
Captain.
on the replay?
Yeah, maybe seeing something we don't. Spoiler alert, he didn't.
That's tough. That is really... That would have been a nice little lurk maybe if you got just... I don't know. Okay, sold Cash, Shados, Grubino. Flash and go. Look, Zeus only has 2 shots. There's 3 of us. We'll be fine. Oh, Cracks has got... Oh, he's got... He's got both of them. In zone flawless. Michael, 9-7. Is this the second warning, or is this round the second warning?
I mean, this would be. The difference being now, Moostark almost... Now with the loss bonus, they're going to have an opportunity to buy something into the net. Well, actually, with fire coming onto the operator, I'm sure that's going to be exchanged hands. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Beautiful from Atta Captain, but this is the one really that you... I don't want to say you bank on because you start 9-3, right? But if you're going to lose the first 3, oh well, first 4 now.
Yep. And they can do something weird, and they're doing something weird. Look at this, the paranoia in Zeus flying through the sky, takes away Grubino. Koi, you're not getting to do what you want here, you're being dictated to. This is hard. They have to retake space out of spawn. This is all they have. They have their spawn area to play with. On the other side, though, Fly is trying to get them some space here, trying to work his way forward. He's got past Robble, but you've got a couple of setups here in play. And now finally Zeus does now need to rescind away from this. He's got the knives and the outlaw. He can stay around this space on himself, but again, Yedajay feeling this. He's going to be noting that utility being taken down. It's time to call for the cavalry. He needs support.
Yeah, we're going to confirm, but maybe a little red herring. There's Flyer on the other side, but have to make assumptions in this situation. Now a couple of sound cues to boot.
Launching thorns.
So it's going to, timing-wise, actually a couple of bits of utility online here for Foot Lauren.
Yeah. Looking to Shados did just get ult, which is pretty important. It might help them out here, but also historically Shados has had some absolutely diabolical ult. So fingers crossed he's got some better work in on those, but they're being stalled out on the way back in. Flyer looking to hold stairs, looking to try and hold some space, but they've lost down backside. They're already pretty close here. Flyer's got to be careful. Zeus has already gotten Filu down. Soulcast can at least keep some of this safe, but Zeus is tearing him apart. Ult's going to come down this time, force him away, not going to achieve half yet. Soulcast does need to get involved. It's Shados to save him. Again, Util pour on, perfect! Zeus can do no more, but the time is gone. They've got what they needed. They fight back with everything.
A must-win for Movistar Koi here. They find double digits for obviously establish themselves already with a bit of a cushion. And a beautiful approach to this round. Zeus getting the reset on the final knife here.
Pretty sure Zeus got all four, didn't he?
Yeah.
Someone help him out.
We're mixing.
Movistar Koi, the ones that actually call a timeout now, maybe a sigh of relief, a moment to catch their breath. Because a lot to consider now.
Right.
They've got to chip away at another 2 buy rounds, basically, from Foot. Like I said, Foot are about coming onto their first ult cycle. I said Crack's probably still a little behind the curve. I mean, well, actually, yeah, in comparison, Filu's close, Grabinho and Soulcast. So we did see Shados is in the previous round, but
tense time now for Koi. Because, again, that felt like they had a better grip on it. Again, if you remove Zeus from that round, all kills are gone. But still, Koi do need to answer back for that little bit of instability at the start of this one, which they can absolutely do from this point onwards, and it just feels like a bit of a rocky start in with the pistol. Yeah, got kind of screwed over up against the bonus. Fair play, it can happen. Let's see if they've got some real consistency here to lean on.
well, steady the ship now, really, is what we're looking for.
Yes.
Foot, can they continue to pressure? So my eyes have done the hard work in terms of coming out of a 9-3 half. We'll pump towards B. Actually a fast rotation. We have Yetijay being tested.
Brave against Mr. Fallen's ult. I don't know if that would have been advisable, but it's hindered the progress enough, but it's still above a minute. They don't have to overcommit to this, and they have Soulcast's ult to take towards the site if they wanted to.
Maybe pulling the trigger a little early. I mean, a big win for Movistar quite really now. To draw that out and still have time.
Testing every part of the map, it feels like. Gas ready. Ult about to be sent in. That can be quite easily avoided, but it will force them to respect the site take. They can't really take an early challenge. I say that. Zeus, yeah, he does want to go for it. Already takes away Shados. Big tool removed from the post plant, but the spike is in.
Still have a paranoia. Mr. Fallen going to have the fault line back online pretty shortly.
Bold positioning. Hoping, praying the Zeus won't check, but Zeus will check. Again, one by one, he's carving space. Where is the rest of this team? Someone please send him some assistance. It took a flying shorty, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough. It is not. Grubino there again. At Koi, it feels like a collective effort, but it's one man.
Yeah, feeling a little disjointed. That gap becoming more and more apparent in a few of these rounds, Lauren. Oh, well, a few situations actually within the rounds. On a smaller level. But it's all starting to add up now. 11 on the board for Movistar Koi.
Nice! Nice, Gruby!
Edging closer and closer to forcing a third. Like I said, Foot done the hard work. They have the funds to support further purchases. But now we're seeing Cracks down at 150. At the captain at 300.
Big ult.
Can't afford to be as fast and loose as they have been.
Kill Zeus, win the round. He's under pressure now. No one instantly there to try and take him away, though. And look at the player who slipped the net here. That's wild. Zeus still trying
Zeus
to
is
divide
just so good, man.
between them. It is as... I'm waiting to see anyone else in the kill feed, though, from the other side, because Grubino slipped so far ahead here. It's wild. Oh, that feels almost heartbreaking. It could have been huge there But they're losing out in numbers. Fly going to take down Crack. Soulcast swung past. Shados trying to activate it. Zeus again. Flyer. Can't turn in time. That low sense making his wrist hurt.
Got ankles broke earlier. Seen a wrist snap now. Foot will find their 8th. In almost picture perfect. Lose 2, but those are the 2 with dwindling funds. We'll be able to spread the cost now.
See that one again. Start.
Player standing.
Oh, you can see like the mouse pick up and re-swipe over. Oh.
And then the volume change. The classic.
Round's gone well, has it? Foot actually slowing things down now. And they've got Koi broke for money. I want to see what they go for. It could be like Stingers or maybe a Guardian. I don't know if they've actually got enough for a Guardian, but regardless, Koi can get a little bit of a buy going. Nothing major. It would be light. But for
It'll be
Foot,
scrappy for sure.
as much as I've been saying, you know, Zeus and co, he has been, you know, the headliner here.
Well, again, just to come back to it, that's almost what Foot are dialing into here.
Yes.
Is to kind of put him on a pedestal.
Yep. Playing it in well.
Yes,
but I
again,
just need someone else.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Well, like I said, situation has been a few times where Zeus is so far ahead of the next player, which just can't happen.
But it's such a stark contrast in my mind, because you look at Koi, really evenly spread here, looking really good.
Yeah, good collective.
Shados, Filu had his moments, to be fair. Like, he was really hitting. But Flyer's starting to get their Grubino with some big value. Soulcast, you know, they're all starting to warm into this. The odds for Foot, how close are they? One away from Knives, not near for Fallen, Jay not near. It's a bit off cycle. Shados is one off, though.
Yeah, a couple of tools available for Foot, potentially, but they're not going to want to concede the 12th. It's going to just turn up the heat. Most likely not in this round. 2 Sheriffs. I jinxed it. 2 Sheriffs only for Movistar Koi.
Jinx, I can't believe you did that on purpose. Zeus, you're not gonna.
There's one of them gone. Changed hands. Soulcast picks it up.
It's the death stick being passed on. Observers desperately not wanting to follow the one player, like, please, someone else. I dare you. Oh! Filu gets it right. It felt like it was a bit of a roll of the dice, but it's come up good for him now.
Now, actually, further threat for sure. Jake going to have his hands full, but delivers. Filu and Soulcast will fall. Let's see. Come through. Yeah, the flood is perfect here.
Nice.
Been able to get close to a plant. So yeah, opener found. Rest of Foot stand tall though. Now Cracks one away from his ultimate. Now some of these tools.
Now I get scared.
Probably already scared after the string of 4 rounds, to be honest.
Yeah.
Worried for sure, because Movistar Koi almost deserved to force this third. The way they've turned things around here on Lotus, but maybe falling a little flat here in the second half.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're right, they are trying to team up. You know, this is, you know, tailor-made. But Foot needs to try and hold stable here for a second, because Koi gathering themselves now, still wanting to approach this C site.
Some of these initiatives looking much better on the defense, actually, for Foot, in terms of Zeus going forwards. He's digging deeper than he was on the attack. Mr. Forrest, the key engagement Flyer.
He can't go down, though.
No. Barely any damage actually to write home about to Mr. Fallen. But 2 noted there, because Zavando and a Phantom noted, so...
There's 4 players on this side of the map.
I was going to say, it's not going to mean much, because we can see the minimap. Still got Zeus. And reinforcements.
Oh my god, they're going.
The panic button here. Bladestorm pulled out for Zeus.
Do they pivot B instead? Koi, where are we off to? Where's the plan here? 37 seconds. You could walk into B and hope for the best. The trip was broken by Flyer, but you don't know what's there. Oh man, this is going to get so late. Banking on the Teo util to clear it through the paranoia. Not good enough. Zeus quick on his toes here. Dodging, dipping and diving around, staying relevant. They're running.
Guys.
Mike, where are they going? Zeus has already punished Filu. spamming into the dark here. They're going for that late B here, but look who's still standing. Yellow J's still around. You still have players towards CT. This ain't easy. 13 seconds. They deny. The plan is done for. Spike is down, but they clear it out. What was that hesitation? The pressure. Just too much for Koi.
Starting to sweat a little bit. Victims of their own success here will concede an in-zone flawless. Foot fine 10. And like I said, at 20 seconds, they're running into the unknown. I mean, yesterday on the drive-by, which helps a lot, sure. Zeus now knocking on the door of a 30 bomb.
I don't like seeing that at round 21.
No, well, yeah, that's the thing. So late on, and then seeing it after you're looking at that timeline for the second half.
Simmer. Feel the pressure here. Because again, they got to face going into this next round with a buy that will be lacking, right, for Koi.
Yeah.
It won't be a pretty
Yeah,
buy. So you're opening up the potential of facing 11-11, and you just look nervous in round 21. It looked hesitant. In my mind, I'm surprised they didn't try and pivot further around the map. They felt a lot of resistance, and honestly, you ran into Zeus. Roll back the years. If I see CNED, I run. If I see Zeus,
If we hear the op, goes to another site.
Go away.
Faster.
He tried to push them out. I'm fleeing.
Also here, it's a little tongue-in-cheek for Foot to stack 3 players alongside Zeus on the operator, but there's just too many question marks elsewhere on the map.
Yeah,
for Movistar Koi to get, and again, they have what, 30, 40 seconds of downtime where they actually don't answer any of those questions. They don't dig a little deeper.
Pretty sure there was a deep trip as well coming out from Yellow J over towards that A side. It was further than Rubble. Oh my god, they're going towards him again. Oh god.
Zeus is just omnipresent.
God, how is he alive? He just looks so calm under all this util pour on, right? Just goes back in like super clean with it. And a captain by his side. It's fine. This round isn't the round that Koi are meant to do it in. But you don't want to feed the beast, right? You don't want to get him feeling more and more confident. He's still going. He's on the 30. Feels like not him. Anyone else? Anyone else can have this?
Desperately giving the kill to somebody else.
Omen, how about you? I heard you were over here.
Gun here.
You can have that. Because Omen, don't care that much. Sick. Love it. Oh, dearie me. Koi will be making a wish at 11-11. An in-zone flawless, tied up now. Look at the ults. We do have Soulcats with the ult. We have 2 away from Filus. The rest not that nearby or not that much to write home about. On the other side, Zeus building back. I mean, that was only a moment ago. Krax has his. Full is still in that building stage, but all that pressure is now on Koi. They have to be on it.
The pendulum swings for sure. All eyes on them as we enter round 23. Those turns have tabled once again. Foot on the brink of pulling off a ridiculous comeback. But a comfortable one. It's felt comfortable.
It just feels mad to say, right? It doesn't feel right.
Movistar Koi have just, I'll be honest, lacked ideas maybe with this composition on the attacking side. Foot absolutely steal the show.
I should have heard this paranoia. Now seeing the smoke, maybe can relay that there's probably a bit of a play happening here. But there's no subtlety on the approach towards Rubble. The drone going in, the smoke's here as well. Trying to stay a little bit subtle, a little unknown. Zeus now noted. Go in towards A. Yeah. We like A. Yeah, Filu's like, cool, I'm off ski. Come on, Koi. Can they take towards the site, though? Krax is going to respect it. Doesn't want to try and play ahead of this. There's a lot of util.
I think they're happy to concede this now. Krax's ultimate will go in. Actually, Prowler sent in, but no initial pressure point.
Flyer, you had your chance. Zeus is just carrying on. Krax is already taken down Grubino. There's a weird little battle behind each other, but it's stacked out towards Tree. The site now flooded by the Foot players. Flyer needs to get there and fast. They're falling like flies. The final boss deleted, but it's still a 4v3. Flyer, Filu, and Shados. Gotta lock this one in. Gotta try and hold on to this. Oh,
it's down by the Shuri.
And now it's down to 1. Shados, can you survive?
The pressure, just too much for Movistar Koi. And it's heartbreaking to see things come down to this now.
Oh God, and you can feel it in your stomach, can't you? That sinking feeling, that slow march back against you, Koi. It just takes one round. One moment to go right for them here. It's just not been.
Nice!
Foot have been marching this game back into this score, taking the lead in the truly 11th hour. But can they get across the line in regulation? Bilu tempted. Paranoia sent, they read it, and they dealt with it. Zeus goes down.
Move the tip of the spear here. That's, yeah, Movistar Koi. Quick to react as well. Springboard off that. Flyer's found another one.
That's massive. Mr. Fallen, though, ignoring Filu in front of him and picking out one from crowd. Flyer goes down. Now we're going to have the ults coming in here. No escaping some of this. Yeta J wants to try and get in on it as well. They're taking the brawl. He's taking the fight. Rubino takes his head. Mr. Fallen and Cracks, the last two up against 4. Filu low. Solgas a little chip damage, sure, but it's not the end of the world just yet. They need this plant.
Spike planted.
Bolt line back online as well. Can't see it, but numbers advantage firmly for Movistar Koi.
Oh my God.
No way.
Okay, it's okay. Cracks though, he has his moments, and is this gonna be one of them? Double stacked up, HP low on Filu. Gotta be careful here. Hold your breath, we're going to OT.
Just when you think it's all over, we get a reset here on everything to end Lotus. Finally, Zeus dealt with. Not a threat in this round. And Movistar Koi follow through. It's apparently fine.
It doesn't feel fine.
It doesn't look fine there, that's for sure.
All good, guys, all good. 12-12, it's OT. And look at those rounds. What a mad second half this turned into. Totally unexpected. I was half in mind about map 3. Not there yet. Start again. Koi on the defending side and Foot on the attack.
Foot can carry across any of that momentum now. This is where they struggled. They can reinforce this ethos of putting Zeus in a position not necessarily to carry them, but really deliver time and time again.
Look how close Koi are as well. Look at the space.
Yeah, chomping at the bit.
Well, you've got the util just lathered around the map. Otherwise, B completely poured onto. Still got the wall on C, so they can kind of play like this, right? The map is super small for Foot.
It really is. Pause for thought now. Approaching the 45-second mark. Trade-off of damage here, but Solcast currently on an island. And this presence is commanding 3 members of Movistar Koi. So yeah, gonna have to concede the site. Let me expect he'll get away with his life for sure.
30 seconds left.
What do they have? Grubino's got his Paranoia Flash with Filu. Shados still pretty well set apart from the drone. It's pretty nice. The other side, it's not pretty, and actually caught drifting. Yeta J trading back in, but Shados breaking forward. Advantage now towards Koi. Answered back by Fallen, down to the 2v2 on the site itself. And Koi decided to go the low road. And Ringer Rose, we go. Fallen takes a look, takes a glance, he's thinking about it. Utility about to come back up for him as well. Has it in hand, sends him in. Koi, can you hold on? No. Filu falls, it's down to 1. Mr. Fallen flies in and Foot take the lead.
A nail biter here to kick off overtime. Let's Foot to strike first. While the iron is hot for them. I was going to say, if Foot can't really take space towards CT or Waterfall, it's going to feel very uncomfortable. But even then, it came down to a 2 for 2. Which you feel like would favour Movistar Koi on the way back in. Again, it got up close and personal, a little uncomfortable. Zeus again exploring, Grabinho removed.
He's just killing anything that moves, isn't he? Let's be honest. I don't want to go there. I'm not even playing, and I'm definitely not even on Koi's side, but I don't go towards Bound right now, please. Unless they've got a plan to try and move him, some util to force him away, and they do. Banking on Shados to try and set them up for a bit of security. But the one-man army is still standing tall. 32 kills. He is an absolute terror. They try and avoid. They try and get away. There's no escaping Zeus right now. Holds the seaside. You don't want to come over here, boys. Look at other options. 50 seconds, oh Mike. They are running out of players and they're running out of time.
And this is the sort of situation we saw them time and time again scrambling for an answer. Got to pick up the pace now. But happy to sit in formation now. They can basically concede a plant anywhere.
Wow, my eyes are down.
The camera will confirm now, yeah.
30 seconds left.
That looming feeling for movie star Koi. Still got to clear everything on the way in as well.
And we know that they've made the best guess that they can.
Yeah.
See it here, right? But one of Foot technically just put life on the line if they want it, yeah. 13 seconds. How close do they get? Close enough. Filu's gone down. Time, 8 seconds. They needed to be able to defend him and they can't. Shados all on his own. Dead and buried, and Foot from the brink. Bring it back.
Fairly polarizing map 2 here. We might back the 13-4 commanding victory on map 1, but a godlike performance from Zeus. 10 first bloods for him, leading the charge for Foot, keeping them in this one.
Oh, absolutely.
And he was what they pinned everything on. He absolutely delivered in that second half.
Very impressed with the young player. Again, one of the hottest prospects there was, and you can see why. Do I like the J on this map? No. Do I like Zeus on this map? Yes. So for Foot, I think it's back to the drawing board. We have to talk about Koi here as well. I really want to address it, because in moments they looked exceptional there, but it felt like the pressure of just crossing the finish line, they didn't have it.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if this is just a composition thing, but versatility on the second half, definitely a question. A few times so hesitant to commit to a decision. It's sort of like there's one or two people in and then we didn't really follow up on it, and that's really what was their demise. There was a few times they were in great positions and able to figure out exactly how Foot were trying to approach things very early on, because Foot, there was very little nuance to what they were doing. So yeah, it's got to be heartbreaking for Movistar Koi again, any 9-3. I don't want to say, well, loss in the way that it comes out now, and for it to go to overtime and then lose out in the first round. Yeah, really, really tough.
It is, but we have a treat for those at home. Zeus, impressive in the server, and of course Yeda J, the man who you can't ignore, the Balrog himself at times, will be joining Yinzu and Kuka in the post-plant, so stick around. Let's head over there now.
They will be indeed. Welcome to Posa. I'm going to need Lauren to assign a Lord of the Rings character to every single player in VCT EMEA.
Every player?
Every single one, because that comparison of Yeda is beautiful. But yeah, what an exciting 2-0, although you got to be hurting a little bit if you're on the side of Koi.
So you're telling me, I mean, yeah, I think that especially the way that the second map was closed, like the first one, let's completely forget it. But during kickoff, this was something that we were seeing from Koi as well. In their opponent's map pick, they were struggling a lot. But the show when in Lotus has to be the one that hurts the most, because they had so many cool ideas when they were starting off from the defense, and we were seeing the implementation of the Tejo, how Filu was playing as well. I think that they understood what they wanted to do, and the way that Foot had to bring it back, not only in like individuals definitely to highlight, like Zeus was amazing and whatnot. Mr. Falling today was on a different level, on both maps. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, he's very clean, right?
Absolutely.
Very disciplined, very clean, lands all his utilities. This puts Foot in a nice start to the season. But for Koi, I don't think it's the end of the world. I'm not worried. Like, I feel like maybe they go back to the drawing board, they fix a couple of things, because they very well could have won that map.
Yeah, I think I mean, I would love to agree with you, but the things that I saw on the first map, even if it's your opponent's map pick, have little to do with the map itself, and actually a lot to do with like confidence and how the players are feeling within each other. So that it is worrying for me. I don't think it's the end of the world, and it's something that you cannot fix. That is something that, thank God, it happens against one of the toughest opponents in your team.
Yeah, and speaking of one of the toughest opponents in EMEA, we're joined by Yotije and Zeus. Please take a seat, sit down. Congratulations on the win. Very nice to see you guys back on the stage. That comeback was crazy. How did you manage it? What was said? Was it Gaius? Was it Mr. Fallen? Tell me, how did the vibes, stay good? And how did you make that comeback?
My gosh. I guess it's obvious because of Gaius. Because when we go to the other side, I mean defenders, he just say us to you guys know already what should you do. So just try to stay in the same game plan and be chill, because we was so excited when we start losing, and then we just leave everything to Mr. Fallen. Then he comment and we finish.
So Gaius Fallen, the combo there,
yeah, of course.
The duo,
Yeah, absolutely. Even on map 1, not only this combat that we saw in the second one, but what you did on the first one, we were just highlighting it, that the plan looks so curated. It makes your team as a whole look so good. Tell us a little bit about how you have invested this time into having such results, because it looks very well-rounded.
Like Yotuje said, Gaius get the pause and told us what we do, what we need to do, and what they do. So we prepare for that and make them play their game and counter them.
Well, what was the focus? You obviously, sadly, you didn't make Bangkok. We were expecting, we always expect you to make global events, but you've had a break. So what did you focus on? What was the main kind of thing that you worked on?
We just focus on when we start the season for last seasons. We are always saying like, okay, we can choose one map to ban and we can focus the other maps.
Yeah.
So this time we start practice to all the maps. So we are good on all the maps, I guess. And we are just trying to stay on our gameplay and just try to be more dominant on the game.
How many weird things did you try? How many weird, you don't have to tell me.
Too many. So many.
You tried a lot.
Yeah, you will see.
Yeah.
Is there something that you're sad you didn't go for? You don't need to tell me specifically what. Just yes or no. Is there something that you tried that you were like, oh, I would have loved to run this, but the guys was like, no, we're not.
I think it's the opposite, right? Gaius must be the one that's like, you gotta do this.
Guys, give me so, please. I'm gonna ult everyone. I want to play ISO and 1v1 everyone.
Okay. I need to see you, Alpha, Meteor, all three of you.
But don't give the Waylay.
Oh, no Waylay? No Waylay?
It's pretty good, by the way.
Okay, I will say, I felt like we already saw maybe a tiny bit of the weirdness. We have some highlights from you. Zeus, Pansy, and Hypark were talking about this, When you see a jet on Lotus, it is a little bit weird, but because it's your jet, it's like, you can get away with it, It's okay for you to do that. Did you feel like that was the character, the agent you wanted to play? Or is this a Gaius, like, you're playing jet, you don't have a choice?
I think we both agree on Jet, because I can play very well, I think, Jet. And Gaius want to play with a character who can escape anywhere. So we tried Jet and it's looking good right now.
Yeah, but you could have maybe made an argument also for Euro, because you've been playing it very well. I feel like we've been through such a journey with Foot and Lotus. We've seen so many different faces. There's no peace. No, absolutely. But do you think this is specifically for Jet, because he's been through all of the changes that we saw last year and through many compositions? Do you think that maybe this is the last one, or next time that you lose, you're gonna go back into the kitchen?
Do you miss not being a drone? Do you miss just on that cypher running in because you have no initiator?
I think I am fine with this.
Yeah,
I can do anything he wants, like Gaius wants. So that's fine for me. But of course, maybe next week we can go back to the most cringe Lotus comp again. We don't know.
The Sage one?
Yeah.
Oh no.
We don't know. So for now, I guess we are good.
You like this? You're comfortable with this?
Yeah, of course. I can play every Sentinel or something.
Oh, okay. Zeus, you're very comfortable with this? This is comfortable.
Would you rather play the Ask?
Yep, it's all good for me.
But what about minus Jet plus ISO?
Oh, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Guys, give my ISO, just trust me.
Give me Jet. We can try.
Okay, so I assume you've already asked him to play the ISO. Why did he say no?
He didn't say no.
Oh.
I think ISO is not for the competitive play official games. I mean, if it is only one duelist, if there's another Euro or Jet.
So when
on
are
the
you
side,
jumping in to help him get to his goal?
I can help. We have cracks as well. He can help, so everyone can help.
Yeah, everyone can help.
Actually, Attack Captain can do it as well.
Yeah?
He tried one time
Yeah,
raid
yeah.
against Korea.
I remember. Yeah.
He was pretty good.
Okay, we're starting to get a lot of flexibility, but I feel like the same old Yetterjay, the same old the screaming. We heard that. It felt louder than the Koi fans. Did you hear the Koi fans? They were very loud.
But
You couldn't hear them?
They were so like very loud, and they were just always speaking, always loud cheering, and it was really hard to hear because when we try to speak with each other, we always hear them.
Oh.
I will say.
Yeah.
I will say.
And they stay to the our side on the stage, and it was
because they wanted to see the players in front.
Yeah.
The mind games.
Yeah.
Mind
I will
games.
say, I went there and I joined them for a bit because there were vibes. You have to
Yes,
admit
yes,
it, and
yes.
there were vibes. But I did tell them, especially like when there's timeouts and this and that, like do not scream because
Yeah, of course.
is that none of the teams can hear. Like we are Spanish, we are aware that we get very loud.
But I think you
You're
were
louder.
louder. I
Yeah.
think you were louder than the Koi fans. We heard you.
I don't know when we win.
Yeah.
They just
I can still
cheering.
hear, by the way.
We just talk about okay, they have so many fans here. We don't have that much. We don't care about the crowd. So I just say let's win some rounds so they can shut up.
Oh. I mean,
I will say
they didn't shut up. They did not shut up.
Sometimes we did. You say that, but actually there was like, kid you not, like maybe 6 or 7 fans on your side. They were battling up against us, and it's like
us.
I mean, I was in that.
Us?
I was chanting a bit because it's vibes. Like you just go like, for example, I don't like football as a sport, but as a social activity, I absolutely love it. So this is the same. You just go for the vibes and have a good time. And they were actually challenging us, and sometimes you shut up.
Again?
Yes,
I was on
you
your
have to
side.
shut
I
up.
was on your
So
side.
much.
Don't worry, I'm always on your side.
But they were so good. Like maybe one time they can cheer for me maybe.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll give him a reason to.
Next time.
But I think you did give him a reason because you looked pretty good today. I was saying we got the same old Yetterjay, performing, coming out here clutching, bringing the energy as well. I think you're probably one of the most consistent players we have. How do you stay consistent?
Actually, I don't know. I'm just working the same routines before the match, like last year. And I was so stressful today because I just think about like, oh my God, if I start bad to the stage, what can I do? Like, it was so stressful because last year I was good, and this year I should have the same stability, and it's worked. For now.
I want to ask because I think this also has to do with being consistent, throughout the, I'm going to say off-season, between kickoff and this stage. We've seen some things on Twitter, some results from some teams on scrims. I have heard that you guys scream, I was going to use a bad word, a lot.
Yes.
A lot. How do you feel like the region is doing? How have you seen yourselves within it? Because I feel like we have some very high highs in the scrims, and then when we get to officials, it's a different phase. So what feel do you get of the region right now and of yourselves, of course?
We just trying to play like just same like prax because in the prax you can win like with any score, but in officials it's always different. So we are just trying to play like practice in the official as well. And yeah, we are hardworking. I don't know, our coach is like it. He has some discipline.
But we see a spreadsheet of your scrims at the end of the season. Well, you guys
how's
give
your
us
win
that.
rate? Do you know your win rate?
I don't know, but
We can get a feel, no?
we don't know, but it's maybe 65%.
Oh,
that's very good.
Above 60.
Yeah.
That's nice. And with all of the random, wacky, crazy, weird stuff that you try too, on top of that.
Yep.
Okay, so
Because we have Zeus, like.
well, but what's the protocol? So like, if you try something weird and you win like 3 pracs with it, is it just like we're doing this now? Do you have to win with it for us to see it on the stage?
Actually, yes, but if we lose so hard with any comp and we find the gap, then we can play more with this comp and we can show it on officials. But of course, we need to win for show that, because it's all about like self-confidence. Because when we win the prize, we are starting, okay, this map is good. And after that, okay, we are so good on this map, and go.
The confidence, Yes. Now, as Zeus, being a Turkish Jet, I was so surprised you guys didn't want to play Ascent. I think that's so, we're not used to it, you know?
Yeah, Xbox was open.
But we're so not used to, because you guys, you banned Ascent, right? Did you ban Ascent? I can't remember. The second.
I don't even know. I don't even know. Only guys know, yeah.
But do you feel weird about that? Because, you know, Turkish players, you love Ascent.
Guys trust me, and I don't even care what the map is. I can play every map, so it doesn't matter for me. It's Ascent or Icebox.
Do you have a favorite map?
One that you can play ISO on.
Yeah.
ISO. Need to think about that. I think could be Split.
Split.
Yep. Kafalarını karıştırdım. Sakin ol. Rakipler düşünecek sadece.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to translate.
Yeah.
He's saying like, I just let them think something else.
Oh, you're trying to trick us. You're trying to trick
the
us.
enemies, not you.
Oh, okay. You'll tell us after this. But your next game will be against Gentlemates.
Yep.
What do you think about them, and also adding Kamek to their roster as well?
Konuş kanka.
Okay.
Ben de o kadar yok.
Kamek is the good player. I think it's upgrade, but losing Robbie Bika, I don't know, because he was the IGL, and for now I guess like, mini IGL, mini is IGL. So I don't know, like, just switch the IGL and put another guy to the roster. It can be hard, but it can be so good as well, like Liquid this year. So we are happy to play against them. Like, we only played one time, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was the old roster, right? It was a while ago. We do. Yeah, there's the standing.
Yeah, that is the standings. I'm not gonna just ask you, but you know what you think of your group. But I want to ask you to give me a top 3 of your group. Suze, what do you think?
I think there's an obvious answer.
I want to know their
I want to see if you go for the
They have
obvious
some kind
one.
of information that we do not have, because they probably have practiced against this team.
I'm actually more interested to know what you think is a top 3 in the other group, because I think that's our top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start with your group.
Both.
We'll start with your group, yeah.
Tamam, sen yap bizimkini, grup alfayı ben yapayım.
Okay, I will say the group Omega. Say Alpha.
Okay.
Without us, I guess. Okay, it's.
Oh, we're standing back up one more time, please. One more time.
My memory is not good.
Oh, you have Casey, Koi, BBL, yourselves,
Mates.
Mates, and Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you
concerning
again.
that I can say that by heart.
I guess Liquid is 1, second BBL, and 3.
Oh, you have to put yourselves in there.
Are you not going to put yourself?
Including you.
Okay, we are first, of course. We are first.
So you, Liquid, and BBL.
Yes.
Okay. What about Alpha?
Zeus, the other group?
Okay, I think first place is Vitality, as of course. Second place, Heretics, and third place should be Fnatic.
Ooh, okay. That one is hard though. Do you think that is the group of death? Do you believe in the narratives that the other group is?
Yes.
It's looking like.
Yes.
So how big was your smile when you saw your group?
I was gonna say.
Very big.
I was gonna say when you saw the draw, were you like? Woof,
what was the group chat like?
Yeah, we just think about. Okay, what if we like stay in the group Alpha? It will be so hard because like there is so much strong enemies, but in our group, maybe they don't look that much good, but they have like new rosters. So new rosters can be
a surprise.
Banger.
Yep, could be dangerous.
Yeah, we will see some of those teams play tomorrow. So let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We got a generational banger of Fnatic versus Na'Vi, and then Liquid versus Gentlemates with Kamek. So there's a lot going on. I want to get your predictions real quick before I let you guys go. So who do you think is winning between Fnatic versus Na'Vi, and then Liquid and Gentlemates?
I think Fnatic gonna win against Na'Vi. They're looking more trustful, I think. Diğer maç neydi?
Team Liquid, Gentlemates.
How did you understand me?
Because I speak several languages, so even if I don't speak Turkish, I have, you know.
Oh, okay.
It also fit, like the question would fit. So.
I guess should be Liquid.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Fnatic and Liquid gonna win tomorrow.
Okay, I mean, we're
the
rolling
old
back the
days, yeah.
years, like 2021 days. Actually, one more question before I let you guys go, because as you know, we're coming up to the 5th anniversary of Valorant, you know, being released. So we're talking a lot about kind of thinking about the old days. I don't know if you watched the first game, but Avova was having, you know, vintage Avova performances. There was a lot going on back in the days. And you guys are some of the rookies, you know, you won in the league when some of those things happened. So what was the one memory in your mind, perhaps, that you think about and you remember before you joined VCT EMEA?
Your favorite memory of Valorant?
Yeah,
5 years.
He won 4 times Turkish League, so...
Oh, damn.
Okay.
So you know his favorite memory?
But not involving yourselves, like of the league in general. You know, maybe something that made you want to join this league, made you feel like, oh, I wanna play there. I want to play with
I think
these
mine
players.
was the one where I qualified for the VCL, the Turkish League. It was very good with my old team. Yeah, we were dreaming about this, and making this come true is very good.
Were there other Turkish players before you that you were familiar with, that you watched, that you were like, oh, that guy's pretty good. That makes me want to. They made me want to play better. Not seen it.
Who did you look up to?
Not seen it.
He doesn't care about anyone.
Oh wow! I love that attitude.
I wasn't watching anyone. I was playing my own game.
Okay, well they're watching you now. So what about you?
Thank you.
What about you?
I was just dreaming about beat the best Fnatic.
Oh, the 2023 roster?
Yeah. I just want to win against them. So of course I have to make a VCT roster for play versus against them. Then after that, we won, I guess. Yeah, we won 2 times or 1 time against Leo as well.
Oh yeah.
He was the best player. I guess if he come back, he was the best player again. But this one.
I think Leo is a lot of people's favorite. You know, they.
I was
always think
scaring when
about
I
him.
playing against him.
Yeah.
But now I don't care.
That's character growth. Growth. But thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And we'll see you here next week. Thank you, Kukuka. I'll see you here tomorrow. But thank you to you guys at home as well for joining us and watching. We're going to have one more day of Valorant action this week. Tomorrow, starting with Fnatic versus Na'Vi. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then. Welcome to EMEA, Governor, and welcome back, Heretics and Apex. I think the one question on everybody's mind is what new things can we expect from both of these teams? I would not be surprised if we see a Waylay!
I'm the first EMEA Waylay. Let's go, brother.
Bang! Boom, 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 boom. Get that back online. That's a beautiful angle. No, he'll go into clear, and it's a Vova. Yes! Apex on their opponent's map pick. They've come to play. It's Fluorescent with the 3K to close this one out. This was utter domination from Apex.
One enemy remaining.
Avova playing this to perfection, and he's got it again.
And it's just so sexy, bro. Let's go!
Now it seems like Heretics, they're on the home stretch. Fluorescent is forced to swing into a triple stack, 13-8, a gap of 5, and a recovery for Heretics on their opponent's map pick.
Good job!
Yeah! He's made it around the corner, buying so much time! Heretics just with a clean sweep for so many of these fights.
It is done, it is dusted. The result will end as expected.
Any team will be scared to face this roster.
We are ready in the studio, and the fans in the arena are very eager to see these 2 teams. It's time to welcome back Foot and Koi.
We're just here to yap, I guess. A4.5, a commanding lead from Foot. Signs of life from movie star Koi though, Lauren.
Zeus! Stop, Zeus! And Foot just making this heartbreaking for Koi. Oh, Yenache just closing out in style. It's a 13-4. Just breaking his ankles there. Mr. Fallen made to look foolish. Now the turns have tabled, Michael. What was that hesitation? The pressure, just too much for Koi. Oh, dearie me.
Those turns have tabled once again.
Hold your breath, we're going to OT. Dead and buried and Foot from the brink. Bring it back.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Yeah, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring.